TEG, proud sponsors of TEG Cusick Park, serving aviation, biopharmaceuticals and medical industries across the globe. TEG has been to the fore in the fight against COVID-19 with our customers and partners. A local business employing local people. Visit teg.com/careers to learn more. Wishing all our GAA patrons a safe passage through the championship.
Clark's Bar, wishing all teams the very best today. Rytech, proud sponsor of Westmeath Intermediate Football Championship. Sevens Coaches, proud sponsor of Westmeath GAA Hurling Championships.
Cusick Park pitch is 145 metres long. Imagine 3 of these bridge beams will make up the length of the pitch. Now transport 30 of them from Harney to Kildare. A challenge overcome by a great team with the support of a great community. My name is Pat Barrett, Project Manager, Shamer to Precast.
And you? What do you do?
It's a bit complicated to explain.
You know, I still didn't get exactly what your job is.
That is what I do.
New Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. Winner, Irish Medium Crossover SUV in the 2022 Car of the Year Award.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to TEG Cusick Park for this afternoon's start of the football finals for 2022. We're here for the junior and intermediate finals here. Paul Doolan here for AirVTV, and I'm joined on analysis here by Paul O'Donovan and Shandonagh. And lads, I suppose blue ribbon event this weekend. This is what it's all about for junior, intermediate and senior teams, and these teams have got here now, and it's time to step up, I suppose.
Yeah, Paul, that's right. I suppose last weekend we had the perfect weekend of hurling, 4 hurling finals, great games Saturday and Sunday, and the same again this weekend, and really looking forward to a bumper weekend of football here now between all the finals. Of course, the intermediate final later on, Tubberclair and Shandonagh, should be a great game. And first of all, we have Bunbrosna and Multy in the junior final, and of course I suppose the side of that is the great local rivalry there between those two clubs right beside each other, and that's something to really look forward to, and it should be a great game of football, and really looking forward to the whole weekend, Paul.
Yeah, and we went out, we visited both clubs during the week, and it was very strange going out by Ballinafid there last week. There was a maroon and white flag, and then there was a blue and white flag, and then there was a maroon and white flag, and the further you went out the road, you didn't know where you were, Shane, you know, so there is that local rivalry in it. More so, I would say, amongst the supporters as opposed to the teams. You've made the point that you know, both managers are outsiders, so maybe they're trying to take that little bit out of it.
Yeah, but back to the weekend, we'll say, as Paul said, we had the hurling weekend last weekend, and it was a brilliant affair, and I felt there was a huge crowd here in Cusick Park for the hurling. It's one of the benefits of no county scene going on at the moment, the split season. I expect a big crowd in here over the weekend as well. These 2 games today, the minor final and the senior final tomorrow, and then getting back to the 2 teams here on the pitch, they are neighbours, there's no doubt about it, but as Paul says, it's mostly in the stand, this rivalry. It won't come into the mindset of the players so much. Like we said, the 2 outside managers kind of dissolved that. They're not as invested in that local rivalry. Now if it was Balnacargy and the Downs and the 2 managers are from their area, you kind of feed into it a little bit more. So I think that'll help both sets of players. Now, we know, and not being disingenuous, Bun are quite a mature side, let's say it that way. They have an average age of
you picked your word
30,
very well there.
over 30. So those sort of things don't come into play for mature men like that. They understand that to go out and play a certain system to stop this young running multi-side who have lots of danger in them. But I think those wise heads are going to give them a huge opportunity today in this junior final to eke something out. I'd be afraid it might be a little dour, if you like, because they're going to slow it down. I think Bun will slow it down, they'll close the gaps, they'll try and stop that hard running from Multi. I think it's going to be tight. We'll get the predictions later on, I'm sure, but it's certainly a lovely way to open up the weekend with these 2 teams who are in recent years have been as far north as semi-finals and finals of intermediates in recent years. So even the real quality junior
and even
sides.
in Bun's case, we're senior football.
And we're senior. A lot of these men played senior for a long time. So I think we're opening up the weekend with a right good contest, and hopefully it rolls on to this afternoon, which I think we'll get a chance to talk about. It's going to be a fascinating game, and then obviously tomorrow's games as well.
And I suppose, Paul, there's another factor here. They're both coming in kind of from disappointed seasons last year. For Multi it was relegation from the intermediate grade, while for Bun it was the disappointment of not really showing up here for the junior final last year. Yeah. So they're both coming in with a bit of hurt from that.
Yeah, Bun of course lost the final here last year, and it was that disappointment. But Multi a bit more, I suppose. They've the experience of having won a junior title here in Westmeath and going on to win a Leinster junior. Yeah. Going on then to the All-Ireland final at the 2017. It's not long ago, and it's been a great experience for the club, and the whole area got behind them. The whole county got behind them on that great run. Bunbrosna, as you say, they've been tipping along. Disappointment of the final last year, but they've bounced back. In fairness, you can't, when you talk about Bunbrosna, you can't get away from their experience. They've so much experience, but is that going to tell against them? In the long run over a tough battle of 60 minutes, where you need so much energy and drive these days. We expect, I suppose, Bunbrosna set up very defensively. They've done that in their games and try and contain a multi-team, a very young multi-team who like to do lots of running and a fast attack and play. So as Shane said, it could be dour for that part, but it should be still a great contest, fascinating game.
Yeah, but that won't make any difference to either team, Shane. This is not a popularity contest. This is about getting over the line and picking up the Hugh Daniels Cup at the end of the day. They're not here for to make a show for people that are here. They're here to win the game.
Absolutely, and I think both clubs is extremely important to both sets of players to get back to intermediate. The Bunbrosna guys, to show that they had it again. This is the same group that won an intermediate, went up and spent many years in senior, held their own in intermediate, got relegated, didn't quite get back last year, beaten by a better team in the final last year. And this is a multi-side that I don't think there was a relegation playoff last year. It was a combination of results in their group that one team went down. And it was definitely against the grain for where they would have seen themselves at the start of the year. They probably were favourites at Rocherbridge to get out of that second group of intermediate last year.
I have to agree with you.
4 months of football, I think, is all that was really played last, on pitch time from the time that they got back training in May or June until they were relegated from an intermediate, and they'd feel that 4 months doesn't define them as a group. They are intermediate quality. They would say that they're intermediate contenders, but they have to get over today. They have to prove it, that they've got the bottle for this. They'll be massively tested by this Bunbrosna side. There's a rhetoric around town, Multi will win it, they should, on paper. No such thing as on paper in a final.
No game. Jerry Buckley made that statement last week. No game was ever won on paper. It's won between the white lines. And as Jerry also says, the only man that matters here today is Mick Moody, who's putting up the score on that scoreboard over there. And it'll mean very little to anybody how you play it or what style you played it, so long as you're the point ahead or the 2 points ahead or whatever it may be. So that doesn't come into it either.
No, and we're lucky. Conditions here today are nice for football. It's not overly
little bit
warm.
Of a wind.
There's a little breeze, the same as we had in the hurling last week, coming from the Dunn Stores end.
It might not even be as strong as the breeze last week, Shane. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's probably picking up a little bit when you're looking at the flags. And down here pitch side, now in fairness, the pitch is in massive condition after 4 games last week. I think Multi are going to spread this game out, and I think it's something that Multi learned after coming up from junior. They probably spent their first year of intermediate still playing almost junior style football, kind of narrow down the middle. I think Stephen Cleary's coming in from the Downs, probably should get a lot of credit for the Downs team that's in the senior final tomorrow.
Yes,
He's an excellent coach.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think what he'll do is get this young team to spread it out, get more one-on-ones against their men, take them on, because we know the legs aren't necessarily there in Bunbrosna. So I think we're going to see a lot of that. So take them on down the wing, spread it out, get ball in early and a runner through the middle. We know what Wallace and McGovern are like, powering through the middle, and if they can pick holes that way, they could easily tap over 4 or 5 points in a 3 or 4 minute period if they can get a press on a kick out and that sort of thing. I think Bunbrosna will be much more much slower in their build-up, retain the possession, work it down. They're not afraid of a physical battle, so they will bring it into the middle. I've seen them squash teams in the past just through their nous and their physicality, kind of choke the life out of a game, but still manage to clip those points. And there's quality, there's real quality kickers in that Bunbrosna team. We talk about Aidan Finnan and Peter Tormey. Like, these boys were county footballers. Yeah. They were county senior footballers. They still have the boot on them. Yeah, it's going to be fascinating.
Paul, we were talking about the local rivalry and the fact that it's dissipated, but at the same time, I'm looking at the stand here, and you have Multy fans on our left, and you have Bun fans on our right. So it does create that little bit of rivalry is very, very good, but also it's huge for the communities as well. And I've spoken about this a lot in any of the interviews we've done on the road. It's a huge boost for any community, be in any sort of county final. To get it's pride of parish, it's pride of place. It's what the GAA is all about, in my opinion.
And when you look back, unfortunately when COVID was sweeping through the country, we had finals, we got them back.
That's the last time you mentioned the C word today.
And the finals we played here in front of nobody, or we had at one stage I think 100
you and I.
200.
You and I.
That was it.
You and I.
That was it. And it's great to see the crowds in today. And as you said, and when you say rivalry, I mean it's good sport and rivalry.
Yes.
It's what the GAA is all based on. The communities against each other, and some young lads, if there wasn't underage in one club, some of these lads end up playing with the opposition.
Some of them did.
Yes.
Some of them did.
And but that shows the importance too of the underage and bringing lads through in the community, and some great people working here in the background. Over the years, the likes of Sean Kelly's done a huge job there for Multy, and he's kept the whole thing going, and tireless work there, and he's got great support. He's been the driving force behind it. And it's huge looking up here. Just going back to the game there, the way Shane mentioned the influence and what will influence the game and the players and that. But I think one player who stand out, Ronan Wallace, I think, I mean, he's playing inter-county with Westmeath.
A Talton Cup winner.
He's playing at a level that no one else in the pitch has played at, other lads, Bunbrosna, like Peter Tormey played Westmeath, that's some time ago now, and the level and the fitness that Ronan Wallace will bring to this game will be just exceptional, and I'm expecting a big game from him today, and I think even Westmeath can even use him better. I think at centre half back he needs to make more runs forward with the ball, attacking, because that's his game. That's where he does damage to the opposition. And obviously, if Bunbrosna are set up defensively today as we expect, it could be more difficult for that. But I'm expecting a huge game, and he can be a huge difference here today with his quality, pace, and running game.
Yeah, well, earlier on in the week we went out to Multy and Bun, and we talked to both of them. We have Stephen Cleary, the manager of the Multy team, and Anthony Maher from Bunbrosna. So we'll let you watch the interviews, and we'll be back with you again very, very shortly here. So do stay with us here live on Air VTV here on County Football Final Weekend. Manager of the Bunbrosna team, and Gagsy. It's a long way from Ballycarriga, but I suppose to put the shoulder to the wheel with Bunbrosna as well, after the disappointment of last year, I suppose, to be back in the county final, that was the goal at the start of the season.
Yeah, I suppose, Paul, when I came in here Saturday, I remember over the far corner of the pitch, I said to the boys, I had one goal coming in here, and that was get back to the county final. And probably the second goal was getting back to the county final and also winning. That was my main aim at the start of the year. So it's great, it's great to be there. We have 1.5 of the job done.
Yeah.
And it's up to us to do next.
And if you're not in it, you can't win it.
Well, that's true, Paul, yeah.
Yeah, and as I was talking to Kevin there earlier on as well, a little bit of spice in local derby, but that'll mean very little on Saturday. It's all about the game of football. It's all about getting over the line and lifting the cup.
Yeah, you often hear semi-finals are there to be won, but finals, you just get over the line, as you said, Paul. You have to just get over the line, do what you can to get over the line. We're not looking at it as multi-bun, we're just looking at it as another game. As Kevin said, it's just another game along the way. And hopefully we've done enough. I think the boys are prepared. They're a very driven group of men, and hopefully they're prepared well enough for this. And I think
and have probably progressed a little bit, got a little bit better as the season went on. That defeat to Multy earlier on, I was out there, and it was closer than a lot of people would have thought on the day. And that has to be in the back of your mind as well.
Yeah, I suppose going to the league form, Paul, it took us a while to pick up. But the last stage of the league came on, we did pick up, and then when the championship started, the boys really rode in and got the shoulder to the wheel, and I was very good. You couldn't be involved with a more driven group of men. That's all I can say about them. You couldn't ask any more.
Well, sure, look, that's all you can ask for. We wish you the very best of luck from all of us on Air VTV. The very best of luck on Saturday.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, here we see the Cleary manager of Multyfarnham, and Stephen. I suppose from the depths of last year to be back in a county final, that's what it was all about for the lads, and you're there.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's been a long road to get back here for the lads, but happy with how things have gone. A lot of the games are tight during the group stages, but the aim is to get back to a final. We're here, and it's about getting over the line now to the next thing.
Yeah, and of course against near neighbours and very local rivals, Bunbrosna, I suppose, adds a little bit of spice to it as well.
It does, but look, it does for maybe people outside of it, but probably for both teams and both players need to take that out of it and just concentrate on the game, focus on the game itself, and look at the right piece of it.
And of course you've met each other already in the championships so far. It was a cracking good game. I was actually out at that out in Ballycarrigan. Very little between the sides, so it's as Paddy O'Shea has said on many occasions, a grain of rice is going to tip it again, and probably going to be the same next Saturday.
Yeah, look, we're expecting a seriously tough battle. Bunbrosna, a very experienced outfit. It's not that long since they were actually playing in senior ranks. They were in the junior final last year, so look, we know the task that's ahead of us. And yeah, look, we expect it to be a tight battle, but look, we're ready for it as well.
And everybody fit and ready to go.
A few injuries, we were lucky during the year with a good few shoulder injuries, but most of them have cleared up now, so yeah, full panel to pick.
So playing from a full deck maybe from next weekend?
Full deck for Saturday, probably for the first time all year, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, and look, a huge development here as well in Multyfarnham and Pride of Parish. We've discussed this and with many of the people we've been talking to over the week. So Pride of Parish, it's all about that as well too.
Absolutely. Look, and then new facilities here, they're fantastic, brand new pitch. It's great to be out training on it here this morning, so hopefully the year goes on a little bit longer.
Stephen, the very best of luck to you. Yeah, welcome back here to TEG Cusick Park. That was the two managers there, Stephen Cleary and Anthony Maher. And I suppose, Shane, you made a very valid point. Neither of them from the locality, and something different. Maybe just change it up a bit.
Yeah, and I'd say both clubs were very happy with their appointments at the start of the year. I know Stephen Cleary, like I said, a lot of experience with this Downs team that's in the senior final tomorrow. He's very well thought about in football circles in the county, and I think it was a real coup for Multy to get him in and maybe just stabilised. There was a little bit of turbulence there over the last couple of years, maybe a little bit of turbulence there. They had a meteoric rise, we say, from junior ranks to an All-Ireland final. I'd have always felt that they were a year or two behind where they should have been. They were always that good, that group of players. But Stephen, very, very clever. He's a nice, quiet man. I think there'll be no fuss, so he won't buy into all of this local. And equally, I say Anthony Maher and Thomas the Tucker Kelly.
The Tucker,
yeah. Two very, very clever football men as well. Back to basics, I'd say, for this group of men in Bunbrosna. Would have looked at their county final last year, would have realised, fitness level really wasn't there. I just see them coming out past us now. They're an awful lot leaner looking. Yeah, they're a year older, but I'd say they're a year younger in their boots, if you know what I mean. They're not.
Yes. Very valid point, yeah.
I expect, and like I said, Thomas Kelly was very focused on just basic skills. Is your handling good enough? And oftentimes these junior games come down to who's executing the basics
or who makes
better.
the less mistakes, maybe, Shane.
So I'd say this Bunbrosna side will be quietly confident that they can turn over an upset here today, and there's going to be an upset this weekend. Everyone's calling a favourite. There's Shandonagh favourites, as good as Tubberclair in the second half. Lomans have to be at the Downs on paper. There's going to be an upset. We saw a little one in the Senior B hurling last weekend.
Yeah.
And that's what county finals present to us. I expect this could be the one where one just pip Multy, and then we'll see what happens from there.
You share those sentiments, Paul? I'm not convinced.
I don't, no.
Yeah.
And Shane's happy with that, but I just think Multy might have just too much for them on the day. When Brusel started the year slowly, they suffered a couple of defeats in the group stages and that, and just Multy more impressive to me. I think one of some quality there forwards, Peter Tormey and Barry Amara when they get going, and Kevin Mitchell will get scores, but I just think Multy will just have that little bit more about them, and the likes of Jamie Coffey there, very, very good in attack, and as I said, Ronan Wallace. I think just on the day, I think Multy will just have enough to win it.
But just looking at the referee coming out there, that's Barry Pearce. Yeah. I think a wonderful appointment. I think he's had a superb season as a referee, and sometimes we're a little bit too critical, even on commentary, Shane. We are critical, but it's a hard job. We've said it on many occasions. Without referees, we have no games, and I think Barry is one of those up-and-coming referees.
I spoke to Barry
you know one of the umpires, and I know one of them as well. Andy Devine heading down there that side, and my brother Des heading up the other side. So
I spoke to Barry during the week. We'd have been in school together. A good football man, I know him well. He actually told me it's his first adult final appointment. So because I wish him the best of luck. I didn't realise, because genuinely I think he's capable of
higher level.
Maybe
I would agree
a
with
blue
you
ribbon event, but he's certainly progressing very well. A modern referee, stays up with the play, is excellent to speak to the players. There's no confusion about what the whistle was for. It was just a point I was going to make. He actually converses, communicates very, very well, and lets the game flow, understands it's a manly game, but also understands there's no room for nastiness, and I think Barry is very, very good at that. Just let the game go, and that's why we don't talk about him a lot, because he's almost anonymous and lets the football happen. So best of luck to him and his officials. I think it's not the last time we'll see him in an adult final here in Westmeath.
Yeah, and it's like something we said last week, Paul. If people hadn't told us that Cayman Flynn was referee in the hurling final last year, would anybody have known that he was referee in the hurling final last week? You know,
that's what you want from a referee.
Yeah,
the
totally.
Game to flow by and not to notice, and no big controversial decisions. Avoid them if possible, and just make the calls and keep up with play. And again, Barry's very fit, you know, so there'll be no problem. I mean, but once the referee's up with play and making the decisions, it looks like the right decision. Nothing worse than seeing a referee 50 metres away and giving a decision because it just looks wrong, you know. And Barry's super fit, there'll be no problem there.
Yeah, and I don't think that'll apply today either in this game or in the intermediate game. I don't think that'll apply. Both referees are very much an up and coming. It's an up and coming weekend for a lot of the referees actually that have been on the cusp for a long while. And I agree with Shane. I think Barry is going to move to. We could see him here for the Blue Ribbon event next week. But back to the game. Being in both camps, there's a certain air of confidence from both of them, you know, which is very unusual. Like, you know, normally you're saying, we're the underdogs, we're going into this. Neither manager has said that. Neither manager want to be regarded as the underdogs. They regard themselves as going in. They're in it to win it, and I think that's a fabulous attitude to have, as opposed to try and create something that, God forbid, something does happen that we lose. You know, I think it's a very, very positive attitude to have going into a game.
Yeah, and just something I normally mention in the games, didn't mention it yet, but like coming down to this again, free taking probably very, very important in this game. And if Multy commit too many frees, then the likes of Peter Dormy and Barry O'Mara will convert those frees, and enough of them to win the game. So that's going to be crucial out here today as well. That if Multy are going to win, that they're disciplined, because Bunbrosna are quite capable of winning that area of the field in the free taking.
Yeah, and Multy really, and I've watched them a couple of times. They don't have a settled free taker, Shane.
They don't, and you know that's what, as Paul alluded to, it's a very, very important thing to have within your setup. But just back to the two managers and the fact that, you know, they're not playing the poor mouth and being the under. I think that's a very mature. You know, these are grown men working in an environment where they're trying to be honest, get honesty from their group of players. And if you put out a persona, you know, to the public, poor us and we're not great, that's not very trusting of yourself, of the work that you've done, what your group have done for the year. And like I've worked with groups before, ladies and men, and it's this, you know, grown up attitude and honesty and own the process. And I think that's what's evolving in the GAA more and more, back down at the club scene. It's been in the county scene for quite a while. But this idea that I own what I'm doing, I'm going to train as hard as I can, I commit to this, and the target was set, not just to get to a county final, the target was set to win it. So you don't back out of that a couple of weeks before a final and say, we'll be very lucky to get there. The whole idea is that, you know, this is what we agreed as a group at the beginning of the year. Every stride we made, and every training session, and every ball we kicked, and every WhatsApp message that we got, it was all relating to getting to that goal. So they're not going to back away from it now. And you know, whoever comes out on top, fully deserving. There is a chance that this goes to replay.
Another day,
Another day. It's one of those games that's going to be quite tight. I'm on the old dog for the road, and just say Bunbrosna, just through the fact that they're a bit leaner than they were last year, and I think they're very wise footballers. So I'm going to just go against the grain and give Bunbrosna the nod.
Most of the players are your age anyway, Shane. Most of the players in Bun are Shane's age anyway.
I did play against a lot of Paul.
Shane has nailed his colours to the mass of Bunbrosna. Paul, I'm going to ask you the same question. If you had, we often talk about this, if you had a £20 note and you could put it on any team today, who would your money be on?
Yeah, I'd go for Multy. As I said, I just think that have that bit more about them, and more what's needed on the day. I mean, I know Bunbrosna have the experience and all that, but it'll take you so far. He said, look, the last 10 minutes could be vitally important. You know, if those Bunbrosna lads, you know, if the legs aren't gone, you know, Multy might have it in them. Again, if Multy are going to win, they're going to have to be composed and take their chances. You know, a junior final, we come down, we expect, you know, it's not the All-Ireland senior final. Lads will miss chances you'd expect them to get. Yeah. That's junior football. You know, you've got to be used to it. Yeah. But on the day, I think Multy will just have enough to win it.
Well, that's the predictions from the boys. As I've said on many occasions, I'm giving you no predictions. I don't want to put the kiss of death on anybody, so I'm going to give you no predictions. I do hope it's a really good game, and we'll be back to you with that game very, very shortly, because we're going to a little ad break now, and after that it's live in the Crow's Nest with Ray Gavin, and Shane is going to be on co-commentary. So ladies and gentlemen, do stay with us here on AirVTV. Actually, it's Paul.
TEG, proud sponsors of TEG Cusick Park, serving aviation, biopharmaceuticals and medical industries across the globe. TEG has been to the fore in the fight against COVID-19 with our customers and partners. A local business employing local people. Visit teg.com/careers to learn more. Wishing all our GAA patrons a safe passage through the championship.
Clark's Bar, wishing all teams the very best today. Rytec, proud sponsor of Westmeath Intermediate Football Championship. Seventh Coaches, proud sponsor of Westmeath GAA Hurling Championships.
Cusick Park pitch is 145 metres long. Imagine 3 of these bridge beams would make up the length of the pitch. Now transport 30 of them from Harney to Kildare. A challenge overcome by a great team with the support of a great community. My name is Pat Barrett, Project Manager, Shamer to Precast.
And you? What do you do?
It's a bit complicated to explain.
You know, I still didn't get exactly what your job is.
That is what I do.
New Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. Winner, Irish Medium Crossover SUV in the 2022 Car of the Year Awards.
Welcome viewers up now to the commentary box here before today's Clark's Bar Junior Football Championship final between Multyfarnham and Bunbrosna. We're going to go through the teams quickly for our viewers at home, and we're going to start off with the Multyfarnham line-out first of all. The Multy line-out as follows. In goals, number 1 is Craig Sweeney. The full back line, Tommy McGivney is at 2, the full back Paul Heavenware is 3, and Aaron Whelan's at 4. In the half back line, Adam Bate is at 5, the centre half back Cian Lee is at 6, and one change in the Multyfarnham line-up team from the team on the screen, where number 17 Fehan Brennan comes in place of number 7 Brian McLaughlin. Mid of the field wearing 8 is Anthony McGivney, and he's partnered by the team captain Rona Wallace wearing 9. The half-forward line, Adam Lockery is at 10, Stephen Sweeney, the centre half-forward, wears 11, and Shane Williams at 12. In the inside line, for Multyfarnham, Ian McGovern is at 13, Kieran Madden at 14, and Jamie Coffey at 15. And Bunbrosna, they line out as follows. In goals, number 1 Alan Maguire. Full back line, Gavin Lyons at 2, John Kieran at 3, and Luke Kieran at 4. Half back line, Noel Urells at 5, Aidan Finnan at 6, and Shane McGovern at 7. Middle of the field today for Bunbrosna, Conor Lyons wear 8, and he's partnered by Andrew Whitney wearing 9. The half-forward line, Peter Tormes at 10, Barry O'Mara at 11, and Mark Donnelly at 12. And again, one change on the Bunbrosna lineup from your team on screen, where number 21 Matthew Hope comes in replace of Darrell Lyons. Kenneth Conroy is the full forward, and the team captain Kevin Mitchell, he completes the lineup wearing number 15. Referee for today's game is Barry Pearce. I'm joined in co-commentary by Paul O'Donovan. Paul, I think just before we start, we're going to have a minute's silence. The tragedy recently out in Multyfarnham, where 2 children sadly lost their lives, and then the tragedy in in Donegal last night, and we're going to have a minute's silence in which is
children were now passed away, and for the ongoing gradually this creeps up the County Donegal, which is in use for all the lotteries.
Yeah, Paul, sorry for cutting across you there. We just had got a late call about that minute's silence, which was impeccably observed as usual here in TG Cusick Park. You're after it on the sideline, talking to the lads in the preview for it. I'm looking forward to this game. I think it has the potential to be a ding-dong battle with the two teams in the one parish.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to it now. Lots of very good footballers, considering it's junior level. You know, it's some very talented footballers out there. Looking forward to a good game. As we said, you know, in the up to now, Bunbrosna have gone a little bit defensive. Hopefully, in the final, it'll go a bit more open, and we should see a great game of football. And as we mentioned, Barry Pearce out there, referee, his first senior final as in senior grade and senior level, and the best of luck to Barry, and we should be in for a cracking match here now.
Yeah, large support in. I'd say that there's no one left in the parish of Multyfarnham for this, but anyway, we're ready to go on. Barry Pearce throws the ball up go to hands, broken down. Ronan Wallace first on the break, gives it off to his midfield partner Anthony McGivney. Anthony right in towards the D, has a player in support, opportunity here of a score, tapped over the bar.
Stephen Sweeney.
I think it was Stephen Sweeney, the man that got it. You know, inside of 20 seconds, but I thought, you know, at a different stage of the game, there was an opportunity to pull on the trigger and go for the goal there, Paul.
Yeah, I think he's actually right, Ray, early on. I think he was just right to take his point. Great run from Anthony McGivney and Ronan Wallace, and they're the two players that we picked out from Multy at the start that kind of had a huge influence in this game. Yeah, a lot of people looking at it will say Sweeney should have gone for his goal, but I just think take their score, settle down, nothing wrong with the point. As Colin Monroe says, takes two to beat us.
Two to beat us, right. Alan Maguire, he's back down there on our right hand side at the flats end of TG Cusick Park. Left footed, goes short. Finds Aidan Finnan. Aidan comes out through a couple of players, gives a fisted pass on to Conor Lyons. Conor switches back in again. Bunbrosna, first opportunity on the attack, but again the ball thrown over the head of its intended target is picked up there by Adam Lockery, and Aaron Whelan is out there in the middle of the field, and the man who got the opening score, Stephen Sweeney, back as far as Aaron Whelan again. Aaron with players in support over on the far side, and the man that Multyfarnham want to get on the ball as often as they can, Ronan Wallace. Ronan back with possession again, gives it off now to Kieran Madden. Kieran carries it forward again. Andrew Whitney trying to stop his progress, and he just turns and gives the ball back across into the centre, finds his teammate in there, and Bunbrosna still have the ball, but referee signals.
He's given a free to Multy, Ray, it seems, for an earlier a late challenge off the ball. Just allow him play continue.
Yeah, thought he was continuing. I thought he was giving the free the other way, Paul, but Barry Pearce there just making sure nothing gets out of hand the early doors here. Ronan Wallace now carries this ball forward again as support from Adam Lockery. Adam goes back inside. Multy with the most of the possession so far. Paul, even the latest man to come onto it, and with the big midfielder Anthony McGivney. Anthony, again, experienced player, gives it back here as far as Adam Bate, and Adam has all the time in the world to go right across the half-back line there, and Multy with all the possession here now. Kieran Madden. Kieran is wearing 14, but he's down in the middle of the field. Takes his eye off the ball there and then puts his body on the line there trying to protect the ball, but a little bit silly there, but the free is for Bunbrosna, and the free has already taken the ball over on the far side of the field with Peter Tormey. Peter's first opportunity, get on the possession, gives fisted pass inside, and then foul this time committed by the Bun men on the attack there, and the free from back at Multy's 20-metre line.
Yeah, just looking at the way Bunbrosna is set up, we did expect them to go very defensive, and certainly Noel Urell seems to be one of the sweepers, and Conor Lyons playing very defensively too for Bunbrosna. It looks like Aidan Finnan's picked up a yellow card there, right?
It was Aidan who was coming forward on the ball. I think just grabbed the chest jersey in the chest area of the multi-man there, and he goes to ground, and referee Barry Pearce right on top of it gives the free out. The man that's down on the ground is the number 2 Tommy McGivney.
Yeah, and of course we were mentioning the build-up too, that when these sides met earlier, it was Multy that came out on top. The one that game was the 5th round of the championship, and Multy won by 111 to 9 points. So that's why some people have Multy as favourites to win this game. As we're talking here now, it looks like Multy have made a substitute already.
Yeah, Brian McLaughlin. I think we might have a blood injury. Tommy McGivney gone off over on the far side of the field, and Brian McLaughlin, who was listed to start for his side, and now comes in as a blood sub after just over 4 minutes of play. But from the free, Multy are on the attack again. The ball fired inside. There's an extra man here. That extra man is Adam Lockery. Adam stops, steadies, takes the shot, and takes the second score. But again, all too easy for the Multy forwards here. A man, no one picking him up on the overlap. That man was Adam Lockery. He took the pass and just tapped it over the bar.
It was interesting when the free and the substitution was being made at the far end. Bunbrosna, who I said had lots of sweepers at this end, actually went man to man on that, and you see what happened there. Jamie Coffey came out, lovely pass to Lockery, and Lockery took a score very well.
Yeah, the short kick out taken there in the direction of Peter Torrey, but Peter trying to get the ball under control, touches on the ground, free in for Multyfarnham. This free about 40 metres out from the Bunbrosna goals, and Ronan Wallace has already gone over there, and it looks like he's going to kick it from the ground. Strong breeze, Paul. We can see it across on the flags on the scoreboard side. It seems to be blowing more across the field.
Yeah, it just picked up a little from when we started on the pitch side interviews there. It's picking up as we speak. Multi have it.
Ronan Wallace again had a great year with the county senior football team here, Westmeath, part of that Talton Cup winning team. Gets a nice connection on this, makes no mistake, and that's his first point. Of this county final. 5.5 minutes gone, 3 points to Multy. Bunbrosna yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, well, it was interesting. We said in the build up there who was going to take the frees for Multy. We were waiting to see, and that was a fine effort from Wallace, and off the ground, interestingly enough, no problem to him.
Yeah, Alan Maguire this time decides to go long, looking for Andrew Whitney out here in the middle of the field, and Bun with through Noel Urell, get the breaking ball, and they have the possession. Aidan Finnan just treads a little ball through, and a high tackle there on, I think that was on Noel Urell as he was trying to duck in through, and multi-man, it looks like we'll see what the referee is going to do. Barry Pearce, I think he's
had a word with Adam Lockery already.
Yeah.
And he's noting him.
Yeah, you see, is he going to give a card? He's certainly having a long word with him.
No card, right?
We'll have a look at it again on screen, but certainly
I think Adam's lucky there to get away without a card, and maybe if Barry had the opportunity to see a replay the way we did, he might have given him a card there, but he got away with it.
Yeah, and then one have taken the free and got it in short, and Andrew Whitney or Aidan Finnan coming forward, and Aidan goes long with the kick, but unfortunately can't find a teammate inside there. The ball is going to harmlessly out over the end line, and Craig Sweeney with his first kick out of the game. Again, it looks like that blood sub is being reversed over there. Tommy McGivney making his way back onto the pitch, and Brian McLaughlin making his way off again. Craig Sweeney, he's back there at the Dunstores end with the ball on the 20-metre line and left footed, fires it out into the centre. Gathered over there by Shane Williams. Shane in a little bit of space, has the ball, comes inside, a couple of Bunmen trying to close it down, gives the ball inside, and another opportunity there, and almost nonchalantly put over the bar there, and now Stephen Sweeney again.
Interesting that Craig Sweeney went with the long kick out that time, and certainly Shane Williams made the most of that. He's a great athlete, as we know about Shane, and he nicked the ball beyond his opponent, set up Sweeney for his second point of the afternoon.
Yeah, kick out going short again there by Alan Maguire, and Andrew Whitney with the possession, and then hands it off to Peter Tormey. Peter on his own 65-metre line, coming centre, then ducks back out. and then with the outside of his left foot fires the ball down the line, where Mark Donnelly is trying to get possession. Mark has it, looked like he was being fouled, gives the ball inside, and the referee is playing the advantage, no advantage accrued, and it's going to go back for the free, very, very close to the sideline, about 13-14 metres out from the multi-goal. Again, difficult one, but Peter Tormey with his left foot, I'm sure he'll be making his way over there. At this stage, Paul, we're 8.5 minutes into the opening half, and really I suppose for Bunbrosna, who I would have said were underdogs, need to get a score on the board and get themselves settled down here. They've worked this free short. Peter Tormey trying to come through, is dispossessed legally, says the referee, and Multy are on the move again. Ian McGovern, Ian a little ball over the top to where Ronan Wallace has space in front of him, has Adam Lockery on the overlap, gives him perfectly timed pass into Adam, a chance here again. Adam Lockery was a little bit too casual there, tried to, I think, dink it over the goalkeeper Alan Maguire, who had come out to narrow the angle, and just gratefully puts it into his arms, and Bun to win that possession again, certainly let off there.
It was great work by Fahim Brennan, actually, great shoulder on Peter Tormey. He won the ball, and Multy quickly moved the ball to the other end, where again Ronan Wallace set up Lockery, and really Lockery should have got a goal out of that.
Yeah, Bunbrosna have the possession here again. Peter Tormey sees that he has a teammate in a lot of space over there on the sideline. Connor lines, and Connor goes long, gets it inside. Bunbrosna with an opportunity to get a shot on target, but it was Kevin Mitchell, but Kevin half blocked down there as he got the shot on target there, and it's gone out over the end line, and it's going to be a 45. Again, Bunbrosna, not many players up in the attack there. No. Paul, at this stage, with 10 minutes gone on the clock, we need to get that scoreboard moving.
Yeah, they do. And they're actually looking to take this 45 short, trying to work it in. Definitely need a score at this stage.
Yeah, and they do go short, taken, and Barry looked like he was being fouled, but he gets the shot away, and the shot comes in, and the signals that it is on target and over the bar, and just like we said, Multy get the opening score for themselves, 4 points now to 1, and
Barry, great reliable scorer. When he gets a chance, he'll take it, no problem. And as you say, Multy be just pleased to get that first score up on the board. 10.5 minutes gone, settle down, and tip away at the scoreboard now.
Yeah, the men from Bun get the scoreboard, 4 points to 1. They trail down. Multyfarnham have had the better of this so far, and from the kick out, they worked it out short and then go long in towards the corner forward. And that's Jamie Coffey. Jamie out in front of his man, gives the ball away to Stephen Sweeney. Stephen recycles again the whole possession. Keane Lee comes forward, gives it on now to Ian McGovern. Ian goes inside, cultured left foot he has, takes the shot. Again, no player inside the 20-metre line. Is Adam Maguire going to keep it in play? He is inside, keep it in play, and gives it on now to Peter Tormey, who's come very, very deep. He gives it off to Aidan Finn, and Aidan in a little bit of space over there on the terrace side takes on his man. His man is Shane Williams. Shane does well to track back, and again, everything gone very, very short. Tug on the back, or tug on the jersey there, so the referee, and it's going to be a free for Bunbrosna, which have already taken it, and coming inside now with Andrew Whitney. Andrew crosses into the Multyfarnham half of the pitch, points back as far as Noel Urell, and gives the pass into Noel. Noel gives it on now to Shane McGovern. Shane just holding the possession, then uses Gavin Lyons, and Gavin is coming forward with the ball and has a look up, goes long, nice ball inside, looking for Peter Tormey. Peter looking for the corner mark,
I think Peter Tormey was claiming a mark there, but
and I think the referee has agreed with him. Not sure. Well, we see what is he going to do. Yeah, he signalled, I think, that he had given the mark.
Stranger, we're just looking at that again. It's a good ball by Gavin Lyons. Don't know about that. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced by that. Again, we had the chance to look at the replay there, and it looked like the ball slipped out of his grasp before he any feet on the ground or anything, and they've got the mark. We also have an injury here as well. It looks like a blood injury to a Bunbrosna player. Just going back to that, I'm sure the last attack Multy had, I'm sure Stephen Cleary be very disappointed with Ian McGovern there and his option to shoot from maybe 40 metres out. I mean, you know, it's junior football. You're better off working the ball into a much closer position and trying to work the position and get the score. And he had a pot shot from 45 metres out that just went up in the air and, you know, landed in the goalkeeper's arm. So they'll be looking to work the ball in next time, I'm sure.
Yeah, and Peter Tormey used all his experience there to get the mark here, and an opportunity from the 13-metre line is to suit the left-footed kicker, and he comes forward, robs a couple of yards, takes a shot, puts it over the bar.
Yeah, you can certainly rely on Peter and Noel's experience to get those frees anyway, and he'll get the more difficult ones as well. It's what I said in the build-up. Poor kick out here from Multy.
Craig Sweeney
in for a goal here,
and there's an opportunity here for the Bunmen. The shot comes in, it's off the top, off the crossbar. That was Mark Donnelly with the shot. A let off at one end, and certainly a let off at the other end there. And the ball is gathered by the Multymen from that ball. It came back off the crossbar, and they have the possession. And suddenly the Bunbrosna crowd coming to life out here, because that was an opportunity there for Mark Donnelly. But Multyfarnham have the possession now, coming down the field, carrying it all the way down here. It's Anthony McGivney. Anthony looks for the free, but was caught unawares there, hesitated there, and the Bunmen stepped in, got the tackle in, got the possession turned over, and Aidan Finnan has the ball now. Aidan carries it out, still holds the possession. Still carrying it, gone into the Multyfarnham half of the field. Little ball popped down along the line. Kevin Mitchell with the possession. Kevin looked like he was fouled, but holds the possession. Again, doesn't give it away, using the experience there. Now he takes a return pass, and certainly at this stage the Bunmen have settled into the game. 4 points to 2 though they trail, and Kevin Mitchell still with the ball. No one putting a hand on him. Eventually has a runner coming in, and Bun do very well to move the ball from right and out to the left hand side. It comes here now. Noel Urell with a quick pop pass into Peter Tormey. Peter back to Andrew Whitney. Andrew gives it back to Peter from a standing position, kicks the ball into the centre where it's gathered there by Shane McGovern. Shane gives it inside now to Conor Lyons. Nice extended bit of possession here for the Bunmen, and then the ball goes in on front of the forward there, but doesn't get to gather to the first attempt, and Paul Heaven with the possession now, and Multy right back inside the D here. Give it off now to Ian McGovern. Ian through the hand that goes, trying to inject a little bit of pace into it here. Adam Lockery. Adam gives the ball inside. The 2 number 10s flashing there. Multyman goes to ground. But ball again nicely given in by Stephen Sweeney as far as Ronan Wallace. Ronan comes down to the 20-metre line, backs himself, takes the shot from the difficult angle, trying to get it with the outside of the right foot, but unfortunately not on target, and the referee just comes out and has a word with Peter Tormey.
Yeah,
Peter, the Bun man that was involved in that, the 2 number 10s collided, but Barry Pearce just has a quick word with him and allows the kick out to be taken, and the kick out he's taken, and Conor Lyons has the possession. Noel Urell. Noel, short pass inside on front of the D. Aidan Finnan gives it out now to Andrew Whitney. Andrew with Aidan Finnan from the centre half back position, looping round, ball down the line here where Kenneth Conroy is on to, back as far as Gavin Lyons to Andrew Whitney. Again, the Bunmen with a lot of possession, and eventually Conor Lyons takes it into the Multyfarnham half of the pitch. Conor stops, gives it back as far as Shane McGovern. Shane, again, nice fisted pass in here as far as Kenneth Conroy. Kenneth just holds and then tries to get Shane McGovern on the loop around, but it's intercepted there by Paul Heaven. Paul is fouled, free for the Multymen, and prevented from taking the kick when he wanted, and the ball is brought forward, and Ronnie Wallace has already taken it. Ronan takes the return pass from Stephen Sweeney, and now there's a little bit of space here for Kieran Madden to drive the ball in. It's a nice ball, but I think a couple of players here from Multy think they're playing soccer here, but the ball not gathered cleanly, and eventually Shane McGovern has it for Bunbrosna, and they're over on the far side of the field. Peter Tormey. Peter coming back, just holding that possession, gives it on to Aidan Finnan, just coming forward. Aidan holds that ball, has a couple of players spare here, and one of them is Conor Lyons, and Conor heads across the 65, and then trying to isolate the man inside. That man is Barry O'Mara. Barry out in front of his man, spins around, looks like he's been fouled. Referee is looking at it, allows the play to go on. But Bunbrosna have the possession. It's given into Mark Donnelly. Mark thought about going for the shot, but then decides to recycle, and then took too many steps there, trying to get away from his opponent. Too many steps. Referee right on top of it, and the free out award the Multi have already taken. And Multi are on the break down here again. Holding that possession, so Ronan Wallace makes himself available. Ronan heads towards the Bunbrosna 45 metre line, turns around, and then nice ball given across here to Ian McGovern. Ian looking again for somebody to make a run, and eventually it is Ronan Wallace. Ronan steps inside, a high tackle. The referee allows the advantage. Ronan Wallace with the shot, no advantage accruing, and the free in for the Multi. And this halfway between the 20, but what, 35-40 metres out from the Multyfarnham, from the Bunbrosna goal. Certainly a high tackle there on Ronan Wallace there, the danger man. They know he's a danger man coming forward.
Yeah, it's been such a good start, lively start end to end. I haven't got a chance to get a word in edgeways, but after Multi have had such a good start early on the first 10 minutes, you'd have to say Bunbrosna have come back into it now, and they've held their own, they've held good possession, they've pushed Multi back, and their great goal chance earlier there, Mark Donnelly, but it came off the crossbar, so they're right back in this game. But as we said, with the free takers, it's a big, on a county final day, free taking is so important, and Ronan Wallace did very well with this first one. We'll see how he does with this one now. As you say, 40 metres out and a little to the right.
Yeah, just taking his time, kicking it off the ground, and he comes forward with the right foot and absolutely nails it on the money. 5 points to 2 now for the Multi. Just 19 and a quarter minutes gone in the opening half. Looking out on the pitch, Paul, when Multi attack, they get a lot of bodies down. On the other end, Bunbrosna trying to create space for Barry O'Mara inside. They did it there once, but nothing came from it. But that seems to be their tactic. Yeah, absolutely. We said coming into the game, Bunbrosna, about being defensive, but Multi are very well organised, very well set up when Bun do attack, and they're finding it hard to find that space and the avenue through to get into the full forward line. Yeah, Bunbrosna have worked this kick out short here is with Shane McGovern now. Shane looking for options, and he has an option there with Conor Lyons, and Conor looks up and sees Noel Urell is in a lot of space over there on the far side of the field. Noel with the inside of the right foot down along the line, looking for Kenneth Conroy. Kenneth dispossessed there. He was favoured to win it, but didn't keep the possession. Possession now turned over, and Stephen Sweeney. Stephen is the centre half forward. He's gone very, very deep for his side, but Multi work it out nicely and have a chance at clears, and then just decide to keep the possession there back to Tommy McGivney and Kieran Madden. Kieran Madden is supposed to be the full forward, but he gives it across for Aaron Whelan, a little bit of space, and eventually little ball into space there for Ronan Wallace, and Ronan, he'll come forward, and he'll come forward at pace. He's doing that exactly. Ian McGovern is off the shoulder, takes a tackle, goes in, he gives it on now to Anthony McGivney. Anthony into a little bit of space, takes a shot. Everything about the move was absolutely perfect. Management would be delighted with the hands on and everything, and then the final shot comes in from Anthony McGivney, and all we'll say, Paul, is left a lot to be desired. Yeah, we said that too in the build-up, that one of the important things was composure on a day like this, and but we did mention both Anthony McGivney and Ronan Wallace, and the threat they pose for Bunbrosna. We've seen it lots of times now in the opening 20 minutes here, but both of them have just not shown enough composure when shooting. Other than that, Multi will be even further ahead than the 3 points they are at the moment. 5 points to 2. Yeah, but Bunbrosna have been going short with a lot of their kick-outs. Alan Maguire did it exactly this time, and now Shane McGovern, Shane carries it forward. Again, looking for his full forward in there, Kenneth Conroy, but Kenneth beaten to it by Paul Heaven. Paul does very well, gives the pass away, and Ronan Wallace always available to take a pass now, and he does exactly that, and has support over there on the far side of the field. Again, carrying it forward. Good play there by Keane Lee. Keane fisted pass on to Shane Williams. Shane has a couple of options. He's going to back himself. Comes inside on the right foot. And a man who's probably better known to us for the small ball game, member of the county hurling panel this year, shows that he can be very accurate with the big ball as well. Shane Williams, number 12, stepped inside, slotted over the bar. 6 points to 2 for the Multiman. 22 minutes on the clock. And the last 3 balls have gone into the Bunbrosna full forward. Kenneth Conroy, he hasn't managed to hold on to them or get them. Now he's been very tightly marked by Paul Heaven, and Multi was having a great game. Yeah, the kick out again, won over there by Shane Williams, but Shane tried to tread a little ball through there looking for the corner forward Ian McGovern, but intercepted, and Bunbrosna have the possession again. Peter Tormey carries it from deep inside his own half, dispossessed momentarily, but he has support there and he's taken the possession again. The corner back there is Gavin Lyons, again playing it short. Noel Urell, Noel gets into a little bit of space and he comes forward, fisted ball on here. Multi with the possession, or Bunbrosna with the possession again. Shane McGovern, he's been on a lot of ball for his side, comes back inside, being tackled hard, very close to the side. Does very, very well to keep that possession there, because Stephen Sweeney was hunting that ball there, but ball is now back with Andrew Whitney, and Andrew straightens the line and moves forward, gives it on to Conor Lyons. Conor comes inside, one tackle, beautiful ball inside. Barry O'Mara's inside. Oh, what a chance! Oh, it's in the net. The first goal of the final was a fabulous ball played in to Barry O'Mara by
Conor Lyons.
Conor Lyons, it was.
It was Conor Lyons that dropped the ball in long, and Barry O'Mara, he caught the ball. Full back was probably caught out there. It was actually Aaron Whelan who was caught out, and when he turned around, O'Mara had the ball in possession. Initially a good save by Craig Sweeney, but O'Mara followed up, and a clinical finish to the net brings Bunbrosna right back into the game here now, just trailing by a point. 6 points to Multy, 1-2 to Bunbrosna. 23 minutes gone, and Bunbrosna looking to introduce a sub.
Yeah, sub about to be introduced. It is the number 13. It's Darrell Lyons. He was listed to start, but again, we'll follow the play over on the far side of the field, because the ball went out over the sideline, and Bunbrosna men coming forward. Aidan Finnan has the possession. He's heading towards the Multyfarnham 45. Andrew Whitney, he's on the loop around, holds the possession, gives it back to Noel Urell. Noel with a little fisted pass on now to Shane McGovern. The full half back line have handled the ball here, and the ball eventually given out to Conor Lyons. Conor back as far as Mark Donnelly. Mark, little ball inside, opportunity for the goal scorer Barry O'Mara. Barry comes inside, foul, and it looks like we are going to get that substitution. Number 13, Darrell Lyons. Darrell Lyons introducing. A little bit of worry here for the Bunbrosna men. Barry O'Mara just gone to ground. But Paul, from a neutral point of view, that was exactly what the game needed.
Absolutely, yeah. As I said, it was a lovely delivery by Conor Lyons, and it just dropped over the head of multi cornerback Aaron Whelan when he turned around. O'Mara had the ball in possession. Great finish, second attempt, and we said O'Mara, he's deadly in front of goals, and great finish brings them right back into the game. As I said, Multy had got off to a good start in the first 10 minutes, looked to be dominating possession and well on top. They got a 4-point lead, but gradually Bunbrosna, the experienced heads, and it kept cool, kept calm, and worked the way back into it. Got a couple of scores, and suddenly now that goal, it was. We mentioned earlier about goal chances. We've had a few of them in this game. Stephen Sweeney could have taken one in the first minute for Multy. Bunbrosna, Mark Donnelly was unlucky when his shot crashed off the crossbar earlier on. So plenty of goal opportunities, but O'Mara took his, and it's exactly what the game needs now. And it's a ding dong. And as we come now after this substitution, it seems Bunbrosna have another free, and it looks like Darrell Lyons, who's just literally come off the subs bench, is going to take this free, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. Barry O'Mara is back on his feet, has the boot on, ready to resume as Darrell Lyons. First opportunity, as you said, straight in from the bench, coming forward. He's going to kick it with the right foot. Gets a good connection on it, and players look up at him, and it's accurate and over the bar. Lovely score. Equalising point, 26 minutes on the clock. 1-3 for Bunbrosna now, 6 points for Multy.
Yeah, it was a lovely strike by Lyons. Considering it was his first kick of the ball, he just connected lovely with it. There was never a doubt that was gone over the bar.
Yeah, Bun tried to push up on Multyfarnham on the kick out, but Anthony McGivney makes himself available and gives it on now to Paul Heave, and Paul on now to Ronan Wallace. Multy need to just settle down. After those 2 scores in a row for the Bunbrosna men, the 2 midfielders combined here. Ronan Wallace, a little bit of a handling error, but he's good enough and quick enough to get the possession back again. He gives it on now to Stephen Sweeney. Stephen, low ball in front of Ian McGovern. Ian swings the left foot at it, drops it in. It's Raheem on the cross. I think it's a horrendous mistake by the goalkeeper, Alan Maguire. The ball dropped in. right in under the crossbar.
Did he carry the ball over the line before he was challenged? Because the challenge was a foul, Ray, in my view.
Yeah,
but I think you look at the umpire. He's going for the ball. He's going for the flag before the connection comes. He's dropped the ball there, and the umpire seemed to signal that it was over the line before the challenge.
We'll see what's it.
It's a goal, and that's why the goal is given red.
Ian McGovern, the man credited with the goal. Alan Maguire, he got a challenge there as he was trying to get possession there, but
it was certainly tight, Ray. But the umpire seemed to be in the best position, and the ball it fell between Alan Maguire's legs, and as he went to grab it between his legs, he seemed to carry it over the line.
Yeah,
he was going for the flag. Now he definitely fouled after that, but the foul came after the ball had crossed the line.
I think you called it spot on, Paul, because the ball was gone over the line. We could see it even from here that it was gone behind the goalkeeper, and that's a great boost now for the multi-men as the kick out is gathered by Ronan Wallace, who gives it on now to Jamie Coffey. Jamie back as far as Stephen Sweeney, and they're on the move again. The shot comes in, drops in again. That was Adam Lockery with the shot, and certainly that was going to be a test for Alan Maguire to go to see if he had recovered from his previous mistake, because same kind of a ball coming in under the crossbar, but he dealt with that one as the ball gone out now to the far side where Aidan Finnan has possession. Aidan trying to get away from his man, he carries it forward, holds that possession. Multi-man comes in, tries to get the tackle on, really is it off to Conor Lyons. Conor fires it down, Darrell Lyons is in there, Darrell gets the hand on it, knocks it inside, Barry O'Mara's inside,
wonderful interception there, Ray.
It was a great interception there.
It was actually Kieran Madden who's been playing deep in defence from the start of the game. That was a wonderful interception. Saved aside a certain goal there, Ray.
Yeah, there was a great opportunity there, but Multi turning defence into attack. Fahim Brennan with the possession over on the far side, gives it into Stephen Sweeney. Stephen looks up, puts it back inside to Ronan Wallace. Ronan, couple of players coming on his right hand side. One of them is Ian McGovern, decides to give it to Ian, and Ian from the 45 metre line, he has a look up, thought about going for this to shop, no one inside him, he did drop it short, decides to hold the possession, gives it back now to Stephen Sweeney. Stephen on to Fahim Brennan again. Fahim, fisted pass over to Shane Williams. Shane comes inside his man. Referee playing an advantage, don't think any advantage. Kroon calls for the ball, and it's going to be free in, and I think ball is being brought forward. Some of the Bunbrosna men not too happy with that there, and Barry Pearce, referee, brings the ball forward, and this free now an awful lot easier for the number 9 Ronan Wallace.
Yeah, one thing Barry Pearce doesn't accept is any kind of abuse from the players or dissent, and he's correct every time to bring it forward. The players have to learn that quickly, but a free here for Multi now. Up to this, I think Ronan Wallace has taken the frees, but he's not taking this one, and
it looks like it's Shane Williams. I think it is Shane Williams, number 12. He gets the shot in, gets it on target.
Is it Jamie Coffey?
Jamie Coffey, I think it might have been the man. Yes,
yeah, Jamie Coffey with that. Yeah,
my mistake there.
Yeah,
one
it
way or the other.
Johnny Wilkinson style lead preparation for the free, but it was successful. So who cares? And it gives Multi a 4-point lead now heading into the last 2 minutes before the half-time break.
Yeah, 2 minutes of additional time called. It's 1-7 now for Multi, 1-3 for Bunbrosna. One have gone short with the kick out again, and Kevin Mitchell, referee, decided that he had thrown the ball there. I think he was right on top for it. Multyfarnham trying to get the ball back to take the free. A little bit of ill-discipline there from Aidan Finnan, and the ball is now brought up towards the 45 metre line and probably brought within range for Ronan Wallace.
Yeah, we said about discipline, you mentioned it there, Ray, how important it is, and I'm not sure that Ronan's going to kick it over from here. It's quite a distance out, but that those 15 metres make all the difference, because he certainly wouldn't have kicked it from where the free was originally. So he needed a good bit of wind behind him for this. It'll be interesting to see how close he goes. It should land in the square anyway if it doesn't go over.
Yeah, 2 to his name from frees, but both just inside the other side of the 45 metre line as he comes forward with this one. Gets good connection on it, but dropping in, it's a dangerous ball, bouncing around. Who's on the breaking ball? It is the Bunbrosna man, and clear it out first time. Ball almost intercepted, but Noel Urell picks up the possession, gives it inside. Was fouled as he was trying to get through there, and the free is already taken. Bunbrosna, a referee allowing the play to go on. Bun thought maybe it hadn't been taken in the right position, but anyway, the referee has called for the ball, the end of the first half here in this Clark's Bar Junior Football Final for 2022. It is the men in maroon from Multyfarnham who are in the lead. 1 goal and 7 points to Bunbrosna's 1 goal and 3 points. Paul, quickly sum that one up.
Well, it's been a very enjoyable first half, Ray. It's been very open attacking football. As I said, Multi got off to a great start and led by 4 points, and you know you're worried about Bunbrosna at that stage. But gradually they got back into the game, and Barry O'Mara got them up the scoreboard, and Peter Tomey brought them in with a controversial mark. We goal chances at each end, and Mark Donnelly nearly got a goal for Bunbrosna before they eventually got one through Barry O'Mara. Well taken goal, brought them right back into the game, but Multi have responded with a goal of their own, bit fortuitous. Bunbrosna goalie Alan Maguire would be disappointed that the ball ended up in the net, but it was correctly awarded, and Multi have started the first half well, they've finished the first half well, and they're good value, I think, for their 4-point lead.
Well, look, we're going to take a break here for ads, and the lads will be back down with half-time analysis down on the pitch, but for now we're going to go to an ad break, and we'll join us back up here then in about 10 minutes or so for the second half.
TEG, proud sponsors of TEG Cusick Park, serving aviation, biopharmaceuticals and medical industries across the globe. TEG has been to the fore in the fight against COVID-19 with our customers and partners. A local business employing local people. Visit teg.com/careers to learn more. Wishing all our GAA patrons a safe passage through the championship.
Clark's Bar, wishing all teams the very best today. Rytec, proud sponsor of Westmeath Intermediate Football Championship. 7th Coaches, proud sponsor of Westmeath GAA Hurling Championships.
Cusick Park pitch is 145 metres long. Imagine 3 of these bridge beams would make up the length of the pitch. Now transport 30 of them from Harney to Kildare. A challenge overcome by a great team with the support of a great community. My name is Pat Barrett, Project Manager, Shamer to Precast.
And you? What do you do?
It's a bit complicated to explain.
You know, I still didn't get exactly what your job is.
That is what I do.
New Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. Winner, Irish Medium Crossover SUV in the 2022 Car of the Year Awards.
Yeah, welcome back here to TEG Cusick Park at half-time of what has been a thoroughly entertaining first half here in Clark's Bar Junior Football Championship semi-final. And Paul O'Donovan, swings and roundabouts, I suppose, is the order of the day here.
Yeah.
Multi started off like a train, Bunbrosna came back, got a great goal, and then all of a sudden it's back in Multi's favour again.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, it's been a really entertaining match. Right from the very first minute, Multi set up a great move with the 2 midfielders and through to Stephen Sweeney. He could have got a goal in the first minute. At the time I said I thought he was right to go for his point. Yeah. And now we've had lots of goal chances as well. As I said, at the other end, Mark Donnelly had a shot. He was very unlucky when it came back off the crossbar. Paul Heaven for Multi put in a couple of great challenges there to prevent another goal, and so did Kieran Madden. He made a great interception. So Bunbrosna have had lots of goal chances, and then Barry O'Mara took his goal very well when it came in. A lovely ball in by Darragh Lyons. So it's been thoroughly entertaining. Unfortunately for Bunbrosna, the goalie Alan Maguire, he'll be disappointed with that last ball in there when he should have gathered it, and it seemed to fall between his legs before he was fouled, but the goal was correctly allowed. So it's been a great game, and for me the standout players from Multi have been the 2 midfielders, Anthony McGivney and Ronan Wallace. I think they've really dominated out there.
Yeah, and Shane, it was a goal. We watched it back on replay as well. The foul might have happened, but the foul had happened after the ball had gone over the line, as far as what we could see anyway from the highlights.
Yeah, I think so, Paul, and you'd be glad that those decisions decisions are made correctly. As neutrals, you know, it's very difficult for Bunbrosna crowd to be watching and seeing a goal like that go in. But great credit to the officials. I know the umpire on the post that made the call, and he's never been shy about, you know,
putting a hand up. Yeah.
Well, you know, playing the game fair first of all, and I agree with you. Fairness to him, and it was a big call. We won't talk a whole lot about officials. I think Barry is doing very well in the middle of the pitch, calling the game as it's happening. It's been played out the way we kind of expected it.
A little bit more open, maybe, Shane, than we thought.
I think what Bunbrosna started to play quite risky at the beginning of the game. They went man to man on the multi kick out, and that left them very wide open at the back. But then when they reverted back to having a double sweeper and really slowing down the pace of the game, the reality is when Multi have the ball in their hand, they look extremely dangerous. So what do? Don't let them have the ball. And Bunbrosna have done that. They've held the ball very well. And I think Stephen Cleary will go into the dressing room. He'll be lads, we can't watch these passing the ball around over and back. We have to press them, get it back in our hands and turn them over and go. Bunbrosna have been good at it. You know, squeezing in the middle. They've managed to get a couple of turnovers. The only difference is they don't necessarily have the pace or the legs to break away from Multi the way Multi can do it to them. But I also think they played the conditions very well. Bunbrosna were against the breeze here, and it's quite stiff. And you know, they've had 30 minutes. They're probably unlucky to be 4 points down. With the way they managed the game, the amount of possession they had, the way they picked a couple of scores, a very unlucky goal to concede. So there's very, very little in it, and a great credit to Bunbrosna for managing conditions the way they did. Now, will they open up a little bit more? They've been slow to kick it inside. Maybe they're not winning the race to the ball inside, or it's that stiff breeze to stop them. But I do notice the heads are lifting. They want to see if that pass is on. I think we'll see a little bit more of that from Peter Tormey, Aidan Finn, and Andrew Whitney.
I think you might see more direct ball from Multi as well. The fact that Darragh Lyons is now in around the edge of the square as well. And Paul, you know, 4 points is the difference here. It doesn't really tell the tale because Bunbrosna were right into this one. Playing against, Shane is right, this breeze is getting a little bit stiffer as we go along. And at one stage they're level, you're heading into the cusp of half time, you're looking good, and 4 points even doesn't do them justice, and they will feel that it should be even a little bit closer.
Yeah, it should. And Bunbrosna went just shoring up the end there at the first half. You know, I mean, Multi be quite happy to see Bunbrosna, Peter Tormey soloing across his own 45 there, just slowing things down, and that be quite happy to see him there because he's a danger man up at the other end when the ball goes in. But you know, a couple of balls went into Bunbrosna full forward line there, and they just weren't sticking. And Bunbrosna made that change there. They took off Kenneth Conroy and brought on Lyons, and you know, his first kick of the game, free.
Pops it over the bar.
We spoke about the frees. I've also been very impressed. We spoke about Multi frees, who was taking them, and Ronan Wallace kicked two beauties, and then Jamie Coffey, a lovely one from out in the left wing when the pressure was on. So it's all to play for. Bunbrosna will be quite happy, as you say, just 4 points down, a little unlucky, but they're well in this game now.
Yeah, and it marks it up for a really decent second half. We did wonder about the legs, you know, the mature legs, we shall be saying, Bunbrosna, but at the same time, Shane, they're staying up with the play, and it's actually Multi are drawing players back. We've seen Kieran Madden named at full forward. He hasn't spent 1 minute, 1 minute in the full forward.
No, he hasn't. And look, we talk about Bunbrosna, we're not disingenuous. We know their age, but they're not playing at a massive tempo where they're going to run out of steam. They're playing it very, very controlled. Like I said, I expect them to kick a bit more ball in directly. Multi have already worked hard. Now they are young. They're going to have to work even harder again against this win and an organised defence. I still think it's in the balance. I thought
if you were to tip it again now, Shane, are you going to stick with
Bunbrosna? Well, I won't change my mind, but I thought early in the game a goal was going to be a huge score. It turns out that we had 3 or 4 goal chances on both sides. It is a little bit more open, or it was at the beginning, than we hoped. I think, we're in for a cracking second half. We saw it in an intermediate semi-final a couple of weeks ago. The exact same breeze. A team went in 3 points down within 3 minutes at a level. So,
Paul, are you going to stick with your prediction?
I'll stick with my prediction, looking forward to another a great second half as good as the first.
Look, we're going to wrap it up because we're going to a break and then we're back up to the Crow's Nest with Ray and Paul. So do stay with us for what has been an entertaining game so far.
TEG, proud sponsors of TEG Cusick Park, serving aviation, biopharmaceuticals and medical industries across the globe. TEG has been to the fore in the fight against COVID-19 with our customers and partners. a local business employing local people. Visit teg.com/careers to learn more. Wishing all our GAA patrons a safe passage through the championship.
Clark's Bar, wishing all teams the very best today. Rytech, proud sponsor of Westmeath Intermediate Football Championship. Sevens Coaches, proud sponsor of Westmeath GAA Hurling Championships.
Cusick Park pitch is 145 metres long. Imagine 3 of these bridge beams will make up the length of the pitch. Now transport 30 of them from Harney to Kildare. A challenge overcome by a great team with the support of a great community. My name is Pat Barrett, Project Manager, Shamer to Precast.
And you? What do you do?
It's a bit complicated to explain.
You know, I still didn't get exactly what your job is.
That is what I do.
New Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. Winner, Irish Medium Crossover SUV in the 2022 Car of the Year Awards.
Welcome back to the commentary box here. Get ready for the second half. Just one team so far out on the pitch for the second half, and that's the men from Multi, which I presume means, Paul, that the Multi management were the happier of the two of them going in at the end of the first half.
Yeah, look, you know, Stephen Cleary would have just told his lads to keep doing what they're doing, and hopefully it'll be enough. Bunbrosna, I suppose that we mention this all the time, the more experienced team, and you know they know Multi are out there and they're playing the game, and they'll let them go around. Just out in the pitch there now, it's I suppose temperatures have dropped a little, Ray. The wind is picked up. The wind is a little stronger than when the game started, and there's a touch of rain. It's probably looking like it's going to rain very, very soon.
Yeah, Paul, just on the first half, the two big scores of it, you know, Bunbrosna got themselves back into the game with that goal from Barry O'Mara. Then we don't like picking out any individual player. Alan Maguire caught under the crossbar for that dropping ball from Ian McGovern. It was a kind of a nothing ball. I think maybe the viewers are going to have a look at it again, and we don't want to add to poor Alan's misery, but really it was a bread and butter ball. It should have been dealt with by the keeper, and it has really given Multyfarnham that extra, you know, little pep again. They went and got the next point in as well. So viewers are going to look at it here, but
it was an effort for a point, obviously. Good ball by Stephen Sweeney in there to McGovern. McGovern going for a point. We thought it was going over at that stage. It seemed to just drop at the last minute. Now look, Maguire would be just disappointed, you know, and I think he possibly was trying to knock it down in front of him and get away with the ball, but it just fell between his legs, went in, and as you say, it was a big score. Let's hope it's not the decisive score. I'm sure there'll be more in the second half, and that won't be the telling score. Bunbrosna coming out now with it all to do now in this second half, but you know they're going to have the win behind them now, and 4 points isn't a huge deal. They'll be looking to get off to a good start though, and I have to say that Darragh Lyons, who came on, is a big player for them. Don't know why he didn't start really, but he's gone into midfield for this story now for the second half, and we're just about ready to go, Ray.
Yeah, referee just checking that everybody is back in their positions, umpires and all the players, and he's ready to get us underway. Darragh Lyons, as you said, had been listed at the start. The story, I think, from the Bunbrosna camp was that he was carrying an injury and wasn't fit to last, but he ended up coming in and ball is thrown in, and Darragh does very well to knock it down to his midfield partner Andrew Whitney. Andrew, ball in on front of Mark Donnelly. Mark felt he was being fouled. Referee doesn't see it that way. Multyfarnham have the possession. Adam Bate over to the far side of the field, and eventually Fahim Brennan, a little bit of space. Fahim comes forward. Multi with possession back now as far as Ronan Wallace. Ronan, all the time in the world to come forward here. He's into the Bunbrosna half of the field, and then nice ball threaded through in as far as Ian McGovern, and Ian perfectly picked it off the ground. Referee probably 25 yards away from him, seeing it straight away, calls the free out, which has already been taken, and Bunbrosna have it. Peter Tormey, Peter working the line as he does most days for the Bunbrosna men. Up and down the field he goes. He has the possession. And then little ball looking for Shane McGovern, put Shane under a little bit of pressure, and he does well to get it back and retain that possession for the Bun men, and they're still back deep inside their own half. Aidan Finnan trying to get away from Anthony McGibbon. He looked like he was being fouled. The referee allows the play to go on. Bunbrosna with the possession. Mark Donnelly and on to Andrew Whitney again. Andrew shovel pass on there as far as Matthew Hall. Matthew, he's wearing the number 21, but he did start, and it's back here now with Noel Urell. Noel sees a little gap in front of him, comes inside, still carrying it forward, heading towards the D, looking now for support, gives it on here now to Conor Lyons. Conor with the shot dropping in. That's a fabulous score there by the midfielder.
Yeah, lovely score. Great run by Noel Urell, you know. We spoke about experience, lots of experience there. Good strong run, lay off, and a lovely point by Whitney. And just when we noticed from that throw in, we mentioned that Darragh Lyons, but Darragh Lyons gone into the full forward line for Bunbrosna.
Yeah, Multyfarnham worked this kick out well, and Cian Lee is right down in here now in the D, and then tries to give a pass into Ronan Wallace on the loop, but Ronan went away without the ball there, and Bunbrosna glad for that mistake here, and Andrew Whitney gives it out now here as far as Peter Tormey. Peter holding that ball, he heads across just outside his own 45, has two players in space over there. One of them is Mark Donnelly. Mark decides to just hold the possession, and Ronan Wallace trying to get back goal side him, force him back out. He does exactly that, but Shane McGovern is there, and Shane gives it on now to Conor Lyons. Conor drives it in to his brother Darragh. Darragh gets the ball, then goes to ground. Referee signals. I think that he had thrown the ball when he was on the ground. Darragh knew the two legs went out from under him. He had to get rid of the ball, but a free out for the multi-men. They've already taken, and Adam Lockery carries it forward. On now to Stephen Sweeney. Two members of the half forward line playing deep inside in their own back line, and eventually get a little ball over the top to Ronan Wallace in a little bit of space, and Ronan will carry it forward. Gives it on now looking for Shane Williams. Shane gathers it the first time, bearing down and goes, takes a shot. Oh, he fooled Alan Maguire completely, but crashes it off the bar. Oh, let off there for the Bun men again, because Shane Williams did everything right. Took the shot, went for the tight angle, but unfortunately off the crossbar, and Bunbrosna carrying it forward, delighted with the lead off it. Noel Urell fouled out in the middle of the field by Anthony McGivney. That was a great opportunity, Paul.
Yeah, great opportunity. A better ball that time from Ronan Wallace. It was the perfect pass, and he had a great shot, Williams, and very unlucky.
Yeah, Shane McGovern trying to find Darragh Lyons inside there, but great covering there by Paul Heaven, but Paul is under pressure, and Barry O'Mara, soccer style again, takes it on the ground, but the keeper is there. He gets down, gets the two hands on it, and multi-build again from deep inside in the run, but again a handling error there, possession turned over. Conor Lyons is very well to get it inside to Barry O'Mara in a little bit of space. Barry turns back around, trying to get a little bit of an angle, has to come back out, but again intercepted there. His idea was right, but unfortunately execution not what it needed, and Ronan Wallace now with possession for Multi. Ronan down the line it goes, looking for Ian McGovern. Ian doesn't get the possession, but he tries to put a bit of pressure on the Bunbrosna man back there, but Bun have it, and they have the numbers there to deal with it. They have the ball, and eventually Aidan Finnan on to Andrew Whitney, and they have the possession again.
Yeah, I suppose junior football there, we're seeing a bit of it there. Lots of turnovers from both teams, unnecessary teams losing possession. I suppose there's a lot at stake now heading into the crucial stages of this county final.
Yeah, Bunbrosna have the ball, and Peter Tormey and gives it on to Mark Donnelly.
Yeah, very unlucky there. He just slipped. Yeah, he just slipped.
The referee deemed he handled the ball on the ground. Don't know what much else he could do with it, but Ronan Wallace has the possession from the free, and he gives it on now to Stephen Sweeney. Stephen just gone inside the 65-metre line, and he sees that Fahin Brennan is making himself available here from the left half-back position. Fahin trying to get around Luke Kieran. Luke commits the foul.
Yeah, we're going to have a substitute here now. Ray Multi looking to bring on Luke Nangle, and
you'll see there's
a player yet who's coming off. Fourth official hasn't gone for the board at all.
Yeah, Luke Nangle's wearing the number 18. He's certainly been introduced.
And it'll
be 13. Ian McGovern.
Ian McGovern coming off. Yeah, he's taking the gloves off anyway and heading towards the sideline, and it is McGovern that's off.
Ian McGovern got that goal that was so crucial in the first half. But again, not too pleased, but he's gone off here. But we'll watch the play because Ronan Wallace has the ball. It's going to be player resume with the free for the multi-man. And he goes short. Gives it inside. Gathered well by Anthony McGivney. Anthony passes it off then as far as Stephen Sweeney, who gives it to Ronan Wallace on the loop. Ronan attracts a couple of blue jerseys to him there, but they hold the possession. Multi work it back. Aaron Whelan on now to the man that's just been introduced. That's Luke Dangle. And back here to the other corner back. The other corner back is Tommy McGivney. Tommy on now to Stephen Sweeney. Steve tackling hard. Referee says not fairly done. It's going to be a free for Multi. But again, Stephen Sweeney trying to rob a few yards on that one. The referee right on top of it, making sure it's taken from the right position. The ball is back now with Ronan Wallace. Multi with a couple of different options. Give it back now as far as Kieran Madden. Kieran right out in the middle of the field it is. Ball now through the hands, and Ronan Wallace has all the time in the world to give it over the top to Kieran Madden. Kieran heading towards the Bun 45 metre line. Gives it on now to Adam Lockery, who slips but holds the possession. Multi just trying to take some of the sting out with one goal in 7 to 1 goal in 4. Multi in the lead. We're 7 minutes into the second half, and Ronan Wallace gives the ball in as far as Stephen Sweeney. Stephen being tracked by Shane McGovern, but he gets to give it over to Aaron Whelan. Aaron comes forward and then gives the pass back to Stephen Sweeney. Stephen with the shot. And after that prolonged piece of possession there by the multi-men, nothing to show for it on the scoreboard. The ball kicked there by the centre forward Stephen Sweeney. He's got 2 to his name, Paul, but not on target.
That's kind of, I suppose, how we thought the game out pan out from the start, where Bunbrosna are kind of defensive and Multi trying to break through. But Stephen Sweeney's led the attack very well for Multi. He's looked to get on the ball. He's driven forward at every chance, but that time his shot was wayward and wide.
Yeah, the kick out worked well by Alan Maguire. Finds Conor Lyons and gets a mark, and the Bunmen are on the move again. Dara Lyons gives it back inside to Kevin Mitchell, the team captain. Kevin spins and gives the ball to Dara Lyons again, and they work it now over to the far side here, trying to get an opportunity again. Ball dropped, just forced back away from the Multyfarnham goals with the foul committed there by Adam Lockery, and this free. And Darrell Lyons, is he going to take it? It looks like he is.
Darrell's gone out to it anyway. No sign of Peter Tormey coming out to it.
Suit the right footed kicker this time. It's about 40 metres out from the Multyfarnham goals.
Similar to where he probably kicked his first one in the first half there, just when he came on introduced to the game. A little bit more difficult maybe. The wind behind him this stage, so
yeah, he'll certainly be trying to get it into the danger area here anyway. Whether we'll see whether it's within his range now as he comes forward. And with the right foot, out of the hands, drops it in. It's a dangerous ball. Peter Tormey is in under it, but again, the multi-men got a call there. It was Fahim Brennan. He was going to go for it, and sure, got a call from his keeper to let it go, and it was exactly that, and harmlessly out over the end line. And Craig Sweeney heading to the 20-metre line, ready again with the kick out.
Yeah, I thought Peter Tormey might have gotten the end of that because, once it wasn't over the bar, it was always dropping in the square, and thought he might have got possession from him. But that's a great catch from Ronan Wallace.
Fabulous kick out there by the keepers, straight as far as Ronan Wallace. Doesn't call the mark, goes on the attack straight away, coming inside. He's gone into the D, he's on the 20-metre line. Will he finish? That's a great score for the team captain there, their most experienced player, and he did it all himself. Fabulous score from Craig Sweeney. Ronan grabbed it and finished it over the bar.
And from a neutral's point of view, and obviously Multi would like to see more of that from Ronan. He's well capable of doing that and breaking through the line and getting scores, and I think he should do that more for both for Multi and for Westmeath. Great score.
Yeah, Bun have taken the kick out and gone short with it, holding the possession. They're trying to respond now down the far side of the field there, but too many steps there by Matthew Hope, the referee, right on top of it, awards the free, and Multi have already taken it here now, and Kieran Madden fires it over this side of the field where Adam Lockery put under a little bit of pressure, does well, gets the possession, gives it back as far as Kieran again, and Kieran comes forward, gives it on now to Stephen Sweeney. Stephen coming forward with it, heads up, looks up, seeing what's available, gives it inside. Not the best pass in the world there because he put Luke Nangle under a bit of pressure, and Luke gets the tackle in, but not a fair one there. Is going for the ball there, and the free out is awarded, and Andrew Whitney already has the ball in his hand, ready to take this. Again, just waiting for his teammate there, Conor Lyons, to get back on his feet, and Conor is good to go, and free is taken, and Peter Tormey doesn't control it at the first attempt, and then a couple of handing errors there, and Multi turn it over again. Luke Dangle with the possession. Luke head across the 45. Looks up. Fisted ball. Attempted ball inside, but it's intercepted and cut out very well there.
Yes, both Bunbrosna got away with that. We've had several turnovers there in the last minute, Ray. I think both teams have turned the ball over twice. Just a bit misplaced passing and looking for a bit of quality now to take this on, and maybe we'll get it with Ronan Wallace.
Yeah, he has the possession. Again, looks around and he's quite content just to hold the possession, spread the ball around. 4 points between the sides. 1 goal and 8 for the Multimen. 1 goal and 4 for Bunbrosna as Ronan comes forward again with it. Has a teammate in support over there, very, very close to the side then, and recycle it and hold that possession. And they're quite content because they're in the lead, and it's really up to Bun now to try and come out and force the turnover and get possession back. But Stephen Sweeney has all the time in the world to give it back now to Tommy McGivney. But then Tommy trying to get the ball forward, doesn't find his intended target. Bunman coming forward, has his arm pulled, and it's going to be a free out for Bunbrosna men. This free is going to be brought forward again, just now almost up to the 65-metre line. Noel Urell with the possession over there on the far side of the field. What's Noel going to do? Looks for Peter Tormey across this side of the field. Gets Peter Tormey. He gets the possession. Good run forward here by Shane McGovern. Shane trying to get inside Anthony McGivney. Anthony forces him back to Peter Tormey. Peter goes straight at his man, draws the foul, but in front. In fact, the referee said that it was Peter Tormey that committed the foul there. I think too many steps is the call there, but the Multyfarnham men, they won't mind. They have the possession here, and Ronan Wallace is coming forward. Ronan with the right foot fires a nice ball down as far as Shane Williams. Shane backs himself with the shot. I think the umpire is having a long look at that one, but that's not going to trouble the scoreboard man, because that gone to the right and wide. Thought it was a funny decision here on Peter Tormey. Looked like Peter was taking on his man. It looked like he was being fouled, but referee didn't agree with it and said it was in fact the Bunbrosna man that took too many steps, and free out awarded.
Rather ambitious effort then from Shane Williams from the far side. They could have worked it in, but Bun on the attack again now.
Yeah, and a nice ball fired in there by Aidan Finnan. Laid off here. There's a chance here now for the Bunman, but needing a few more bodies in around there. The ball was a touch on the ground. I thought it was. The referee didn't see it, but Kevin Mitchell did very well to hold the possession and eventually got in as far as Barry O'Mara. Barry got that goal in the first half. Give it back out now to Kevin Mitchell. Through the hands it goes now as Conor Lyons. He comes on it. Conor's attempted shot on goal is blocked down, and Peter Tormey has it again. Loops around and off the left foot. A little bit ambitious there from the number 10, and that one is not on target. Much to the delight of the Multi supporters, that one hops up into the terrace there and harmlessly.
It's all every team giving 100% here. Wild effort there from Peter Tormey at the end, but some good blocking there. Great block by Adam Lockery in the middle of that. And for Multi on the attack now.
Yeah, Fahin Brennan gathers the kick out and gives it on now to Anthony McGivney on the run. Anthony on the 20-metre line comes back, avoids the tackle there of Shane McGovern, gives it inside now to Stephen Sweeney. Stephen holds on to possession, gives it back to Luke Dangle, on now to Ronan Wallace. Adam Lockery is in space over on the far side. Adam hops the ball, stops and gives it back as far as Luke Dangle. Luke takes on his man, Jinx holds the possession, sees a little gap, tries to get through it. He's gone through it. Can he get the shot away? But no, sheer numbers there from the Bunmen get in there, and the foul is committed, but the referee has played the advantage, and Bunbrosna come away with possession. Andrew Whitney looks up, gives it on now to Peter Tormey. Peter holding that possession and then gives it inside, takes a return pass, and he's on the move again into space. Heads towards the terrace side of the pitch and holds on to that ball, gives it back to Aidan Finnan. Aidan looking for a teammate to come off the shoulder. That man is Shane McGovern, and Shane plays it out as far as Gavin Lyons, and Gavin heads into the multi half of the field, gives it on now to Andrew Whitney. Andrew just holding the possession, turns just before Anthony McGivney gets the tackle in, gives it back, and Aidan Finnan has the ball, and it's now back with Noel Urell. Noel nonchalantly fires it over to the far side of the field where Conor Lyons has possession, walking pace here now for the Bunmen. Peter Tormey takes the return pass from Kevin Mitchell, and he's in a little bit of space heading towards the 20-metre line, comes forward with the left foot, fires it in, but that one fired right across the face of the goal. we're almost halfway through this second half, and again, opportunities missed by the Bun men.
Yeah, another disappointing wide from Peter Tormey from the left wing. We're 15 minutes now into the second half, and only a point from each team in the second half. That's kind of the way we might have expected the game to begin, but it's the second half now.
Kicked out,
and still lots of turnovers as we can see, Ray, from both teams.
Barry O'Mara intercepted the kick out, but again couldn't find a teammate in space, and eventually the Multymen get it back again, and Ronan Wallace carries it forward. Off the ball there was a pullback on the number 14, Kieran Madden, as he was trying to get forward, but
both teams making substitutes here now, Ray. It looks like Multy are bringing on David Wallace, and he's a player who can make a big impact for Multy. He's another quality player. Stephen Sweeney coming off, maybe a little bit of a surprise. He was very effective certainly at the start, and and also Bunbrosna have also introduced Matthew Hope. He's come on for it looks like
Matthew Hope started, he's coming on, but we'll watch the play here, Paul. You try and sort out what changes were made there, but Multy have possession, two midfielders combined here now with Paul Heaven. Paul steps inside the tackle, gives it on to Anthony McGivney. Anthony, fisted ball out to the man that's just been introduced. That's David Wallace. David there with great pace, gives it inside and takes a return pass there from Jamie Coffey. He's gone very, very close to the end line. One man trying to get back here. Has he the possession? Still holding possession, but eventually kicked out over the end line by the man David Wallace, and it's going to be a kick out and a kick out for Alan Maguire.
Yeah, in the middle of all that there was a yellow card as well, and Barry Pearce again spotting that players weren't outside the 40-metre line before the kick out was taken, so it's going to be a throw in.
Four between them, 1 goal and 8 points from the Multymen, 1 goal and 4 for Bun. 17 3/4 minutes on the clock. Referee throws the ball up right in on the 20-metre line. Who gets possession? It is the men in blue and white, and Barry O'Mara is back, and Barry treads a nice ball down this side of the field here, picked up well by Mark Donnelly. Mark, a lot of red jerseys in front of him, has to hold possession, gives it back to Barry O'Mara, and on now to Shane McGovern.
Yeah, but Brosnan have lots of space here if they use it properly. They have an overlap on the left, and they could get a good score here. That substitute I mentioned earlier, it was in fact, of course, Matthew Hope started the game, and he was replaced by Ronan Scally, who's come into the game. Again, lots of experience there with Scally coming on for Bunbrosna. But the lost possession there when in a good position, and Multy picked it up again, and it's Kieran Madden coming out with defence for Multy.
Kieran has been on a lot of ball for his side, driving forward here, giving the ball into Luke Dangle. In fact, it's Shane Williams. Shane does well to control the ball, takes on his man, he's gone round his man, looks up and sees there's a man in space. That man is the centre half back, that's Cian Lee. Cian bearing down a goal, trying to get by. He's off the number, lovely ball across, and then the shot comes in from Jamie Coffey. I think it was the number 15, but Jamie holds his hand up. He knew that was an opportunity, and it just goes to the right of the post and wide, but another bad miss by the Multymen.
Yeah, Williams did well. He got a great ball into Cian Lee. I thought Cian Lee would do better, considering he's in so much space, and maybe he should have tried to fist the ball over the bar, but Jamie Coffey wide in the end, and it's still tense out there. Very few scores in this second half. Both managers now looking to the bench to get the players on for the final 15 minutes to try and win this game, and it's Mark Donnelly that's been replaced for Bunbrosna by
Dara McLaughlin, the man that's come in, but referee has allowed the kick out to be taken. The ball comes down this side of the field, a couple of players throwing themselves at the ball, but no one gets control, and runs harmlessly through there to Kieran Madden, and Kieran, referee
must be dissent, I'd say, right?
Dissent there for Peter Tormey. Peter certainly felt he was hard done by on a couple of occasions, and the referee this time has had enough of it, and he's given the yellow card there for the Bunbrosna man, and the free taken there, and Anthony McGivney has the possession, gives it inside, looking for David Wallace. David does well and skips around his man there, and he's in possession. Again, he's a player with great pace. Seen him playing over the last couple of years from Multy, and certainly he will trouble that Bunbrosna defence with the pace that he can bring to the game. But Multy holding that possession, Cian Lee with it. Cian loops around and sees he has a little bit of space, gives it on now to Tommy McGivney and takes the return pass. There's Keane, he's attacked, but then he's intended pass inside. It's well read there by the Bunmen, and they have the possession now, and it's with Barry O'Mara. Barry has come out away from where he has played most of the game inside in the 20-metre line, trying to get on the play, gives it off to Andrew Whitney. Andrew, Bunbrosna need a score, they need one badly, giving it inside now to Kevin Mitchell. Kevin holds the possession, being tackled, being closed down, does very well to hold the possession, then the pass, not the best one in the world, but Bunbrosna men to hold that possession again and trying to get by it, and there again just forced back that little bit further, but Kevin Mitchell, Kevin with the possession, comes central to the man that's just been introduced, that's Darragh McLaughlin. Darragh steps through a couple of tackles, does well, comes forward, gives it on now to Darragh Lyons. Darragh, good heads up play, looking for Noel Urell here, a little bit of space. Noel, he's in the D, takes the shot, backs himself, the umpire looks at it, but unfortunately for Noel Urell and from Bunbrosna, that's not on target, down to the right and wide.
And considering, the teams have had difficulty working the balls into good position, that was a good chance for Urell there, and disappointing wide for Bunbrosna at this stage. Amazing that we're 22 minutes now into the second half. We've only had a 2-point score in the second half, one for each team, but it just adds to the tension out here now. And this game, Bunbrosna are still in the game, believe it or not. It's quite tense out there, and all that they're looking for either team is just a bit of composure in front of the post, and that'll be the telling factor here, right?
Yeah, another substitution here. Caelan Fulham wearing the number 20 has replaced Kevin Mitchell, but we'll watch as the kick out is over on the far side of the field. Hand and error over there on the far side by Luke Dangle, can't keep it in place, gone out over the sideline, and again Bunbrosna have the possession again. Shane McGovern gives the ball on. Bun trying to get this ball into the danger, it is fired in high, not one in favour of the attacker there, and Kieran Madden sweeping up, and he gives it on now to Fahim Brennan. Fahim trying to get out of the 20-metre line, was being pulled back, referee is playing the advantage and then allows the play to develop it. The multi-men have the possession here, given across now to Cian Lee. Cian has come forward into the attack in the last couple of minutes, gives it on now to Fahim Brennan. Fahim comes back inside, gives it to his centre half back, and he pops it on to David Wallace. David runs into a hefty tackle, holds the possession, but then goes to ground.
Yeah, it was a strong challenge
I thought it was shoulder to shoulder there.
Yeah, I thought he just turned into him. In fairness to Wallace, he never saw the man coming and turned into him, and he was able to lay the ball off before the effects of it. And he's lying down at the moment. He's getting treatment. But
yeah, the ball is with Ronan Wallace. Play will resume with the free just outside the 45-metre line.
Yeah, it could be an indirect free, I think, or I'm not sure if he gave the free or just stopped the game for the injury.
Yeah.
But it's a big call at this stage again. We're entering the last 7 minutes, 4 points in it. Multi have held that lead since 4-point lead since half time. Probably not a very exciting second half, but certainly entertaining and intense. It just teams haven't managed to provide the same quality, and there have been too many needless turnovers. We had a cracking first half, and
yeah, there's another sub out being introduced down here below us. Wearing number 22, I think is Brian Maguire. We'll see who he's going to replace in a second, but the multi-man is still on the ground here. We'll watch as the substitute is going to be made while we have the break in play. There's also another substitute looks like coming in for the multi-man.
Yeah, it looks like Emmett Fearick is warming up for multi, but Bunbrosna making that sub first.
Andrew Whitney is the man that's been replaced there. Brian Maguire, the man that's been introduced.
Yeah, good shift put in by Andrew Whitney. Lots of experience there. He's given everything for multi or for Bunbrosna over the years. Again today, a junior final.
Emmett Fearick
coming on for Jamie Coffey for multi. Again, a little surprised at that. Jamie's lots of quality, and the game begins, and Ronan Wallace drives the free over the far side, and it's well caught by is it Adam Bate? Adam Bate lays the ball off.
Yeah, they're still holding that possession. Luke Nangle, at this stage, we're with 5 minutes on clock, you would nearly think one more score would be enough to tie this game.
Crucial, Ray. And is this it from Ronan Wallace?
No,
well wide. That's disappointing from the inter-county player.
Hear the groans there from the multi-supporters. That ball left Ronan Wallace's foot, but it was always coming to the left, and missing the uprights, and Alan Maguire goes short with the kick out.
A goal now for Bunbrosna would set up a grandstand finish.
Certainly is what the neutrals will be looking for. The multi-men don't want that to happen, but Bun, they'll be hoping for it. They have the possession. They're still back inside their own 65. Ball given across as far as Conor Lyons. Conor takes on his man and has a look up, seeing what options are in front of him. Being closed down by Anthony McGivney, but he gives the ball back to Aidan Finn, and Aidan goes route one. Touched on. Darren Lyons trying to get the ball into his hand. He's very, very close to the enemy. He's taking the short route, trying to get away from Paul Heaven, but Paul does very well. Closes the door a couple of times on to force him to give the ball back. And then the ball is fired. It's a dangerous ball. It's off the upright. No one got clean possession there for a couple of minutes. But again, eventually gathered by the multi-backs here, and it's back now with Adam Lockery, and Adam gives it on now to Kieran Madden. But certainly danger there as that ball pinged around for a couple of seconds, Paul, but Multi were able to get their hands on it and bring the ball away from the danger. Anthony McGivney, Anthony with the possession, tries to slow things right down. Kieran Madden on now to Fehan Brennan. Fehan fists the ball back inside, where David Wallace has thankfully recovered from that hit that he got earlier on. He gives it back over there now to Adam Lockery. Adam outside his own 45 metre line, gives it on again to David Wallace. David in a little bit of space. Bunmen trying to close him down, keeping it very, very short over there on the far side of the field. But David is in a little bit of space now as he comes forward, looks up. Anthony McGivney is on the run. Anthony with the shot. The umpire looks up at him. What are we going to get? I think it's over the bar.
That could be the crucial score you spoke about. Great point by McGivney. And again, as we said, David Wallace providing that, that breaking through the lines, and great to get on the ball for Multi. And 5 points now heading into the last 2.5 minutes of normal time. It's a big ask for Bun to come back from that.
Yeah, Multi putting the Bunbrosna kick out under pressure here, but Peter Tormey regains possession for his side and gives it on here now, and the Bunmen have to build from very, very deep. They'll keep going, they'll plug on, they won't give up without a fight. Holding that possession, coming forward is Aidan Finnan. There's a man over here, spare, looking for the ball. It's Noel Urell. They decide not to use Noel, and the ball is still back inside. Bunmen just outside their own, or outside the multi 45. Darren McLaughlin gives it across here now to Conor Lyons. Conor looks up, route one ball, dropping in. Darren Lyons gets two hands on it but can't get possession, and it is the multi-backs that do well in there. As the ball broke, they get possession. Adam Lockery, and through the hands it goes, and the multi-men, they fire out at pace here now, and Ronan Wallace carries it forward, has a man off the shoulder. Two multi-men to one Bunman. Ronan Wallace, is he going to back himself? He is indeed. A lovely score there.
Yeah, that looks like the insurance score at this stage. We're heading into the last couple of minutes now, and Multi 6 points up, and again a lovely point from Ronan Wallace. But you have to give credit to both Multi cornerbacks there, Thomas McGivney and Aaron Whelan. The last time Bunn sent the ball into the square, dangerous balls into the square, both McGivney and Whelan came with great clearances, great catches, and denying Bunbrosna scores when they most need them.
Yeah, the kick out is won there by Aidan Finn, and Aidan is fouled as he comes forward. Free is taken quickly and ball driven in, but again breaks off the hands of a multi-man straight, or the Bunbrosna man straight into the hands there of Kieran Madden, and Kieran has it fired out now as far as Adam Lockery. 29 minutes on the clock, 1-10 to the multi-man, 1-4 for Bunbrosna. The signal has come. We have 4 minutes of additional time. Multi still with the possession through David Wallace. They'll try and run this clock down as holding that possession, not allowing any chances for the Bunmen in the last 5 minutes or so that we have remaining. They have the possession again over on the terrace side, putting it through the hands again. Bunbrosna can't get their hands on the ball, and then Ronan Wallace just straightens the line, gives the ball forward. It's on there now with Luke Nangle. Luke just holding possession, gives it back here. Again, multi-men in no hurry to go forward at all. They just want to hold the possession. Kieran Madden does very well. Draws a foul there from Shane McGovern, but another sub being introduced by the multi-men is Shane Williams.
Shane Williams coming off, yeah, and coming on is Brian McLaughlin, half back. Surprised why Brian didn't start the game. He'd be a regular with Multi, and well-known hurler too with Crooked Woods. So, and And again, Shane Williams put in a good shift. He looks like he's given it all out there. He's quite pleased with his efforts. And of course, we're very close to the final whistle now with a 6-point lead for Multy. It's a big lead at this stage.
Yeah, and they've taken the free, and Paul Heaven has the possession for his side, then gives it on to Cian Lee, and Cian, couple of Bunbrosna men trying to close it down, gives it on now to Ronan Wallace. Ronan just jinks away from a couple of would-be tackles and gives the ball back, and Brian McLaughlin has the possession again, and he just gives it back as far as Ronan Wallace, and Ronan then just opens the play out over to the far side of him with Cian Lee. Cian has a lot of space over there. Adam Lockery, the latest to get on possession. Multi-men just trying to take the sting out of it for the last couple of minutes. Brian McLaughlin, steps inside the tackle of Barry O'Mara, still holds the possession.
Yeah, Multi hold the possession very well here, and that's all they need to do. They don't need to do any more. As long as Bunbrosna don't have the ball, they can't score, and they need not alone scores, they need 2 goals at this stage, and very little sign of them getting any. And it's very difficult for Bunbrosna to watch on as hard as they're trying. It just looks like Multi will run down the clock here, and they're very close to another junior championship.
Yeah, ball fired down the far side of the field where Luke Nangle has the possession, carrying it forward. Thought about moving the ball inside, but then just thought better, but only one man inside, and the ball eventually looking from Ronan Wallace out here in the middle of the field, but intercepted there by Peter Tormey for his side. But Peter's ball in over the top, not the best ball in the world, and put his teammate there, Luke Kieran, under a bit of pressure, but still fighting for the possession. But eventually Paul Heaven steps in for the multi-man, and he has the possession coming forward. 4 or 5 Bunmen on front of him as he comes forward, but Paul, lovely ball down the sideline. Luke Nangle calls the mark, referee allows it, and it's going to be
they decide to just keep possession.
Yeah, gives it back as far as Paul Heaven again, and Paul again decides just to hold that possession and work it back, and through the hands it goes. Brian McLaughlin, Brian being tackled, Brian being fouled. Barry O'Mara commits the foul there, and McLaughlin goes to ground.
Yeah, an incident after the free was awarded there. I think Barry Pearce, referee, is going to throw the ball in, and a couple of afters. We don't want to see this at the end of what's been a very sporting game between 2 teams in the one parish. They all know each other very well, and thankfully it's calmed down. Barry maybe taking action now. He's throwing the ball in.
Yeah, Ronan Wallace tussling for it. Ball pulled on there by one of the Bunmen. It's very, very close to the side, and late tackle coming in. The Bunmen have the possession again, trying to come forward. The foul is committed, and we'll watch as the ball is fired inside. Bunbrosna trying to get something here as the clock heads into the last minute of the 4 that's added on. Possession with the Bunmen on the D. Opportunity here, and the shot comes in, and it's going to go over the bar. Is it too little, too late?
Yeah, looks like it. Point that time from Ronan Scally, but really they needed to open up the defence there and get a goal. Time is totally against them here. We've only got 30 seconds left, and they needed 2 goals there, so the point of little value.
Craig Sweeney in the goal.
Barry Pearce, referees, just dealing with an off the ball incident there. Is Mick Gordon on the far side. The linesman has called his attention over. Maybe a couple of names taken here at the end of this. A couple of players getting friendly over with each other on the far side.
Yeah.
It looks like Barry O'Mara, Bunbrosna, and Cian Lee of Multi both enter the referee's notebook. Oh, it's just Barry O'Mara. Seems just got the yellow card there, and we're seconds away now from the final whistle, I feel, Ray.
Yeah, Craig Sweeney, he's back there in the Multyfarnham, goes ready now with the kick out, left footed, fires it out. And indeed it is the last action of this Clark's Bar Junior Football Championship for 2022, and it is victory for the men from Multi. They came in as favourites, and a final victory of 5 points, Paul. 1 goal and 10 points to Multi, 1 goal and 5 for Bunbrosna. Not the most exciting second half, but really the Multi men controlled the whole game.
Yeah, generally matches like this are slow to start off, and teams are testing each other out, and then it opens up in the second half and you get a great exciting second half. Today in the junior final we had it the opposite way around. We had a very good open first half, great attack and play. Multi got off to 4 points, and when you think back at the lead that Multi got at the start start, they got a 4-point lead, and at the end they ended up, that was the basis of their victory. Goals in between at each end, and Barry O'Mara brought the Bun back into the game with a great goal, but unfortunately it was then Alan Maguire, we mentioned it before, an unfortunate mistake, and Multy got that goal to give them a 4-point lead going in at half time. In the second half then, two teams cancelled each other out, far too many turnovers and lost possession, very few scores, but Multy did enough, and worthy winners, 5-point winners in the end, and I think they're full value. Bunbrosna gave it everything, experienced team, but multi-worthy champions.
Yes, exactly. We're going to finish here in commentary. We're going to go down to the we're going to break for an ad, and we're going to go to the lads for some after-match comments then from them. But again, we'll head down and we'll try and get an interview with a player or two. But from myself, Ray Gamble, here in the commentary box, we'll take a break for now.
TEG, proud sponsors of TEG Cusick Park, serving aviation, biopharmaceuticals and medical industries across the globe. TEG has been to the fore in the fight against COVID-19 with our customers and partners. A local business employing local people. Visit teg.com/careers to learn more. Wishing all our GAA patrons a safe passage through the championship.
Clark's Bar, wishing all teams the very best today. Rytech, proud sponsor of the Westmeath Intermediate Football Championship. Seventh Coaches, proud sponsor of Westmeath GAA Hurling Championships.
Cusick Park pitch is 145 metres long. Imagine 3 of these bridge beams would make up the length of the pitch. Now transport 30 of them from Harney to Kildare. A challenge overcome by a great team with the support of a great community. My name is Pat Barrett, Project Manager, Shamer to Precast.
And you? What do you do?
It's a bit complicated to explain.
I still didn't get exactly what your job is.
That is what I do.
New Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. Winner, Irish Medium Crossover SUV in the 2022 Car of the Year Awards.
Yeah, it's all over here in TEG Cusick Park for this afternoon's Clark Bar Junior Football Final, and the winners are Multy and Paul O'Donovan. We have to say worthy winners.
Worthy winners. As I said there in the commentary, normally the games are slow to open up and final, and teams test each other out, and you might get a low score in first half and then it opens up in the second half. With the opposite here today, a cracking first half, both teams attacking, lots of scores, lots of goal chances. The goals proved vital, I suppose. When Bun got back into the game, when Barry O'Mara took his goal opportunity very well, they just didn't stay in the game long enough. Unfortunate mistake at the other end by Alan Maguire resulted in a goal for Multy, and they held that 4-point lead going in at half time. In the second half, both teams cancelled each other out, and it was just a point. Worthy winners, Multy, in the end.
Yeah, just worthy winners. We're going straight into the presentation, and we'll be back with you again in a second. But for the moment, it's Ronan Wallace up collecting the Hugh Daniels Cup.
Welcome to Bunbrosna, welcome to Multyfarnham, to your supporters and to your team. As for since last year, this was the final that everybody was looking forward to, and you weren't disappointed. Congratulations on both teams and reaching our junior decider for 2022. Before we get to the presentation, I just want to thank Barry Pierce, the referee, and his team of officials.
You love that, don't you?
And each of our qualifiers this year, I want to single out particular individuals who contributed so much to our game. At our first game of hurling last Saturday, I singled out our referee. I'm going to do the same again because they are the most important people in our game. They have suffered very bad incidents this year. Incidents that have no place in our game. Sadly, we have a culture where we think it's okay to say and do anything to our referees. It's not. We need to change our culture. But culture, as we know, needs a long, long time before it will change. But I want to congratulate and thank each and every one of our referees, from under 10 all the way to the final tier in TG for Tito.
I have a minute.
I joined on the presentation area and joined by our sponsors of the Junior Championship, Kieran and Gary Clark. Thank you very much for your continued sponsorship of our Junior Championship. Ladies, give them a big round of applause. Congratulations to reaching the final. Bunbrosna, today wasn't your day. You have many men who have given such great service to your club. This year you introduced a lot of new players. So getting to the final was a huge achievement for you. And you certainly gave every effort in that final. I think you won't begrudge the winners on the day. They were much the better team. Congratulations to Multy, that they belong to you. I suppose there was some pride last year, Multy, when you went back from intermediate to junior. You're now back in intermediate for next year. So well done. Maybe I'd ask Kieran to present the cup to the one and only Ronan Wallace. If you talk, that was going to be played. There's something to look forward to. First, I just want to thank Westmeath GAA giving back the footballing after a horrible week. So glad to see one day in football. And all that. Each game managed to make a local there, so I just want to give a round of applause to Barry and all the owners and staff there today as well. Bunbrosna, you want to go everything else today, but it's one here today. You gave us a right good game. I know it's easy to turn back again, but you remember that you were here last year, you were here this year. Hopefully you'll be back here next year again. Hopefully you'll be here next year. Cheers to Bunbrosna. Amen. Lights down here, look. We got relegated out into the last year, and it wasn't easy. But he's decided we're going to give this a right good crack this year. We drew for January. The league wasn't good to us. We were relegated out of that again, but we knew quality that was in this league, and we could bounce back up to the intermediate straight away. We took it one game at a time, and luckily we came out on the top today. So I have to credit you guys, you put in some shit over the air, and let's enjoy the next few days, yeah? Peter and Josh, all the Blackburn staff, credit wise, you came in this year, you gave us everything. Anything we needed, anything we wanted, you gave it to us. So as much as we deserve lifting this, you deserve lifting this too, guys. Finally, I just want to recognise one man that was part of this band all year. Unfortunately not here with us today, and he's battling a long illness ahead of him, and that's Paul Ball. So I just want to Here's part of the team here, and we just hope to pull through this and then get back in the mix soon enough. Right, we're all going to work. Let's go! Sorry, we're not here to carry tags.
Yeah, what a year it's been for Ronan Wallace, and indeed for Multy, I suppose, as well, to be part of that wonderful Talton Cup team, winning team. And Shane, a worthy recipient, I suppose, of a junior title as well. You know, to win something with your club as well as win something with your county, you know. Yeah,
and a guy that, you know, lives for the game. He puts in all that work during the winter that we don't see, but you can see the fruits of it out there today. He was a leader on the pitch, very influential in the game, along with McGovern beside him. I think you can see what it means to the Multy people here. Not a club that would have been dressed in a massive amount of success over the years. They had their junior title in 2017 and that great run. But you see what it means to this group and to the community to get back up to intermediate. And look, if we're pragmatic about it, they're probably much better equipped to play an intermediate championship next year. They won't be down at the bottom of it. I think they're definitely a side that can contend at that level. Stephen Cleary, a lot of credit to him, and Tosh MacDonald have gone in and consolidated what was there, brought them back up to where they are. And look, it's Multy's day, and congratulations to them. And as you mentioned, Ronan Wallace, like he's a senior footballer in that environment, and at times he showed it today. I think the standout score the second half for me was Craig Sweeney kicked a long ball against the wind over the press of Bunbrosna. Wally goes to the clouds to catch it, doesn't take his mark, he backs his athleticism, drove through and clipped it over the bar. And I think that was the moment for me that I could see that this Multy-side are going to see the game out. You know, they were very strategic at the start of that second half. Didn't care if there was a score kicked anywhere. They were just not going to concede a goal. They were not going to let Bunbrosna in. And you know, like I said, congratulations to Multy. It's their day. Fair play. Yeah, and we have two of those Multy people with us at the moment. Ray's interviewing Anthony McGivney, and also team manager Stephen Cleary.
On the pitch right after the game by the victorious manager Stephen Cleary and the midfielder Anthony McGivney. Stephen, you carried the Taggart favourites into that game. A little bit of a load, but you certainly were well justified winners in the end.
Yeah, look, the first half, I think we didn't do ourselves justice. We had a bit of a breeze. I thought we should have been more ahead at half time, missed a lot of chances. Second half was always going to be nip and tuck, and it took us the last few minutes, last 10 minutes, I suppose, to kick on. But I thought we fully deserved the victory.
Yeah, you had a chance of a goal maybe earlier on, didn't take it, and then the goal you did get probably was a little bit fortuitous.
It was, true, right from the throw in the start of the game we could have had a goal, but we got a point out of it at least, which was good. Adam Lockwood was through for another goal chance in the first half, didn't come off. The goal we did get was lucky enough, fair enough, but look, ball crosses the right line, it counts.
Absolutely, it's on the scoreboard. Anthony, over to you quickly. Yourself and Ronan Wallace, there was pressure on the two of you. Everyone said you were going to get the upper hand, that Multy were going to win it. That's how it turned out. You both had super games for your side in the middle of the field.
Yeah, well, we knew it was going to be a cagey affair coming into against local rivals, but we knew we'd have it in the legs over 60 minutes, and that's what happened out there. The whole team performed. That's why we brought Stephen to the club, so we get back to intermediate, and that's what we've done. So we're very happy with that.
Look at Stephen, and Ronan is over there getting the cup. Let you back to join the celebration. Congratulations, Stephen.
Yeah, two very happy men there from Multy. I think Stephen Cleary, of course, the Downs man, is training Multy this year, but he's done a wonderful job. And Paul, there was no denying him today. I think 5 points maybe flatters Bun a small bit. I think Multy, they could have had a goal there early in the second half, Shane Williams as well. Yeah. It was very defensive in the second half, where we thought it was going to start maybe defensive, but it was open in the first half. It was very defensive in the second half. Bun just didn't score enough.
Yeah, they just didn't, and Multy were capable of, we saw that when the 4 minutes went up to play out, there was 5 points in it, I think, at that stage, and 6 points at that stage, and Multy were quite capable of holding possession, and there was nothing Bun could do. Was try as hard as they did, it was gone at that stage. But absolutely worthy winners here today, Paul, and a good team too, going through to the Leinster Championship. Multy, I think they'll do well in that.
Yeah, and Shane, one player that we flashed up, and you and I were watching that up there, Kieran Madden, he was named at number 14. I don't think he spent 5 minutes in that full of it.
No, and he operated very well in the role he was given. Sit back around the half-back line, even drop a little further, get his hand. He was an outlet all the time. He was very industrious. Yeah, he had 14 on his back, Paul, but he didn't operate in there. But I had a hand in everything. Keep the game calm. He picked out a few lovely passes. He entered some energy into the attacks when it was needed. But overall they were more balanced. I think they were more balanced. As Paul said, they're ready for a Leinster campaign now, and they'll be coming up to play intermediate football against at least one of the sides that we're going to see in the next game now.
Yeah, at least one of the sides.
Well, one of them.
The next game. Listen, look, it's been a wonderful day here in Cusack Park so far with the junior final. We're going to move on now, and we're delighted to be joined by winning manager from last week, Alan, with Castletown Gaig, and Alan Mangan is very welcome here to join us on the panel as we move on now to the intermediate championship. And this is a final, Alan. Many people mightn't have tipped at the start of the year, maybe Shandonagh, but Tubberclair a bit of a surprise packet. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, probably a surprise package, all right. But to be fair, they're probably after being the most impressive side in the championship up to date. They really were very, very good in the quarter final, and they were the best team on show here in the semi-final 2 weeks ago. So listen, they're being well drilled by Martin, and you have Fergal and Gary Connaughton, two stalwarts of Westmeath down through the years with them as well. So listen, I'm looking forward to a really good game. My own opinion on it is that if Tubberclair can come out with the same guns blazing that they had last weekend or 2 weekends ago, they'll be very hard beaten. But Shandonagh are only down from seniors, so they'll be battle hardened, and looking forward to a really good game. But I think Shandonagh might just be able to shade it over, have more experience over time.
Yeah, and something, and you were up for the game last night as well, Paul. And people are very divided on this one. There's a huge fillip from either side that either side could win this game. So it just goes to show this intermediate grade is just an absolute minefield. We've said it on many occasions.
Yeah, and one of those, I think Martin McCabe mentioned, one of the aspects of that is that the winners of this championship go forward, so you don't have the winners each year at the same time as you do in a senior championship where you have the teams at the top all the time. So the winners go forward, and it opens up the gap for someone else to come in. Yeah, fascinating forward, final prospect here. I suppose some people thought St Mary's Rochester Bridge might be here today, but no, Tubberclair here, and it's a great game. We had two great semi-finals in the build-up to this. You can't forget the Shandonagh Milltown game. The way it finished, it was just a kick of a ball away from going to penalties, which would have been dramatic. And Milltown unlucky to get through, but Shandonagh here, lots of experience, as Alan has already said, coming down from senior. They've lots of experience, and Tubberclair in a junior final just 2 years ago. So it's a lovely mix here, and I think we're in for a great game of football and very hard to call.
Yeah, and earlier in the week we went down, we were with both clubs. We were in Tubberclair and we were in Shandonagh. We interviewed Martin McCabe and we interviewed Kevin Hickey and Aidan Lennon, joint managers with Shandonagh. So we'll have a word from the two boys now in relation to what they think is going to happen here today. Yeah, manager of Tubberclair, and Martin, a great day for the club and a great day for the parish, I suppose. County final against next weekend.
Yeah, it's a great weekend. I think was it somewhere time earlier in the week 2 years ago we were preparing for a junior final, so it's not bad going to be here for an intermediate final, and we're very happy with the progress. We went down junior in 2019, I think August 2019, and we were relegated. The lads have responded very well to that, and have worked really hard to get back to this stage.
Yeah, and that we were just discussing that. Tony and I were discussing it earlier on, like a huge jump, like from junior 2 years ago, and all of a sudden to be going into an intermediate final and going in with a really good chance.
It's a 50-50 chance, but the lads have responded very well. But we believe over the last number of years at underage we've been doing well, albeit at the lower divisions, but still winning matches. And I think in the last 4 years we've been in the semi-finals of Division 1 minor championship. You know what I mean? So the players are there, the lads are there, and lads have stuck with it. And so we're a very young team, sort of probably inexperienced at this adult level. So that's why a lot of teams don't know, or players don't know, but hopefully they've got to know us this year. Yeah,
that's something we were discussing on commentary last week. We were looking at the average age of the team, and I think it was something like 22 or 23 years
23, yeah. That's
amazing. It's an amazing statistic, and nowadays particularly,
It is.
And you're going up against, a far more seasoned player, particularly in the intermediate grade, which we know is ultra competitive in Westmeath.
Yeah, well, I think intermediate in any county is ultra competitive. It's difficult. Every team entering intermediate competition thinks they have a chance of winning, and rightly so. Same in any county, because you have teams coming back down from senior, sort of in transition, and you have teams coming up from junior. So every team thinks they have a chance of winning an intermediate, which makes it difficult to win. And you can see, I bet it's a different winner. Well, obviously it's a different winner because somebody goes up, but it's, you know what I mean, the rate of change is fairly big in intermediate.
And a great fillip for you. You beat the many people's odds-on favourite for the championship last with St Mary's Rochester Bridge.
Yeah.
Many people's favourite, including mine. I'm going to put my hand up and say they were my favourites for the championship as well. And you beat them comprehensively, Martin.
In the end, I suppose we probably played the conditions a bit better than they did, in that there was a strong breeze blowing into the goals. We knew if we could contain them, which, you know, we got a couple of scores just before half time, bring it back to 3 points, which meant the conditions kind of suited us in the second half, and we knew we had people who could take advantage of that, and thankfully they did, and that's why we're here today.
Yeah, and we spoke about that exuberance of youth, the likes of the two Kelleher's, I suppose, maybe came to mind as well. And you know, that's a great fella for them, and they've no fear.
These are talented lads that have done really, really well at underage competitions. Very talented footballers all over. So, you know, as long as we have the work rate and the right attitude to match all that, I think we'll compete well.
Yeah, and Shandonagh, of course, a big hurdle to get over after coming back down from senior, I suppose.
Huge hurdle. You know, we were playing junior a few years ago. They were playing senior. They have players who have played it, you know, been on inter-county senior panels. We have nobody yet that's in that regard. So, you know,
won't be long, Martin. Won't be long.
Well, let's see. That's another man's problem, not mine for the minute.
Listen, the very, very best of luck to you on Sunday in the intermediate final against Shandonagh. We wish you all the best from Airby TV.
Thanks, lads. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I'm here with Kevin Hickey and Aidan Lennon, managers of Shandonagh team. And lads, you know, county final day. I suppose at the start of the season, that was your goal, to get there, and the bonus is then maybe lifting the cup, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I suppose that was disappointed last year. Paul, they got relegated, and we had a promise this year, like I said, just to get to the final. I suppose along the way we've had a few very, very close games. A couple of posts were hit, a few decisions maybe went our way. But for Shandonagh, like, it's 3 finals in 5 years for a club like ourselves, who spent a lot of time going into Cusack Park to watch other teams play and maybe be disappointed coming away. So for these bunch of lads, it's a great experience. We're looking forward to it. We've been here before, I suppose, which is a help. But like you say, on the day, it's just through performance as well.
Yeah, and kind of a team we didn't think might have been alongside you, Tubberclair. You know, a different animal. You know, they're on the upper trajectory as well, very much like yourselves. Even at underage level, you know, they've put the shoulder to the wheel and the upper trajectory as well. So promising to be a really good game as well.
Oh, absolutely, Paul. Like, they've been absolutely flying all year, like unbeaten in their group stages, won all the games, 5-6 points, through a quarter-final, semi-final. So they're really out-formed team going into the final. You know, playing a lovely brand of football. Like they're under 17s, I think, in the under 17
final. Yeah.
You know, a couple of years ago they flew through junior as well. So yeah, they're a really, really good form. You know, and we're really going to be up against it come next Saturday at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, and in the famous words, Kevin, of Paddy O'Shea, Grain of Rice is going to tip it here. We've discussed this on many occasions. Intermediate grade in Westmeath, it could go absolutely anywhere.
Well, it's the most competitive grade, I think, Paul, because like, we were 50 years before we finally got across the line, and we just about got across the line. Tubberclair have a huge tradition, intermediate level, a couple of finals 2 years ago. We're lucky to
former senior champions as well.
Yeah, we also beat them at Loan, just about beat them. Like ourselves, done an awful work at underage, and like on the line, Martin McCabe, Gary Conklin, Fergal Wilson, a lot of experience there, okay, at all levels. And I think the one thing we will see, hopefully, is a good game of football, because I think both.
Yeah, and I think we all want that.
Both of us like to attack. I think we're not really defensively orientated, because I suppose lads are young, and because they're young, don't have inhibitions, they're full of confidence, and they like to take a risk. You have to make the risk. It doesn't really affect them. Whereas older players, and maybe a team with a structure, might be more defensive. So hopefully it will be a good game. And as I say, on the day, if both teams perform, best team wins. That's all we can hope for.
Listen, lads, we're looking forward to a really good game. The very, very best of luck to Shandonagh. Yeah, words of wisdom there from 3 great footballing men, and I suppose the management team from either side. Martin McCabe has a proven track record, of course, Paul, with Gary Castle, and Kevin, of course, led Shandonagh to their first intermediate title of all time. So there is a bit of a pedigree there, and the fact that Aidan Lennon alongside him, you know, a former player in Westmeath, great from 1995, you know, there's huge pedigree there from both management sides.
Yeah, and when they're involved in the club itself, it's their own club, it's great. It brings the passion out, and they know what to expect. Shandonagh here taking the pitch now, and look, it's a fascinating game here. Tubberclair, I suppose they've come through the section B, you know, and Shandonagh came through section A. So Tubberclair, slightly easier matches on paper as it was coming through. Shandonagh were tested more during the championship and
tested to the limit at times.
Yeah, at times, yeah, they had to bounce back, but they've answered a lot of questions. They have a lot of experience of intermediate finals. You know, I think it's the third in a couple of years, and they'll be trying to make sure that they come out here on top. But Tubberclair have so many young physical players. They're a very physical team, Tubberclair, very imposing, and great runners with the ball. And the likes of Rory Delaney and the Kelleher's Fred and Tom, you know, and
young Curly.
Curly has been absolutely outstanding, as is Paul Garvey at full forward, got 3 points in the semi-final. So there's lots of quality there from Tubberclair, and Shandonagh will have to be on top of their game if they're going to get a result here today.
Yeah, and Alan, an average age, Tubberclair, we were chatting to them the last 23 is their average age. You know, it's a massive fella. And another thing, we mentioned it last night as well, there's a possibility that we could have father and son playing for Tubberclair today, Matthew and Graham Whittaker. You know, so there's a bit of a blend there as well, but they are a very young team on that upward trajectory.
Absolutely, and as a club, like, they're in the minor final tomorrow as well. Yeah. As a club, they're obviously doing great work, but no, listen, it's going to come down to the wire, and like, what was the famous saying, was it Manchester United years ago, kids win nothing, and Manchester United changed that. Yeah. So these lads can come out, they won't have any fear of Shandonagh here today. They'll be really up for it. It's all going to come down to, finals come down to which team wants it the most and which team works the most, and obviously Shandonagh will have experience on their side, but Tubberclair will have that youth and drive about them as well, like they showed in the semi-final. So I'm looking forward to a really good game here today. It's going to it could come down to the benches. I think Shandonagh probably have a little bit of a stronger bench with Mickey Boyle, and you have Cormac Coyne, and you have Aaron Flanagan and lads like that to come on. So listen, it's going to be an intriguing encounter, and let's hope we're in for a right good cracking game.
Yeah, and another one of that Shandonagh bench that we haven't mentioned yet, Ryan Donnelly, who actually turned the game here against Milltown the last day with a great performance, both just at the end of normal time and into added time. So Alan is right, there is probably, if there's a slight advantage for Shandonagh, it is the fact that they have possibly more threat to take off the bench. But having said that, that won't bother Tubberclair at all, because they have that running game and they're well able to use it.
Yeah, any advantage to either side is minimal, Paul. I'm really struggling still to call this Tubberclair team won a junior title 2 years ago, early in the pandemic that year. I think that the quality wise they shouldn't have been down junior. They did very well to bounce back, and what COVID or the lockdown has done for them, Tubberclair traditionally lost players to emigration. They were one of the clubs that would have, and I think Martin McCabe's been very lucky to keep this group of young fellas together and develop them, and maybe that 1 year in junior was the tonic they needed. Speaking with Jerry Walker last night, they didn't get out of the second group last year.
Very unlucky not to get out with 5 points.
Exactly where they would have been planned for. Their 2-year plan was to be in a county final this year, so maybe not getting out last year hasn't knocked them back as far as it might have other clubs. It's going to be, everyone says it's going to be a really intriguing game. I think if we look at some of the performances on the Tubberclair side in the semi-final, and in particular, we talk about Matthew Whittaker and Curly, but I think that Kevin Fagan had a big influence on how that game turned out, and it was brought up last night and up for the game. His short, mid-range and long-range kick-outs,
pinpoint,
and it's well practiced, and the players out the field know where Kevin is hoping to hit pockets of space. So Shandonagh will probably have their work done and seeking to close that down a bit. There's match winners on both sides, a little bit more experience to Shandonagh side, but this youthful exuberance that'll come from Tubberclair, they'll always be going back to the second half against St Mary's.
Yeah.
If they get 60 minutes of that, I think there's few senior clubs in the bottom section of the senior that would live with what they have. But look, Shandonagh have game winners. We saw Tic Tac at the end of the game the last day. He had 57 minutes gone, he hadn't registered a score. He got 4 quality scores between that and extra time to see out that game, and that's around the pitch there. Kevin and Mickey Boyle, fantastic footballers. You mentioned Cormac Coyne coming in, a big physical presence, but has a class about him the way he plays it. Midfield is going to be really interesting, because you have Aaron Craig, and you've Alan Hickey in the middle of the field.
You've two really good
and coming up against two young lads that have been very influential for Tubberclair with Owen McCabe and Sean Claffey. I think that's where they probably won a lot of their game against St Mary's, so there's going to be an interesting clash there, I think.
Right, Shane, I'm going to put you right on the spot. One word, who wins it?
Replay.
Alan?
Shandonagh by a point or two.
Paolo?
I have a lot of friends in Shandonagh. I know a lot of the lads and they won't like me saying this, but I'm just going to go for Tubberclair in the day. Can't let me heart ruin me head, so I think Tubberclair might just edge it.
Well, there you have it, a draw, a win, and a win for either side. So there you go. That will tell you how tight and how much that we think this is going to be as tight as it is. But we're going to take a short break now, ladies and gentlemen, on Earvy TV, and we're straight up to commentary in the Crow's Nest with Ray, and Shane is going to be joining them there shortly. Do stay with us for what promises to be a really, really entertaining intermediate final.
TEG, proud sponsors of TEG Cusick Park, serving aviation, biopharmaceuticals and medical industries across the globe. TEG has been to the fore in the fight against COVID-19 with our customers and partners. A local business employing local people. Visit teg.com/careers to learn more. Wishing all our GAA patrons a safe passage through the championship.
Clark's Bar, wishing all teams the very best today. Rytec, proud sponsor of Westmeath Intermediate Football Championship. Sevens Coaches, proud sponsor of Westmeath GAA Hurling Championships.
Cusick Park pitch is 145 metres long. Imagine 3 of these bridge beams will make up the length of the pitch. Now transport 30 of them from Harney to Kildare. A challenge overcome by a great team with the support of a great community. My name is Pat Barrett, Project Manager, Shamer to Precast.
And you? What do you do?
It's a bit complicated to explain.
You know, I still didn't get exactly what your job is.
That is what I do.
New Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. Winner, Irish Medium Crossover SUV in the 2022 Car of the Year Awards.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back here to the commentary box for this Rytec Intermediate Football Final for 2022 between Tubberclair and Shandonagh. I'm joined in co-commentary by Shandonagh, made his way up from the side of the pitch to join me here in the commentary box. And Shane, we're looking forward to an exciting game here.
I am, Ray, yeah. I think the intermediate grade in Westmeath has always proven to be probably the most competitive competition that we have, at least in football. There's 12 teams in it, and genuinely 8 or 10 of them would have a good chance of winning it any year. It's very, very balanced. If we look at how these teams got here, Shandonagh, even talking to Shandonagh people would say they've stumbled into a final. They had 3 results in their group matches that they won by a point. Tubberclair won all their group matches, had a good quarter final. They were comprehensive in the second half against St Mary's, so there's a bit of momentum and belief there. But sometimes it's your year, and I think that's the little bit of hope that, well, more than hope, they're hanging on to in Shandonagh at the moment. But the fact that things have fallen their way in games that could have went one way or the other, so yeah, it's going to be very interesting. We have this group of young, dynamic, big physical men from Tubberclair that play a rangy game. They spread it out. They're very fond of kicking the ball. When they do carry, they carry it with massive pace against Shandonagh side, who have spent a couple of years in the senior grade and probably adopted that up and down the pitch, slow, keep possession, pick your score, find your runners, where they would have found out in the senior grade you are marked an awful lot tighter and you don't get those chances so easy, so they've figured out how to play that cagey game.
Well, look, for our viewers at home, we're going to go through the 2 teams for you, and there's no changes on either team from what's going to be on your screen, so we're going to start with the Tubberclair team first, and they'll line out as follows. In goals, number 1, Kevin Fagan. The full back line, where number 2 is Stephen McGonigal. The full back wearing 3 is Jason McHugh, and Aaron Brady wears number 4. In the half-back line, James Madden's at 5, Cathal Tighe at 6 and Oisin Donoghue at 7. Middle of the field today for Tubberclair, Owen McCable wear 8 and he's partnered by Sean Claffey wear 9. In the half-forward line, Fred Kelleher's at 10. The centre half-forward, Matthew Whittaker, he'll wear 11. And Tom Kelleher, he completes the half-forward line wearing 12. And the inside line for Tubberclair, number 13 is Robbie Curley. Paul Garvey, he's 14 on the full forward. And completing the Tubberclair line-up, where number 15 is Rory Delaney. And Shandonagh, they line out as follows. In goals, number 1, Conor Craig. The full back line, Daniel Scales at 2, Dara Conway the full back at 3 and Jensen Nagel at 4. In the half back line, Garrett Carr at 5, Adam Cronin at 6 and Brendan Killian at 7. Middle of the field for Shandonagh today, Alan Hickey wear 8 and he's partnered by Aaron Craig wear 9. In the half forward line, Ben Traynor at 10, Tom Malloy at centre half forwards at 11 and Conor McCrossan at 12. And the inside line for Shandonagh, where number 13 is Ryan Norris. The full forward Brian Kavanagh wear 14 and completing the Shandonagh line-up where number 15 is Kevin Doyle. Now I want to welcome viewers to us wherever you are in the world, and I've been asked just to give a shout out to the parents of one of the players from the junior final. That was Kieran Williams and his mother and father over in Spain. And all the message I was given was that you're to hurry home because there's going to be a big party in your house while you're away. Shane, I think you have been asked to give a call out to somebody as well.
Yeah, I think a very important man. He's listed here as the substitute goalkeeper for Tubberclair, Simon Fagan, a brother Kevin that's playing in goals. Simon's in LSU, Louisiana State University. I know that I don't know whether he got a chance to watch the junior final, but he's certainly awake now, and his mum and his dad and his brother have asked more than once this week to give him a shout out. So look, Simon, I hope things go well for you. Don't be too nervous watching it here, and I hope you enjoy the coverage on Earvy TV.
Yeah, Simon, your dad was up to me just before we came on air here as well, and he knows that you'd prefer to be here than out there in the sun having a good time in just outside of New Orleans in the USA. But look at Simon, we hope the result works out for you and you're back next year to play senior hurling or senior football with your club and your teammates. That's Simon away in New Orleans, and also Kieran and Pauline Williams out in Spain. Both sides ready to go again. We've had this happen the last couple of weeks, Shane, with this greeting for the referee and the respect to the referee and opponents as well. It's nice to see. Don't know how much it means, but it's still nice to see anyway.
Yeah, I think it's important. Our chairman spoke about it during presentations last week and this week about respect for the officials that actually allow us to have games, and I think other sports do it. At the end of the day, it is a sport. It's an amateur sport. It means an awful lot to everybody that's togged out. Interestingly, the two clubs would be quite similar, just on the outskirts of towns. They're not quite country, they're not quite town. But I think it's important to show a little bit of respect to everybody that's taking part, whether they're officials, whether they're your opponents. Play the game in the best of spirits, play it manly, play it for everything that it's worth. But there's a lot of children in here over the last couple of weekends, and it's about setting an example and keeping the games going the way that they need to be.
Yeah, the referee for today's game ended, Kelly from the Castledaly Club. We've reached that stage now where we're going to stand for and listen to our on Navian. formalities all out of the way. Andy Kelly from Castledaly Club refereed the 2021 Junior Football Final, so he's progressing up the ladder nicely. Competent referee, and will hopefully add to a good spectacle here today.
Yeah, I expect so, Ray.
Tubberclair are going to play from right to left as we look out here from the stand. Shane, you were down in the field area. Is there much of a breeze? Will it be a factor?
Yeah, the breeze will be a little bit of a factor. It's something that you can't drive that long ball in necessarily the way you'd like to. It needs to be carried a little bit further. Conditions are quite ideal, Ray. Lovely crowd here in Cusack Park, and interestingly, quite a lot of the multi-crowd empty, but this stand is full again now for the intermediate final.
Yeah, position switch there. We see number 6 Adam Cronin from Shandonagh has gone out into the middle of the field. Now, whether it's only for the throw in or not, but anyway, play is underway. The ball thrown up and it's gathered there by Matthew Whittaker. Opens the play over to the far side of the field. Tubberclair, first team with possession. Fred Callagher, and down the line it goes to far side with Matthew Whittaker, takes on his man. He did this in the semi-final the very same, and comes inside off the left foot, gets the first shot away in anger, but unfortunately not on target. We have the first wide after just 28 seconds. Ominous there for the Shandonagh defence there. Tubberclair men just attacked that pace then, and Matthew Whittaker, quality player when he gets on the ball.
Oh yeah, fabulous young prospect, Ray, and it is that pace that really makes him stand out. I mentioned it just before throw-in, that what really impresses me about this Tubberclair side is that intent when they do carry and they're not kicking, it's flat out all the time.
Yeah, the kick out has been won down along the line here by Brendan Kelly, and Brendan anxious, a little bit too anxious. He kept the ball in play very, very close to the sideline, but then he committed the foul right down inside Tubberclair's 13-metre line. Referee awards the free out, and the free is already taken. Grabbed here by Oisín Donoghue. Oisín carries the ball forward, trying to be closed down there. Two Shandonagh men trying to get to him. He gives a nice ball inside, and Tubberclair with the possession again. It's Stephen McGonigal. Stephen back now as far as Cahill Ty. Cahill told to open the play out over to the far side where Sean Claffey gives it over again, and that's the left cornerback, that's Aaron Brady. Fisted ball, and Tubberclair have the possession over there on the right hand side of the field here. Ball given inside to Fred Callagher. Fred turns around, looks for his man inside. Nice ball given in front of Paul Garvey. Holds the possession, and on the loop around is Rory Delaney again, not taking the shot on, trying to work it around into a better position, holding that possession back now with Matthew Whittaker. They're back on outside Shandonagh's 45-metre line, but they have the possession, slowing it right down, and then ball goes direct, 1-on-1 in front of the square. Ball broken down, Tubberclair man have it. Ball is recycled back out to Tom Callagher. Tom thought about taking the shot, but was closed down. Does very well to hold the possession. He comes inside, takes a shot, and little groan from the crowd there, because they knew that one wasn't on target either. But Tubberclair, a couple of shots on goal already inside the open 2.5 minutes, but nothing on the scoreboard yet.
Yeah, nothing to show for it, Ray, but they'll be happy with both attacks and how they picked out the Shandonagh defence and what happened. I think it's a little bit of a mismatch there with Jensen Nagel is picking up Robbie Curley. I noticed that he went straight to him at the start of the game. There's a little bit of a size mismatch there, but Jensen has got massive pace, so he'll try and play him from in front.
Yeah, the kick out was gathered there by Tom Malloy, and the foul committed, and chance for the Tubberclair man to get the ball in, or the Shandonagh to get the ball into the Tubberclair area here, but ball is on the ground. The referee signaling touched on the ground there, and Tom Malloy, I'm sure, will have this ball back out on the 13-metre line. It's a difficult angle, but an opportunity for Shandonagh to get off the mark.
Yeah, great industry from Alan Hickey, the elder statesman on the team, to tag inside the corner there and really work hard, not give away the free. It's easy to give away a free in there, and just a handy free out, so he did really well, Ray. Yeah,
Tom Malloy is going to kick this with the left foot. Doesn't get the connection, but it's still a dangerous ball. But Tubberclair men get a fist on it, and it's gone out over the end line. It's going to be a 45, the first 45 of the day. Tom Malloy will be a little bit disappointed with that one. It was a difficult angle, but we've seen him, and he's well capable of scoring those. 45, Alan Hickey thought about going short with it. Brian Cabinet came in and takes the ball now, and Brian placing it in the correct position. He's going to kick this one with the right foot. 4 minutes on the clock. Scoreboard man yet to be troubled. Ryan just taking his time now. 45 metre, gets a good connection, it's dropping in, it's opening score for the Shandonagh men. Lovely kick there from Brian Kavanagh with the right foot. You had the distance, no problem there in the opening score. Shane, we're just 4.5 minutes into the opening half.
Yeah, and he's probably aided by a slight breeze there. But Kevin Fagan's, after being a little wobbly on that first kick out, dropped it short to Kevin Boyle, and Kevin went to try and lob him early, I think.
Yeah, had more time, I think, than he thought there, but couldn't get it on target, and a let off for the Tubberclair man, and this time just fires a nice ball out into the centre where it's grabbed there by Sean Claffey. Sean called the mark and then plays on, moves it on quickly to Fred Kelleher. Fred carries it forward, goes inside, Shandonagh men filtering back. Tubberclair hold that possession, the ball fisted in by Robbie Curley into a little bit of space there for Fred Kelleher, and Fred takes the shot, but again, much to the disappointment of the Tubberclair crowd, that one again swung to the left and wide. Just looking at the flags over on the far side of the field, and it looks to have changed, it's favouring the Shandonagh men more so, and blown more down the field than the crossways. But on the kick out is Conor Craig over on the far side of the field, finds Alan Hickey. Alan, hugely experienced player for his side, brother of the team manager. He's on the possession again, comes into a heavy tackle, goes to ground, wins the free, and the free is taken by Conor McCrossan. Nice ball inside. The corner forward is Kevin Boyle. He shows in front, takes the return pass. Can he get room to get the shot away? He does with the left foot. But Tubberclair's Kevin Fagan, safe pair of hands in there, grabs the ball for his side, and they come out the field with it. Fred Kelleher. Fred back in his own half back line. He's a little pop pass off to Oisín Donoghue. Oisín again moving it through the hands here now is Tom Kelleher. Tom in space. Moves it in central again. Fred Kelleher involved again, and the centre half back is Cathal Ty, and Cathal with the right foot. Lovely ball looking for Paul Garvey. Can Paul get possession? No, because Dara Conway, he's a quality full back in there as well. He knows he'll have his hands full, but does very well on that foot race, and coming out with the ball gets his hand tugged just as he was trying to get the pass away. Enda Kelly right up and things towards the free, and Shandonagh have already taken it, and they come out just outside their own 45. Daniel Scahan coming forward, little ball inside to Tom Malloy. Tom spins around, gives it back to Conor McCrossan. Conor has a teammate in space over on the far side of the field. That's the wing back, that's Garrett Carrick. A lovely ball inside, and Mark called, and an opportunity again for Shandonagh. It's Mark called just outside the 20 metre line. Ryan Norris backs himself, wins the mark, takes the shot, fires it over the bar. Lovely score there again from the mark. Tubberclair coming in here, Shane, probably a lot of pressure on the Tubberclair. Shandonagh maybe coming in a little bit under the radar. Like you said, a couple of narrow wins and knockout games and stuff like that, but they're here on merit, and Tubberclair just a little bit slow to settle down yet to get that scoreboard moving.
Yeah, they're probably having trouble with the scoreboard, Ray, but they've mixed it up nicely in a few of their attacks. There's been direct running, there's been some good kicking, a little bit nervy from them in places, but I tell you, that ball that Garrett Carr drove into Ryan Norris to take the mark was as good a foot pass that you're going to see here this weekend. It never left the chest height, and similarly here now we're a mark and an opportunity for
Robbie Curley. The man took that one there from Sean Claffey, called the mark, and certainly a good opportunity here now for Tubberclair to get off the mark. Robbie Curley, he's going to take it with the right foot, and he's bang on target, much to the delight of the Tubberclair support. A big support down here. We see Mark McCabe down below us here, the Bonish door, and he's calling for his team now just to keep things moving, and of course Gary Connaughton, an able deputy along with him down there. But this kick out is going to be for Conor Craig. Conor with the left foot fires it central. Alan men down road, broken down. Who's on the breaking ball? Doesn't matter, because the referee has seen there was a push on the back there by one of the Tubberclair men, and free is going to be awarded in Conor McCrossan. Conor looks short and then gives it on to Brendan Killian. Brendan, little ball in over the top, and the centre half back is Adam Cronin. Adam turns around, gives it to Tom Malloy. Tom on to Alan Hickey. We're right behind the kick here in the commentary box, but unfortunately for Alan, just curled across in front of the upright, and unfortunately outside the upright, and a kick out for Kevin Fagan. He already has the ball on the 20 metre line.
Yeah, Shandonagh will be wanting to take those chances with the breeze on their back, Ray, early in the game, seeking to trouble this Tubberclair side, get some questions into their head going in at half time. But Tubberclair played in similar conditions in their semi-final against St Mary's, and were quite happy to keep it within a score or two at half-time and come out with the wind on their back and use their inside line.
Yeah, and Tubberclair have the possession again. Well won there by Robbie Curley. Robbie plays it back out now as far as Tom Kelleher. Tom, good heads-up play from the number 12 there and gives it across to Fred Kelleher, but Fred with the outside of the right foot doesn't get it on target. And I see just a positional thing. I see Ben Traynor wearing the number 10. He's back picking up Robbie Curley in the full back line for his side.
Yeah, and that's something that changed immediately once that long ball came in early and Jensen Nagel got caught, or Curley got the ball in behind Jensen Nagel. They decided, let's cut that threat out straight away and brought Ben Traynor back.
Yeah, the kick out is high ball at his end. Again, more pushing this time. Alan Hickey, the man that's deemed to have committed the foul, and it's going to be a free, and Tubberclair already taking it. Owen McCabe gives it back to Cahill Ty. Cahill holds the possession. Tom Malloy trying to close him down as he carries it forward, looks for options, gives a little short pass over to the far side of the field. And Tubberclair on a lot of possession here. Rory Delaney. And Rory gets a call from a lot of people here in the stand that there's a man spare over on this side, and that man is Fred Kelleher. Fred goes inside. Again, good defending there. Robbie Curley there, prevented from getting the ball there. The ball is picked up by Conor Craig, and the foul committed then. Shandonagh have already taken the free as they come out, already out across their own 45. Conor across it, slipped as he got the ball, but did very well to keep possession for his side. Gives it back, and breaking is Daniel Scahill. Supporters claiming he was blocked off there, but Shandonagh have the possession here. Good play there by Brendan Killian, but then the ball loose there for a couple of minutes. No one able to get possession. Conor McCrossan, it looks like I thought he might have covered the ball on the ground, as they call it, and touched it on the ground, but the referee just calls a little bit of common sense here. He's going to throw the ball up between a couple of players. Up it goes. Broken down. Tubberclair men that are on the break, and the ball shoveled passed out here to Fred Kelleher. Fred does very well to give it inside where Aaron Brady has possession. Aaron on to Owen McCabe, and Owen with the right foot goes long. It's 1-on-1 inside in there. Two players Tuscan had that high ball in there, and I think the referee got it bang on there. The foul committed by the Shandonagh man. It's going to be a free and an opportunity for an equaliser to come here for Tubberclair.
Yeah, finally some fruit. It's a very obvious tactic to try and deliver every ball into Curley inside. He is a big man. He's good under the air. Shandonagh recognises straight away, brought Ben Traynor in. That's a little bit bigger than Jensen Nagel, but finally they're after getting fruit. That's the last three balls been delivered very early in there too.
Yeah, and the free taken by Owen McCabe, and Owen fires it over the bar. It is the equaliser. 12 minutes, just over 12 and a quarter minutes gone in the opening half. 2 points apiece, Shane. Yet the game ready to take off yet.
Yet to take off, but the intensity and the level of contest and physical contest is such a step above what we saw in the junior match, Ray. Every ball has been contested. There are big men out there on the pitch. It's obvious that Tubberclair are trying to target this middle third where they have very, very big men to win the breaking ball, but Shandonagh have gotten their fair share out of it so far.
Yeah, and Tom Malloy, the latest man to get on, it comes inside, does well, gives it off to Adam Cronin, moving central here now to Garrett Carr. Garrett backs himself, takes a shot, the umpire looks up at it and he was signaling that it is over the bar. Garrett Carr from just outside the 45 backed himself. It was knocking on for him, but no mistake there from the number 5. Puts it over the bar. 3 points to 2 for Shandonagh. 13 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and a good kicker of the ball. His ball off the boot has after been influential in 2 of those 3 scores. One of them the delivery for the mark, and that a lovely strike from just inside the 45 metre line.
Kevin Fagan, big kick out, gathered on the Shandonagh 65 there and taken in quickly where it is the full forward Paul Garvey. Paul spins around, but under pressure as he got the kick away with the left foot. It's high one and off the top of the upright. In fact, it was that high up we couldn't see it in here in the commentary box, but it actually hit the top of the upright and out over the end line, and a let off there for Shandonagh. But Paul Garvey did very well to win that. He showed on front, get the possession, turn inside. He was just under pressure, just enough pressure put on him there as the shot came in. We see it there hitting off the top of the upright and out over the end line, and a kick out again for Conor Craig. Conor left footed, out the far side it goes. 2 against 1 in favour of the Tubberclair man. The ball goes through the three of them. Tom Malloy picks it up, and Tom Malloy is fouled, and he's up and away, has the free taken straight away again. Shandonagh, Tom has the return pass, thought about going right, holds on to that ball for his side, back out as far as Garrett Carr. Garrett decides to move it across this side to Alan Hickey. Alan, a fisted pass, sees that he's 2 teammates over on the far side. Conor McCrossan, he has it. Conor with the outside of the right foot flicks it inside, but Shandonagh, that's the full forward of Brian Cavanagh, prevented from getting possession, but still Shandonagh foraging, and they have the ball again. They work it back out again. They're now out halfway between the 45 and 65, and the 2 midfielders are combined. Little pop pass there by Aaron Craig. There's a chance here, and the kick comes in. It was blocked down there, but Shandonagh still have the possession. Then Garrett Carr looks up, tries to get a ball in as far as Brian Cavanagh, but unfortunately over his head, had a little bit too much on, and it's gone out over the end line, and Kevin Fagan will be out on the 20-metre line, but we have an injury for one of the Tubberclair men out here just inside his own 45, and the referee just standing with him. So
just halfway into the first half, Ray, so there's been some good quality. I'm very impressed with the structures of Tubberclair and how they filter back into their defence, and then when they do get their hands on the ball, or if Kevin Fagan has a restart, it's literally 2 kicks of a ball and it's inside their full forward line, and they're looking dangerous. Shandonagh are struggling to break them down a little bit. Tom Malloy is getting his hands on the ball a lot from around the middle third, breaking ball.
Kick out from Kevin Fagan, not the best against Shandonagh, have intercepted, and Tom Malloy has it, and Tom fires it in and fires it over the bar. Again, Kevin, he lived dangerously earlier on. Kevin Boyle, I think he was, had intercepted him previously, and that time Tom Malloy demanded, intercepted and punished him, and fires it over the bar. 4 points to 2 in favour of Shandonagh. 16 minutes on the clock. Kevin decides to go along with this one, right footed, fires it down, ball broken down. It's the Shandonagh men that are on the break. That's the centre back Adam Cronin, gives a little ball in as far as Tom Malloy and takes the return, or in fact that was Ryan Norris. Right. Ball is back out now, and now it is that man Tom Malloy. Tom with the left foot, lovely ball in, inviting his teammate onto that. The pass a little bit too high for Tom going at speed, and Tubberclair have the possession one, and they turn, trying to get it up into the attacking half of the field, holding that possession here, and then left foot ball, nice ball in front of the number 13. Then it's Robbie Curley. Robbie, 3 defenders around him, and the 3 defenders do very well. One of them gets a hand on it. I think that was Ben Traynor, gets the hand on it, dispossessed them, and Shandonagh have the possession again, and coming down the field is Brendan Killian. Brendan very, very close to the sideline. 2 Tubberclair men around it. Nice ball in as far as Tom Malloy. Pass came from outside the 45, so the mark is called and taken quickly, and Brendan Killian, huge credit to Brendan Killian there, did an awful lot of donkey work, won the ball down here in front of us, moved it on to Tom Malloy. Tom called the mark, Brendan kept running, took the return pass, tipped it over the bar.
Yeah, really well worked score, Ray, and that awareness from Tom Malloy. He'd taken his mark, most lads step back to give 15 seconds to kick it. He immediately chipped it over the head because Brendan Killian had continued his run. A very well worked score. I think Kevin Hickey obviously would be the happier of the two. He's 2 managers, 3 points up at the moment, and they have, as I mentioned in the pre-match game, they've figured out Kevin Fagan's kick out to a degree and put a lot of pressure on it, so Tubberclair looking a little wobbly on that kick out, and that, I think a lot of that credit goes to the work that's been done on the sideline from Shandonagh.
Yeah, that one from Kevin out over the sideline, but ball is driven in one then back by Tubberclair, on the ball fired down the far side of the field. Paul Garvey out in front of his man, but pushed on the back, and it's going to be a free, and Owen McCabe is making his way over. Owen with 1 free already to his name. This one more difficult, it's over on closer to the terrace side of the field, but an opportunity just for Tubberclair just to keep within touch and distance. 5 points to 2 in favour of Shandonagh. Owen is looking around him, is he looking for options? And I think he's decided he's going to go for the shot himself. Again, taking his time, probably playing into what bit of a breeze it is. He kicks it in high, it's dropping in, they're all looking up at it. And I think it has gone over the bar. Waiting for the signal there from the umpire. It looked like It had been on target, but from just our angle, I thought it might have come across the front of goals. Point that they probably need just to keep within touching distance.
Yeah, like I said, they'll be very happy if they keep within a score array against the Breeze. It's, like I said, it's very, very similar to what their semi-final against St Mary's was like.
Kick out again, nice kick out from Conor Craig. It's gathered over on the far side by the Shandonagh men, and they're on the move again. Tom Malloy comes inside. Conor McCrossan, two members of the half forward line, playing very, very deep, and the ball put inside. Hands in error there by Kevin Boyle, not like him, but ball has gone out over the side, and it is going to be a line ball for Shandonagh, taken already, and Alan Hickey has it. Alan outside Tubberclair's 45. Nice vision there, little ball in over the top. The cornerback is Jensen Nagel. Does very well, just a hold of possession. It's back here with Shandonagh, and a lovely crossfield ball. It's as far as that man Garrett Carr. You alluded to it earlier on, Shane, but his quality of kick passing and proved it again that time. Fires that one over the bar. 6 points. So Shandonagh 3 for Tubberclair. 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and a lovely switch of play from the left-hand wing over to the right-hand wing. Garrett Carr found himself in a lot of space, and again trusted that kick off the outside of his boot, a fine finish.
Yeah, kick out is a good one from Kevin Fagan this time, and the ball fired into Rory Delaney. Rory with the opportunity. Maybe had more time than he thought it was, because it was a great kick out there by Kevin Fagan. Found his man in a lot of space as well, and Tubberclair broke quickly, but unfortunately couldn't capitalise on the opportunity. Rory Delaney eventually with the shot, probably from close to 40 metres, but not on target. And Conor Craig has fired out the kick out. A good kick out again, finds a teammate. Ball given inside, and Alan Hickey, nice ball, looking for that man Garrett Carr, pushing forward again. Keeping the possession very close to the sideline. Garrett has it again and gives it back as far as Conor McCrossan. Conor comes central and on to the playmaker Tom Malloy. Tom turns around, nice ball inside. Chance here for Shandonagh again, but good defending there by the Tubberclair back there, because every time Kevin Boyle thought about getting the shot on, he knew he was going to be blocked down, and eventually good work by the defence there, and they turned the possession over, and the free out is going to be for the Tubberclair men that have taken the shot. It's the full back over there, it's Jason McHugh, and it's eventually back here with Kevin Fagan. Kevin looks up and gives a little ball out as far as his centre half back, Cathal Tighe. Cathal is under a bit of pressure. Ryan Norris, he committed the foul there, but not much in it there, but referee close enough to the situation gives the free out, and Stephen McGonigal has taken the possession, and he's on it again now as he comes out across his own 65 metre line. Little pop pass over onto the far side of the field. Tubberclair driving down the right hand side of their attack. The ball is back in with Matthew Whittaker. Matthew has been quiet for a couple of minutes. Gives the ball inside, not the best ball in the world, because intercepted there by Adam Cronin. Shandonagh with the possession. It's that man Brendan Killian driving forward again. Still carries with a little hand in, but Brendan, he's been resolute. He's kept the possession there, and Tom Malloy steps in then to give him a bit of help, and he has the ball. Runners coming forward. Aaron Craig, Aaron with the left foot, nice ball, looking for Brian Cavanagh. Brian is out in front of his man, turns around, backs himself with the shot, curls it in. It's a fabulous goal there for the number 14, his second point. And Brendan Killian here right in front of us wearing the number 7. He's been very influential for his side driving forward.
He has, very industrious. You know, got a little lucky bounce of a ball, but here's this pressure on Kevin Fagan's short kick out again, and it's really paying dividends for Shandonagh today.
Yeah, and Shandonagh chance here for Brian Cameron. He's passed, pushing him a little bit close to the end line, but he gives it back as far as Garrett Carr. Garrett just holding that possession. Good heads up, gives it back out here to Brendan Killian again. Brendan gives it back to Garrett Carr, who puts it through the hands again to Conor McCrossan. Conor back to Aaron Craig. Little fisted pass on there to Ryan Norris, or in fact it's Tom Malloy. Tom puts the ball inside and makes the run, draws the player away with it, creates a little bit of space, and Alan Hickey, Alan with the ball, pops it on again now to Tom Malloy. Tom, nice ball inside this time. It is grabbed for the mark by Ryan Norris, and Ryan has already got one from a mark, and another opportunity here, and opportunity here, Shane, to put 5 points between the sides. A little bit of daylight coming between the two sides. Shandonagh really settled into this game.
Yeah, and extremely accurate in everything they're doing. Ray does.
The mark taken there by Ryan Norris. Sorry to cut across there, but Kevin Fagan in the goals. Misjudging as it came in the wind, and ball ends up over his head under the crossbar in the back of the net. Big score for the Shandonagh men. We see it here again on replays. Ryan Norris, he got a point from the mark earlier on, at that time ball ends up in the back of the net. Kick out again from Kevin Fagan. Again, huge pressure on that kick out as Owen McCabe this time can't prevent it from going out over the sideline. It's going to be a line ball, and Alan Hickey has already taken the line ball. Alan goes back as far as Garrett Carr. Garrett wearing number 5 with 2 points on the scoreboard. Gives the ball inside. Shandonagh on the attack again. Tom Malloy has the possession again. Tom is pushed to the ground. Foul committed. Free taken. And Aaron Craig with the possession for Shandonagh, and the ball comes across here now to where Alan Hickey's in a little bit of space. Shandonagh have a couple of players coming forward. Garrett Carr. Garrett this time treads a beautiful ball inside where the full forward is Brian Cavan, and Brian goes right. He comes back on his left foot. He backed himself. Is it going to stay in play? It is, because Kevin Boyle makes sure it does, and Kevin gives it back out first time to Aaron Craig. Aaron with the left foot takes the shot, but unfortunately for Aaron, as soon as it left his foot, knew it wasn't on target, out to the left and wide. And certainly that's a hammer blow for Tubberclair, and a superb score at the time, with the aid of the breeze, and put 7 between the sides. That goal there, I think we have a blood injury.
Yeah, you spoke about daylight beginning to open, and that goal is really after opening up rate. I think where Tubberclair are struggling, they're not engaging the Shandonagh playmakers, the Garrett Carrs, the Tom Malloys, the Alan Hickeys. They're not engaging them when they get the ball just inside the 45, and they're able to pick their little passes inside. The boys inside are very good ball winners, so Tubberclair have to step out to them now and get more contact on. They're letting these boys play around them. Yeah. Martin McCabe won't be happy about that.
Yeah, and with that a chance here for Shandonagh. It's another score there. Just while that was all happening, there's a blood sub after introduced here by Tubberclair Graham Whittaker, and we'll watch here now Tom Malloy with the possession. Tom does very well, and all fired over the bar. 1-8 to 3 points. Kick out gathered well by Fred Kelleher. Fred takes it into space. Face down by Aaron Craig, tries to get by him, foul as he was trying to go by him. The referee signals a free. 26.5 minutes, 1-8 to 3 points.
Yeah, and it represents the way the game has been. That some of the bigger players for Tubberclair just haven't been in it. We're really excited about Matthew Whittaker. The last few times we've seen him out, I think he's only touched the ball a couple of times, Ray. Like I said, Shandonagh have figured out Kevin Fagan, much of Kevin Fagan's kick out. I think his long one has worked very well. But a hammer blow at the goal, heads are beginning to drop. I'd say Martin McCabe would be happy not to let any wider a gap open up before half time.
Yeah, but Shandonagh on the attack again. It's the corner back. Daniel Scanlon probably should have taken the score himself, but maybe he knew better because he gives it back out to Brian Cavan. And we see the pace that Shandonagh broke with there. They won the possession back up here from Robbie Curley and broke at pace. Cornerbacks, wingbacks, all breaking the pace of the ball. Eventually put over the bar. It was Ben Traynor involved in that one as well. Gave it on to Daniel Scahill. He knew better. Give it off to Brian Cavan, and Brian comes back on the left and fires over on us. 9-point lead. 1 goal and 9 points now for Shandonagh.
Yeah, and they're buzzing, Ray. They're very industrious. They're actually very similar to the last time they captured the intermediate championship. They put on a similar display against my own club, Milton Pass, where they never gave them a chance to breathe at all.
Matthew Whittaker on the ball again, fouled maybe a couple of times as he was coming in there. The referee allowed him to keep going through, but eventually goes to ground. And as you said, Matthew has been quiet for a lot of this game, but shows the quality that he has, and Tubberclair will be looking for a lot more of that there. But there's a chance here for Owen McCabe. 2 points from frees already to his name. Going to take this and just on the 20-metre line. Certainly one that they need, and he kicks it with the right foot and kicks it over the bar. 1-9 to 3, 1-9 now to 4 points, 12 points to 4, 8 points between the sides. Kick out back on our left hand side for Conor Craig. Conor in no hurry. Clock said we're 28.5 minutes gone. I think the signal is going to come for 2 minutes of additional time, but we'll wait for the official word. Conor Craig. Connor's kick-outs have been excellent so far. This time he goes high and long. Ball broken. Well clattered. Beautiful catch there by Fred Keller. Fred takes the mark and starts to play again. And Matthew Whittaker is on the ball again. Gives a nice ball inside to Fred Keller again. Fred coming forward. Comes back onto his right foot and he taps that one over the bar. 2 points in quick succession, Shane, and certainly very much badly needed by the Tubberclair men.
Yeah, very badly needed, but it shows what they have in their locker. Ray spoke about that pace before. They are big men. They're at the winning. Now, that last kick out could have just as easily went the other way if Fred hadn't managed to hold on to the mark, because Tom Malloy is lurking in around every breaking ball. He was just behind them. Had it fallen into his paws, we could be looking at a score the other end of the pitch.
Kick out again from Conor Craig. Switches sides, goes over very close to the side, and Alan Hickey. Alan goes to ground. Alan does very well. You saw the experience. I think bounced the ball off one of the Tubberclair men's legs and out over the sideline, and he wins the line ball taken. And the full back has come out. That's Dara Conway. Dara under severe pressure. A lot of Tubberclair men around him, and they have the possession again. The foul committed and a free for the Tubberclair men back on their own 65-metre line. It's given inside to Fred Keller. Fred spins away from a tackle there from Ryan Norris. Has Stephen McGonigal in a little bit of space here, close to the sideline. Ryan Norris trying to just shepherd him closer to the sideline, but he does very well to come back inside. Ball is given to the midfielder. That's Sean Claffey. Sean looks up and sees he has a teammate in space over on the far side. That's James Madden. Jim, a nice ball here now to Owen McCabe. Owen with the shot, but unfortunately for Owen, probably should have worked that in a little bit closer, but he backed himself with the shot, but unfortunately not on target, out over the end line and wide.
Yeah, Martin McCabe be very frustrated to see an attack finish like that. They're after working it into a corner, spread the pitch out lovely, and all it needed was heads up and maybe move it one more time, Ray.
Yeah, the kick out, gathers straight into the chest of Brendan Killian. Brendan calls the mark and he takes the free quickly. And again, Shandonagh seemed to be able to get that extra man almost immediately. The ball is given inside here as far as Kevin Boyd. Kev fists the ball onto Tom Malloy. Tom Jinks takes a shot. Oh, it was a tricky ball. Goalkeeper's nightmare, one just coming in under the bar, but Kevin Fagan had to be alert there and got a fist to it, diverted it across the front of the goal, out for a 45. But Tom Malloy, I don't know whether he was going for a goal or a point there, Shane, but it could have ended up very easily in the back of the net. Yeah,
I think he spun onto his right foot, his slightly weaker foot, and that poor enough contact, and nearly eluded Kevin. And poor Kevin's had a kind of a wobbly first half, and that might give him a little bit of confidence to get fingertips to this.
Yeah.
So still an opportunity for Shandonagh. We've had a 45 kicked already earlier from Brian Kavanagh. He certainly has the distance for this, Ray. Possibly the last kick of the half. There were 2 minutes indicated as additional time.
Yeah. Brian Kavanagh is a full forward, 3 points to his name as he gets good connection on this one, but unfortunately he tugs that one just to the left and wide. The clock just ticks down over on the 32 minutes. 1 goal and 9 points. 12 points for Shandonagh. 5 points for Tubberclair as Kevin Fagan again goes short with the kick out, finds his intended target, but Enda Kelly, he's the referee, he signals that one is going to be the last action of the half. Shane, just sum up that first half before we go to an ad break.
Well, I think the scoreboard sums it up, Ray. 1-9 to 5 points is really indicative of how the game went. A few early chances for Tubberclair. They tried to find Curley inside with a couple of long balls. The only dividends that paid was 1 free, where I think Ben Traynor had kind of caught himself under the body. But I think Shandonagh have been extremely accurate. I mentioned that they're actually suffocating Tubberclair. They're not giving them a chance to breathe. They're on top of everything, every kick out, and they're moving the ball swiftly. The marks aren't being held on to for 15 seconds. The free kicks aren't being held on to for any length of time. They're moving the ball. They have an inside line that can win possession. And like I said, I think Tubberclair have to push up and engage much more because the playmakers on the Shandonagh side are having a field day at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is a half-time break. We're going to take a break here on commentary. We'll go down pitch side for some analysis from the lads, and that's all going to be after an ad break.
TEG, proud sponsors of TEG Cusick Park, serving aviation, biopharmaceuticals and medical industries across the globe. TEG has been to the fore in the fight against COVID-19 with our customers and partners. A local business employing local people. Visit teg.com/careers to learn more. Wishing all our GAA patrons a safe passage through the championship.
Clark's Bar, wishing all teams the very best today. Rytech, proud sponsor of the Westmeath Intermediate Football Championship. 7th Coaches, proud sponsor of Westmeath GAA Hurling Championships.
Cusick Park pitch is 145 metres long. Imagine 3 of these bridge beams would make up the length of the pitch. Now transport 30 of them from Harney to Kildare. A challenge overcome by a great team with the support of a great community. My name is Pat Barrett, Project Manager, Shamer to Precast.
And you? What do you do?
It's a bit complicated to explain.
You know, I still didn't get exactly what your job is.
That is what I do.
New Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid.
Yeah, it's half time here in the Rytech Intermediate Football semi-final here, and at the moment it's 1-9 to Shandonagh. It's 5 points to Tubberclair in a half Paul O'Donovan that has been dominated by the boys in the Dublin colours.
Yeah, well, we said earlier, Shane Donoghue said earlier at the start of the afternoon, the matches, the 4 matches last week and the matches this weekend, we're going to get a shock someplace along the weekend, and I won't say it's a shock because this game is very hard to call, but I think the margin that Shandonagh are winning by a half time is a shock, because we all thought this was going to be a close tight game. It's been anything but. Shandonagh really dominated. Now, having said that, Tubberclair kicked some poor wides, and if they hadn't, it'd still be much closer, but Shandonagh have been in top. Far better team, great running with the ball, great movement off the ball, the passes across field have been exceptional, and okay, they got a fortuitous goal and that's opened the gap up, but they're by far the better team here today, and Mark McCabe and Tubberclair, they'll be worried in that Tubberclair dressing room because there's a lot of work to be done this second half.
Yeah, and Alan, far more cohesive. I think that's what we were discussing up there. They're just using the ball so much better, and in Tom Malloy they have the playmaker, they have the puppet master. He's directing traffic really there.
Yeah, he's the standout player today. I think if Tubberclair are going to have any hope in the second half of getting back into the game, they really have to tighten up on him. He's the as someone was saying earlier on, if Ron O'Toole wasn't around, this man would be centre forward for Westmeath. I think it was yourself who was saying it, Paul, but he's dictating all the game. He's back in defence, he's moving the ball out, 1-2s, they can't close him down. He's a brilliant kick passer of the ball. He's only a point to his name out of the 1-9, but he's after setting up nearly everything.
He's probably created the other 1-8.
Even the mark that they got the goal from, unfortunately Kevin Fagan, he misjudged the ball coming in, but even the mark, he was the man that let the ball in, and I think young Norris took the mark. But listen, they really need to close down, they need to tighten up on their defence. They're kicking too many wides as well. They've 7 wides, 6 have come from the forwards. They're really not shooting from the scoring zone, to be fair to them. But listen, it's only 30 minutes gone. They're playing with whatever bit of a breeze is there. They're playing with it in the second half. So if Tubberclair can chip away and get a point or two early, they'll be right back in this.
Yeah, but they're going to need something, Paul. They're going to need a spark to set them alight, I think, in this second half. And in fairness, so far in the game, it's been a story of poor kickouts from. I don't like to single out anybody, but kickouts have been major, and then to let in what is bread and butter for a goalkeeper as well. So he won't be happy with his day's work so far.
We mentioned goalkeeper before the game, and we actually praised Kevin Fagan for, I think Shane said about the kickouts and how it was going to go, and to date Kevin Fagan's kickouts have been pinpoint and they've been paramount to how Tubberclair have worked the ball down the field.
But having said that, Paul, that's obviously something that Kevin Hickey and Ed Lennon have worked on and probably gone into minute detail on it.
Yeah, and the Shandonagh players, the attack have been very alert and closed down, and they've worked upon that and they've capitalised on it. Kevin just not having on the opposite side then, Conor Craig at the other end, his kickouts have been very good. He's found a man with every kick out, and Shandonagh have been able to work the ball down and get great scores. I think Shandonagh are using the wings very well, using the width of the pitch very well, and Tubberclair, it looks like they may need a goal to get back into this game, and I haven't seen it in that first half.
No, and the first goal conceded by Kevin Fagan this year in the championship. One thing that has struck me, Alan, are the two wing backs for Shandonagh, Gareth Carr and Brendan Killian. I think they've been absolutely outstanding, and not been tracked a lot of the time as well.
No, they're the driving force. Most of their attacks have been started off by how much they're getting forward. They're not even if they're not getting on the ball, they're creating that space for the man on the ball, and both of them scored a point apiece. I think what Tubberclair really have to do now is like Shandonagh are leaving a man spare in the half-hour line. They're doing that much of a press. I think that if they can notice that on the sideline, Kevin has a big boot in him. He can really he cleared the whole.
He did with a couple of very good kick-outs.
Good kick-outs. He has that boot on him. I think they have to try and make the most of that. Make sure that Shandonagh do have to pick up that spare man in the half-hour line, and if they do, then it'll create the space for the short one again.
Yeah, but it's all to play. It's all to do for Tubberclair though at the moment. Shandonagh are looking comfortable, Paul, now.
Yeah, and on top of that, Shandonagh need to put their shooting boots on there in the second half, because they've kicked some poor wides, as Alan alluded to, and took the wrong options, and they just need to be more clinical in front. But you know, there's a great battle out there between Robbie Curley and Ben Traynor. Ben's in his pocket all the time. When Curley gets by him, there's a sniffing for goal, but he hasn't got by him too often, and it's a great battle. And obviously, again, good work by Kevin Hickey there, a good matchup. You know, they worked hard on that, because Curley's a class player when he gets going.
Yeah, and that much vaunted Tubberclair forward line that we saw against Mary Fletcher Ridge have really misfired so far, Alan.
Yeah, it's 29th minute before they scored a point from play, and that tells his tale. But they're a young side. They're coming into a final. They're going to be nervous. They're going to. You'd like to think that they get into the game a bit quicker than the 29th minute in terms of forward line. But if they can get they need a couple of quick scores. They need a couple of quick scores where they can get the scoreboard ticking over and make sure that they tighten up on their defence. They still have a chance. There is a bit of a breeze there. People can't see it at home. There's a bit of a breeze there.
It's actually getting heavier.
It's going to be harder shoe into the goals for Shandonagh, but Shandonagh are playing all the football at the minute. First 3 or 4 minutes, Tubberclair had them on the rack, but then after that, Shandonagh really have taken over.
You're going to stick with your prediction, so
absolutely,
you're going to go with Shandonagh.
But they have to tighten up on Tom Malloy. If Tubberclair are going to have any chance, this man can win the game on his own for Shandonagh, and at the minute he's doing it.
Yeah, Paul.
The lads in Shandonagh that I know well, and delighted they're doing so well. So I'll just stay with that. I picked Tubberclair. I'll stick with them. But look, we saw it in the first half when Multy got on top, how they had a lead and how they held on to it and kept possession. We're probably going to see that from Shandonagh in the second half now. Just going to kill the game. They don't need to score that much, and just hold possession will be vital for Shandonagh in the second half.
Yeah, well, look, at both teams are coming back out here, so it's back to Ray in the Crow's Nest after a break here. It's back to Ray in the Crow's Nest along with Shandonagh up there. Do stay with us here in AVV. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are.
TEG, proud sponsors of TEG Cusick Park, serving aviation, biopharmaceuticals and medical industries across the globe. TEG has been to the fore in the fight against COVID-19 with our customers and partners. A local business employing local people. Visit teg.com/careers to learn more. Wishing all our GAA patrons a safe passage through the championship.
Clark's Bar, wishing all teams the very best today. Rytec, proud sponsor of Westmeath Intermediate Football Championship. 7th Coaches, proud sponsor of Westmeath GAA Hurling Championships.
Cusick Park pitch is 145 metres long. Imagine 3 of these bridge beams would make up the length of the pitch. Now transport 30 of them from Harney to Kildare.
Welcome back to commentary here for the second half of this Rytec Intermediate Football Final for 2022, and certainly the Shandonagh management will be the happier in that first half. 1-9, 5 points they lead. The referee is back out, Enda Kelly just waiting for his umpire to get back into position. But Shane, I would imagine there was a lot of stern words said in that Tubberclair dressing room at half time.
Maybe stern, maybe just
refocus the mind and see can they try and blitz Shandonagh. Look, Shandonagh be very, very pleased with where they are, and the message from Kevin Hickey would, keep your foot on the throat while it's there. The big question, can Tubberclair blitz at the start of this like they did at the start of their semi-final, get themselves back in? I don't think it's completely over yet, Ray.
Yeah, and on the half-time analysis, Alan Mangan did allude to it, get a couple of points, get the scoreboard back moving again and get themselves into this game. But they have the first possession of the half and they're attacking down the far side of the field. It's the corner back there. That's Stephen McGonigal. Ball given back, and it's a high shot comes in and it's on target. Lovely score. Again, the corner back is Stephen McGonigal. Stephen has been driving forward at every opportunity, and the ball eventually fired over the bar. And 9 to 6 points. We're on double scores.
Yeah, fine strike from Tom Kelleher there, and exactly the tonic they needed. It's a double score game at the moment, 6 points apiece, but the next 5 minutes of play are very important in what way this game is going to pan out.
Fabulous catch over there by Brendan Killian. He had an outstanding first half for his side. He's been driving forward at every opportunity. He calls the mark, holds the possession, gives it back as far as Daniel Scahill, skips away from his opponent, carries it forward, and then just settles on the ball, gives it back to Aaron Craig. Aaron, experienced player, gives it inside. A couple of handling errors here by the Shandonagh men at the start of the second half, and they turn the possession over, and the ball is given inside. Oh, looked like a push on the back there, and the full back there, Dara Conway had done well. The ball wasn't gathered in the first attempt there by Paul Garvey, but Dara just a little bit over anxious there and pushed his man on the back, and an opportunity here, certainly scoreable chance here for Owen McCabe. Not an easy one. 3 points to his name. He's going to kick this one with the right foot.
Yeah, a difficult enough strike for a right footer here, Ray, but he did nail one in the first half. He's drawn this in from the right hand side, and I think it just stayed outside the post.
Outside the post and wide, opportunity missed there by the Tubberclair man. Probably needed a left footed kicker there if anything, but out over the end line, and Conor Craig is back there looking for taking the ball out to the 20-metre line. Conor will be in no hurry. He'll do his best to run the clock down at every opportunity. He's going to kick it with the left foot. Wall's going to go towards his terrace side, then the sides to fire across this side of the field. Ball broken down. Tubberclair on the breaking ball again, carrying coming forward at pace. Matthew Whittaker takes on his man. Is he round him? No, he's not, because he's been forced back onto his left foot. Takes a shot and over the bar. Two players, Shane, that hadn't scored in the first half within the space of less than 3 minutes. A point for Tom Keller, a point for Matthew Whittaker, and they are two players that they need on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and this will breathe life into this Tubberclair team. They are big men around the middle. We've alluded to it a few times. Conor Craig has been excellent all game with his kickouts. I think that's nearly one of the first that he's lost clean possession from, but he didn't get the quick kick away, as you said. He was looking for a short one, and he ended up driving it out to the 50-50 contest.
Yeah, and he's been forced to do the same with this one. This time he goes across the far side of the field. Up they go, and it's the Tubberclair man, Sean Claffey, that comes away with the ball, and they're on the attack again. It's very, very close to the side, and the fact that he's gone out over the side, and it's going to be a line ball, and it's first Shandonagh, and they've already taken it. Aaron Craig gives the ball in as far as Adam Cronin. Adam just holds that possession. Ball in, handed inside to Conor McCroft, and Conor has got through a lot of work in that first half. Does well again to hold the possession, and Shandonagh settle it down now. Daniel Scahill gives it on to his other cornerback, Jensen Nagan. Coming forward, and then the ball looking for Tom Malloy. Not the best pass in the world there, and the ball is on the ground. Eventually a scrappy play there, but picked up by the Shandonagh and Oisin Donoghue then on to Owen McCabe. And Owen tries to drive it in first time, not intercepted there by Adam Cronin, and Tubberclair have the possession. They're on the 45-metre line. The ball is with Rory Delaney. Rory does well to hold the possession. The ball now with Owen McCabe. Owen gives it on now to Robbie Curley. Robbie with the right foot. Unfortunately, it's curling the wrong way. Is it kept in play? No, it's not. Full forward there, Paul Garvey. He caught the ball, but he couldn't keep it in play, and the ball has gone out over the end line. And a couple of opportunities missed, Shane, that they need to be taken.
Yeah, but you can immediately see that they are much more physical in the tackle. They're pressing, as we mentioned just at the wrap up at half time, that they need to engage these playmakers from Shandonagh, and certainly Martin McCabe and Gary Connaughton seem to have gotten that message across to them at half time that they have to compete, they have to be on every ball, they have to be in the face of these Shandonagh players. A bright start for Tubberclair, maybe could have done one or more on the scoreboard for the possession they're after having.
Yeah, the ball is over on the far side of the field. Shandonagh with possession, but then a very ambitious ball inside there. A big hit coming in there by Conor McCrossan, but it's not legal, and the foul committed and the free already taken, and Tubberclair are certainly a lot more alert in this second half. Fred Kelleher, he's the latest to get on possession. Fred takes on his man, skips inside him as he falls, and then backs himself with the kick, right footed. It's a high one. The crowd had a little bit of a groan there. They knew that it wasn't going to be on target. Another opportunity there for the Tubberclair men, and maybe need to work that ball in just a little bit closer. There is a strong breeze and it is helping them, and that may be a factor in them taking these ambitious shots.
Yeah, and I see Martin McCabe trying to get the message in there to be a little bit more composed, find that extra pass, run at the Shandonagh, the back, do whatever you do, but don't balloon the ball up in the air from 35 yards is kind of the message that's coming in from Martin. Yeah,
the kick out. Foul there on the midfielder. I think it was Sean Claffey, the man that was up, had hands on the ball there, but then Shandonagh a little bit indisciplined, not giving the ball back, and the ball is being brought forward now. There's an opportunity for Rory Delaney, and in fact he's given it to Owen McCabe, and it now becomes in scoring distance, and we've seen this happen a lot throughout the year, Shane. Ill discipline, not giving the ball back, pure needless stuff.
Yeah, sort of stuff that drives a manager and a coaching committee crazy. Now Tubberclair haven't capitalised once again on that raid, but it is the sort of thing that starts happening when your head isn't clear. The pressure's on Shandonagh at the moment. They really haven't gotten their hands on the ball in the first 6 minutes of this second half. Tubberclair be very happy with how they've gone about what they're doing, but not happy with the end product. That's 2 good scores, but 4 wides since the resumption isn't what they were looking for from the tactic that they're after deploying here.
Conor Craig is ready again with the kick out. He's going to go the far side of the field with it again, hanging it up in the air. Up they go. Tubberclair man attacking that ball was Cahill Ty, but I think it went off Cahill's hand, and it did indeed. Linesman concurs with that, and it's going to be a line ball for Shandonagh. This just back inside their own 65-metre line. Brendan looks up and he sees that Garrett Carr has made himself available. Garrett had a fantastic first half for his side, 2 points. Brendan Killian, mistakes creeping into the Shandonagh play there. That time Brendan Killian taking two hops of the ball, and possession turned over here, and Tubberclair in a hurry to get play going on, and they get play underway. They're going short with the free. They have the possession over on the terrace side. TG Cusick Park coming inside here under pressure, and a little ball popped in over the top. Was there a late hit? There was indeed. Blocked there on Tom Kelleher, and really Tom was going nowhere with that when he had lost possession of it, and maybe a fortuitous free there because
fortuitous. Ray certainly he had given a sloppy hand pass as he was being tackled that time, but I think there are mistakes creeping into the game particularly within Shandonagh, and it's credit to Tubberclair for the pressure that they're after applying here at the start of this half. Like we said, it hasn't counted on the scoreboard the way they'd wanted, but they're certainly coming to grips with this game. They don't consider themselves out of this final at all, and Shandonagh just need a cool head to settle it someplace, get the ball in Alan Hickey's hands and Garrett Carr's hands, let them slow it down a little bit, work it up the pitch. They really haven't gotten inside the Tubberclair 65-yard line for anything worthwhile against this bit of a breeze in the second half.
Almost 9 minutes gone in the second half. There is a Tubberclair man down, but the play will resume with a free for Owen McCabe. He has the ball in his hand over there. I think it's Brendan Killian, the man that's down. Certainly Shandonagh. No, I don't think it is Brendan Killian either, because I see Brendan over on the far side of the field. We'll just get a look at the number in a second, but certainly Shandonagh won't mind this little bit of a pause in play and let them settle down, catch their breath, and hopefully get composure back again and start winning possession.
Yeah, it's probably what they need, is not necessarily have a player on the ground holding a bit of an injury. Their centre back Adam Cronin, who's having a fine game to now, but this Tubberclair side, like we said, they're after putting a nice bit of pressure on Shandonagh here. They're using their physicality, using their pace, they're backing themselves.
There's another shot coming in. That one again from Matthew Whittaker, the number 11. Owen McCabe this time didn't go for the score himself. He was playing around, played short, and eventually engineered the opportunity for Matthew Whittaker to take the score. Back to a 4-point game, Shane, and I think this is the kind of game we were hoping for. A good close last 20 minutes and all to play for here now.
Yeah, but for the unfortunate goal that Tubberclair, from their perspective, that they conceded in the first half, this would be a 1-point game, Ray. And I think it reflects where they are at this stage. Certainly the first half belonged to Shandonagh and they were very slick, and maybe there were nerves on the Tubberclair side. And maybe that gap that there was at half time allowed them to relax and realise, they've nothing to lose. Go out here and express themselves, work hard, and I think that's what they're particularly doing in this second half that they didn't do in the first. To a man, they're stepping up and they're taking the challenge from Shandonagh, and they're proving themselves very capable at the moment.
Yeah, and I see even just to go along with what you said, their number 5, James Madden, he's a wing back. He's now picking up Tom Malloy and tracking him absolutely everywhere he goes. But we're underway again. Conor Craig is launching out into the centre again. Tubberclair starting to get the breaking ball. Matthew Whittaker carrying it forward, takes on his man. He's on the 45-metre line, gives it on now to Rory Delaney. Rory across to Fred Keller. Fred just holds that possession, gives it back to Matthew Whittaker. Matthew, lovely little pop ball inside, gathered well. It's the full back that's gone up a long way, but he does well and gives it back as far as Matthew Whittaker. Matthew drops it in. Supporters thought that was gone over the bar, but Conor Craig kept his eye on it and pulled it down from under the crossbar, and Alan Hickey has possession, and Alan goes to ground, takes the free for his side, and just to relieve the pressure.
Yeah, just take a little bit of sting out of it here. Matthew would be very disappointed he dropped that short into Conor Craig's hands, but what you can see with the physicality of the inside line from Tubberclair is that even in the contest, when the ball is popped in front of them, they're strong enough, they're physical enough to gather it, take the hit and turn. And they're an impressive young group out here, and they're really beginning to stamp themselves onto this game, Ray.
Yeah, and turn the possession over on the Shandonagh 65-metre line, and Tubberclair, nice ball given inside, a chance for a mark there, but they don't take it. They're continuing on, the ball is given inside, push on the back there. But again, we've seen it, Shane, on the play there. Shandonagh got out towards the 65-metre line. Tubberclair just closed in on them, put the pressure on, and got the bodies in around the ball, get the turnover, and now an opportunity here again for a score and bring us back to a 3-point game.
Yeah, and if they convert, it's 4 on the bounce without a reply from Shandonagh. In fact, Shandonagh haven't scored in this half. Bring it down to a 1-score game, essentially that calamity of a goal that went in the first half, and we're, like you said, Ray, we're really seeing the game that we expected to see here today.
Yeah, there's a sub been introduced here for Tubberclair. It's Oisin O'Mara wearing the number 18 jersey.
Yeah, I think it's Rory Delaney.
Rory Delaney, the man is coming off. We'll watch as the kick out drops out into the middle. Tubberclair on the breaking ball again. Ball not controlled the first time, but pulling down along the ground, very close to the sideline. Kept in play there, but good work there by Daniel Scahill. Gives the ball out. Shandonagh have the possession now, trying to just settle things down. Conor McCrossan has a teammate over, making himself available over on the centre of the field, and the ball fisted forward now on the full back, Dara Conway. He's come forward, gives it on to Aaron Craig. Dara continues his run. Can he get the ball? But no, it's given inside him. There's a chance for Kevin Boyle. Kevin with the shot, but unfortunately for Kevin, opportunity missed that one across in front of Kevin Fagan's post. No trouble to the Tubberclair goalkeeper, and he's already on the 20-metre line ready with the kick out. Not the best kick out in the world again, looking for Tom Keller, but Tom intercepted in front of him there, and Brian Kavanagh has the ball again. Brian being forced back out the field, does very well, and then pops a little ball off as far as Tom Malloy. Tom gives it on now to Kevin Boyle. Kevin to Aaron Craig. Aaron with Brendan Killian coming off the shoulder, comes inside, ball taken from him, and then Brendan commits the foul. Still tries to keep after the ball, but the referee said it's going to be a free out for the Tubberclair man. Kevin Fagan, he has the ball in his hand. What's he going to do? He'll probably go short. Shandonagh tried to just close him down. He does go short over to the far side. Tubberclair trying to break down that side of the field. Nice ball given down, and a nice flick inside by Matthew Whittaker. Finds a teammate on the run, and Tubberclair coming forward again with Owen McCabe. Owen, as he comes towards the 45-metre line, drifts the ball in. Nice ball inside. Didn't call the mark again there with Fred Keller, but Pressure put on Fred and the ball given back now to Oisin O'Mara, just been introduced. He goes to ground, but he holds the possession. Being tugged to the ground, what the referee says, eventually he awards the free in. There was an opportunity of a mark there. Should it have been taken, Shane?
Yeah, I think Fred Kelleher should have taken his mark when he gathered it inside. It was delivered from outside the 45-yard line. Oisin O'Mara, who was introduced in the semi-final and kicked the final score, and that did well to manufacture a free there in the corner, Ray. The message is very, very clear here from the Tubberclair sideline. No Shandonagh man has a second to breathe when he's in possession of a ball, and the message is coming from Martin and it's coming from Gary Connaughton to press. So, it's paying dividends, like I said earlier, and now we have, I think it's Oisin O'Mara that's kicking it himself.
Doesn't get it on target, goes across the front of the goals, and still 3 points between the side. While that was all happening, Shandonagh have made a substitution. Adam Cronin, wearing the number 6, has been replaced by the man wearing the number 18, that's Adam Traynor. There's one Adam for another, as Conor Craig has the ball back in on the 20-metre line. Shandonagh starting to bring the change. I see another sub getting ready to come on, but we'll watch as Conor Craig, with the sunshine in his eyes, left-footed, fires it down this side of the field, looking for Aaron Craig. Aaron goes high, gets a hand to it, but doesn't hold it, and instead Sean Claffey comes in and wins the break. Sean gives a little pop pass off as far as Matthew Whittaker. Matthew, he's gone again. He's already gone across the 45-metre line, gives the ball inside. Owen McCabe, Owen trying to get a little bit of space. In fact, this is Owen now with the ball, gives it off to Oisin O'Mara. Oisin thought about going for the first time, but then just held the ball for a split second longer. Pace opened up in front of him, a lovely score.
Yeah, and it makes up for the missed free kick a few moments ago, Ray. Lovely score, just to settle himself, stepped inside and tipped it over. Adam Cronin's after being replaced. He's been replaced by the man that kicked the equaliser against Milltown in the semi-final. I can only assume that time Adam was getting treatment on the pitch, that he wasn't in good enough shape to continue, because he was having a good game.
There's another substitution here by Shandonagh down below, but we'll watch the play because Dara Conway has come out. He's been closed down very quickly, does well to hold the possession, gives it back to Conor McCross, and Conor gives a little ball off to Jensen Nagan, and eventually Dara Conway into a little bit of space, comes forward with the ball, running out of options, but then he gives a nice little ball over the top, and foul here on Garrett Carr. Is going to be a free. The free taken quickly here, and through the hands it goes, and Aaron Craig with the ball. Aaron with the inside of the left foot just guides the ball inside. He stands and waits for the return pass and gives a fisted ball inside. Conor McCrossan. Conor, good vision there. He sees a man in space over on the far side of the field. Ball fisted back inside to Garrett Carr. Remember, Garrett 2 points in that opening half. Ball's back now with Alan Hickey. Alan does very well, gives it on now to Conor McCross, and Conor with the shot with the outside of the right foot, but unfortunately under a little bit of pressure there, couldn't get it on target, and now that substitution is about to be made. Is Cormac Kine wearing the number 21 that's going to be introduced.
Yeah, and he's replacing Brendan Killian, who had a fine first half and was very industrious. Ray was involved in a lot of good stuff that Shandonagh have done. I know Cormac missed the semi-final because he was out of the country, but he's a real handful if they can get a ball to him on the inside line. But Tubberclair would be very, very pleased. They're pulling a 7-point deficit at half-time back to 2, Ray. And they're in control in that crucial middle third of the pitch that we spoke about in the pre-match and during the first half. Who's going to control that middle third is really going to come out on top in this game.
Yeah, Fred Kelleher did very well from the kick-out, wins a mark for his side and starts to play again. Over to the far side it goes. Tubberclair coming forward again inside the Shandonagh 45. It's Tom Kelleher. Tom needs a little bit of support, has that from Matthew Whittaker. Matthew solos the ball and looks up, and if he does, you see that he has got 2 teammates across here in a lot of space, and then the run is made there by the big midfielder Sean Claffey. Sean, a lot asked of him there as he was to go for that ball. He got a hand on it but couldn't get clean possession, and Shandonagh have it turned over, and Dara Conway comes out and gives the ball. Shandonagh starting to get on a little bit more possession here now. Kevin Boyle gives it off to Dara Conway, and Dara, lovely ball in front of the full forward there is Brian Campbell. On now to Kevin Boyle, with Kevin with the shot, but he didn't catch it the way he needed, and into the grateful arms there of Kevin Fagan. And Tubberclair with a lot more urgency now as they break down the field. They're over on the far side of the pitch again, just holding the thing down. Players making themselves available. The latest one is Jason McEwen. Jason looks up and he'll see the cornerback is Stephen McGonigal. Stephen, he's been driving forward all day from the right cornerback position. Skips inside Dara Conway and a lovely foot pass inside. There's an opportunity here for Fred Keller. Fred went left, came back on the right, kicks it. He kicks it high, but he kicks it over the bar. Second point for Fred Keller, and we're back to a 1 point game.
And all the credit goes to Stephen McGonigal, Ray, for that. I was watching him here in front of us while the play was going down the other side of the pitch. He made an 80-yard run just to find himself in space. Made sure that they knew he was there. He collected the ball, and the little pop pass inside into the gap to Fred Keller. Thought Fred was after overdoing himself by turning off his left onto his right, but kicked a lovely high ball over the bar.
Yeah, substitute been introduced again by Shandonagh. Ryan Donnelly, the man that's coming on. We'll just see who's going off in a second. That is Kevin Boyle. We'll watch again. There's Conor Craig. He's going short with this kick out, but again Shandonagh trying to push up, and Daniel Scanlon has his jersey pulled, but the referee allows the play to go on. Conor McCrossan onto the ball now, and a little fisted pass in over the top, because Aaron Craig has a little bit of space, puts down the head, drives forward, does very well, and gives the pass on to the full forward Brian Kavanagh. That's very badly needed score for the Shandonagh men. Worked it well from the short kick out up the field, and eventually Brian Kavanagh off the left foot fires it over the bar.
Yeah, and we're seeing Aaron Craig trying to impose himself on the game here now with some hard running, and that takes an awful lot of honesty when, you know, the game is getting to this stage. 21 and a quarter minutes gone, and the legs are obviously getting heavy. There's been big collisions out there, and there's Aaron again getting his hands on the ball, trying to drive this Shandonagh team forward, Ray.
Yeah, looking for his full forward there, Brian Kavanagh. Brian comes out, wins the possession for his side, and the foul committed, and a free in for the Shandonagh men. And certainly good play by the big midfielder again. Another man probably better known for the small ball, but he's driving Shandonagh forward and doing his best for his side. Almost 22 minutes gone in the second half. 8 minutes remaining, 2 points between the sides. Shandonagh man is down over there. We will have a bit of injury time, I'm quite sure, but Brian Cavan, I think the man that was fouled, won the free for his side. There's another sub coming in for Tubberclair while we have this break. Sean McGrain, the man that's coming in, we'll see who he's going to replace. In fact, he's going to replace Oisin Donoghue.
Yeah, and Alan Mangan mentioned it in his pre-match analysis, how the benches are going to be very influential in this game, and this is the moment then for these guys to prove it, that they're massively valuable to the squad, and that they can make a difference in a county final. Not only the men that started the game, Ray, that are after driving so hard, but it's these lads coming on now, slightly fresher legs. Can they have the cool head? Can they get their hands on the ball? Can they give the extra dig out and the chasing a man back? But we're beautifully poised now. 8 minutes left in the clock, or 7 minutes left in the clock plus injury time, a 2-point game.
Yeah, it is Oisin Donoghue, the man has been replaced here. But in fact, it looks like there's an injury for Brian Cavan. There's another sub coming in for Shandonagh wearing number 17. It's Mickey Boyle.
Yeah, and a like-for-like replacement. Brian Cavan was unlucky. He's after getting a good score. He came out and won a ball after picking up a knock. But Mickey Boyle is a very, very similar player. Will play on the edge of the box, present himself in front in the pocket, collect the ball, and would either take a man on or look to pop it off to a runner. I think Tom Malloy is lining this free up here.
Tom Malloy, yeah, is an injured player just making his way slowly off the pitch, so the referee will wait for him to get a little bit closer to the sideline. But certainly Tom Malloy is standing with the ball in his hand, players making runs, but Tom is waiting for the signal from the referee that get the go ahead to take the free. Referee just settling everything down. Brian Cavan would hate to see any player going off, especially in a county final, and Brian got that point there just before he got his injury there at a crucial point, just pushing the lead back out to 2 again for his side. But Tom Malloy is ready to get us underway here. Players making the runs. Will he get the distance? It's into a little bit of a breeze. Kicks it high with the left foot. It's dropping into the square. It's fielded well in there by the Tubberclair man. And they come out with the possession. The two midfielders combined there. That was Owen McCabe and Sean Claffey, the latest one. Sean, ball down the line. There's a couple of players here for Tubberclair. getting, and eventually O'Sheanamara is the man that gathers it. Popped over the top here now, and Matthew Whittaker. Matthew goes back. It's all Shandonagh men try to filter back. Ball given inside to Sean Claffey, who gives it on again to O'Sheanamara, and across the field it goes. Tubberclair on the move again. Tom Kelleher. Tom with the foot pass gives it inside. An opportunity to score here, and that opportunity is taken by Fred Kelleher. That's 3 now for Fred Kelleher. We're back to a 1-point game.
Yeah, Ray, and it's the quality of that kick pass, and obviously Martin McCabe has done an awful lot of work with this group, and not just Martin, but that's coming up through underage wherever. But the quality of their kick passing is just fabulous, and the energy that they're doing everything with. There's none of this slowness. All the running, all the attacking, whether they're on the ball or off the ball, is at every sinew that they have, they're putting into this second half. We saw very similar in the semi-final. We said you have to credit them, whether they come out on the right side of this result or not. By God, they've given themselves every chance.
Yeah, Conor Craig's kick out for the Shandonagh men went out over the sideline, but Tubberclair have won this now. There's an opportunity here for the number 10 Fred Kelleher, but Fred dispossessed it, with Shandonagh do enough to hold the possession. The shot comes in from Owen McCabe, but Owen was under pressure there, backed himself, young player backed himself with the shot, but may not have been the right choice. And there's another sub about to be introduced here by Shandonagh. We're in the number 20. It's Matthew Scully. We'll see who's been replaced in a second. 12. Conor McCrossan, I think the man who's gone off. But we'll watch the play. The ball is kicked out here and gathered on the break by Aaron Craig. Aaron comes forward, draws the free for his side there. Big man on the breaking ball, won the possession for his side here, and this free is going to be taken by Tom Malloy. Tom slowing it right down, 1 point between the sides, gives it back short to Jensen Nagel, takes the return in a lot of space over on the far side of the field. Tom Keller coming inside. Tom takes on his man, holds the possession, has support there from Matthew Whittaker. Matthew takes on his man, going forward. Jinx, but again can't get the shot away, but then a lovely ball inside Owen McCabe, and Owen just took his eye off the ball at the last minute, runs into the collision there, but possession more importantly turned over, and Shandonagh have it, and they're coming out with it again, trying to break out, coming forward with it. Doing very well, run into the tackle there. Looked like there was a tug on the jersey. There was indeed. Tubberclair supporters thought there was too much taken out of him, but referee, he's a close man to it, and he's seen that the tug of the jersey there and the free is already taken. And Dara Conway, Dara has done very well since he's come out the field, as has Daniel Scahill. Back to Dara again, coming forward, trip, goes to ground, right out in the middle of the field, gets up, he's going to take the free himself. He might get a bang to the head there, but he's a warrior for his side. There's a yellow card for one of the Tubberclair men, but play will resume. It is going to be a free. Alan Hickey, he'll slow it down. The clock says 28 minutes 46 seconds. We'll wait and see what is the signal going to be for additional time, but Alan Hickey will get us underway. 5 minutes I think is going to be the signal, but we'll watch. Alan Hickey takes the free, gives it on to Tom Malloy. Tom holding that possession, carries it forward with the left boot, fires it in low in front of his teammate inside there, and gathered. And a chance here, the shot. Thought he was going to go for the score, but then played a ball across that no one was expecting, and Tubberclair intercepted, and they come forward, and Owen McCabe, a lovely ball down as the sun shines into the eyes of Robbie Curley. The equaliser. 29 minutes, 27 seconds gone on the clock. 5 minutes is the call for additional time, but possession turned over by the Shandonagh men and punished there as the ball brought down the field, and Tubberclair take the score.
Yeah, Christy Coyne went for the hero pass across the box, try and spear it across, and then, as we said before, 2 quality kick passes from Tubberclair, and that ball is then knocked over the bar. But we can see this sun is going to play a little bit into the end of this game, Ray. We know as Robbie Curley, as he was collecting the ball, had to shade his eyes first of all. Look, the game, it's perfectly balanced now. A draw match. We're just entering these additional 5 minutes.
Yeah, the kick out one over there on the far side of the field there by Shandonagh men. Tom Malloy was trying to come forward. There's another sub been introduced this time. He's a Tubberclair substitute. It's Charlie Kennedy wearing the number 20, and Charlie is going to replace Tom Kelleher.
Substitution for Tubberclair.
bodies are beginning to fail a little bit here, Ray. Just a little bit of cramp. I notice Tom Malloy, they're having a bit of a stretch while this substitution is going on. We've said it before in the commentary box. If there's going to be a winner here, we hope there's a hero, not a villain when it comes to somebody making a difference this game. We'd rather see it a touch of genius rather than somebody making a mistake. And Tom Malloy has been quiet in this second half, but he's really looking to get his hands on the ball here, and we've seen him do it before. He's been a game winner for Shandonagh.
Yeah, he engineered a little bit of space here. He's taken the free here now and fires the ball back across here to Jensen Nagel. Jensen on to Dara Conma. Dara, an opportunity here now for Aaron Craig to break inside. Shandonagh with an opportunity. Dara Conma has carried forward. He's been tackled, not being fouled, us as referee. He goes to ground again, trying to draw the free. Where's the ball? It's gone very, very close to the end line. Shandonagh have the possession. It's still in play. It is to recycle it again. An opportunity here, and the shot comes in by the number 21 there. That's Cormac Coyne, but Cormac's kick is high, but it's still in play. Tom Malloy is after it. It's very, very close to the end line. Tom has gone to ground, but he gets possession. Shandonagh still have the possession. There's a chance here. Alan Hickey. Alan with the kick, right footed, dropping it. It's hanging, it's dropping the square, broken down. Who's on the breaking ball? It's the Tubberclair man that have it, and the foul is committed. And we've a lot of tired bodies out there. 2 minutes of the 5 that are allocated already gone as Kevin Fagan takes the short free out, and eventually through the hands it goes, and Sean Claffey has a chance to fire the ball down this side of the field, but again, ball not gathered there, but Daniel Scahill was attacking it as a corner back should, and the ball breaks inside and is picked up over there by Matthew Scully. Tubberclairman or Shandonagh just holding on to that ball. Adam Traynor, a hero in the semi-final for his side, gets the possession. Shandonagh on the move again. Jensen Nagel. Jensen turns around. Daniel Scahill is available here on this side of the field if Ben Traynor decides to use him, but he goes back, gives it to Aaron Craig. Aaron gives it in on now as far as Tom Malloy. Tom jinks, trying to get away from his man. He's in a little bit of space, thought about taking the shot, and then a tired kick there from Tom Malloy, taking an awful lot out of that ball, but these two sides can't be separated. 1 goal and 10 for Shandonagh, 13 points for Tubberclair. We're into the final 2 minutes. A lot of tired bodies. Shane, is someone going to step up and be a hero here?
Well, look, possession from this kick out now is massive, Ray. That's another minute of play that Shandonagh is after having the ball, and a wild shot. I thought Alan Hickey was going to have an opportunity there. His ball dropped a little bit short, and then I thought Tom Malloy had the opportunity, but now we see this industrious Tubberclair side going down the far end to get one more opportunity possibly.
Yeah, but superb defensive play there by Shandonagh, but still Tubberclair have the possession. There's a man over here spare, but the shot comes in, and the shot comes in. I think it was Matthew Whittaker. I think as soon as it left his foot, he knew it wasn't going to be on target. It got it, it touched the upright and then dropped wide. But Owen McCabe would be disgusted with him there, because that was the ball that was on there. Just put it across to the big midfielder. He was in all the space in the world, but if, ands and buts. And we're into the last minute of the 5 additional minutes as Conor Craig goes long, fires it out. 2 men go for it, breaking down. Alan Hickey's on the break, gives it in to Aaron Craig. Big hit on Aaron Craig, but he holds on to the ball, straighten him up. There's a great chance here. Can Shandonagh taking the shot? Comes in, it's high. What is it? Umpire running, he's running for the flag. Mickey Boyle, number 17. He was under severe pressure. Tom Malloy, a little bit of gamesmanship there as Kevin Fagan was trying to take the kick out quickly. Has the ball kicked away from him. Referee, I don't think, seen it.
I think he's after giving him a little yellow card for that, Ray, but Tom Malloy won't mind at all. It's all about how much can I knock off this clock. But it's that man Aaron Craig that I mentioned just shifted a massive tackle as he collected that ball and managed to offload it to Mickey Boyle. And we mentioned him when he came in to replace Brian Kavanagh. Very, very accurate forward. He got one chance, one bite of the cherry today, and he nailed it. Now can Tubberclair get down there and get what I think that they deserve out of this game after their second half performance, would be an equalising point. Yeah,
they're coming forward again, and Tom Malloy needs to be careful, because if the ball is brought forward it becomes within scoring range. The referee waiting says that the free wasn't taken from the right position, and it's going to be now taken by the Tubberclair man. back. The referee is telling him to go back. The full back is out there. That's Jason McHugh. The clock has gone over. 30 seconds over the additional time. Owen McCabe with the possession. Kevin Fagan coming forward now. Kevin shoves the little ball on to Owen McCabe, but gives a quick pass on. And it's... No, supporters here thought it was all over, but there's a black card, I think, for one of the Tubberclair men, or one of the Shandonagh men.
Yeah, Ray, whether they see how the referee adjudicates this, whether he considered it a late tackle and the free is from where the ball was collected by Sean McGrain, which was inside the 45-metre line, certainly within scoring distance, and it looks like that's what's been happening here. He's moving it forward. This is boyhood dream moments for whoever from Tubberclair is going to be tasked with kicking this free.
It looks like it is Ryan McCabe, or Owen McCabe. A black card issued there for the number 13 for Ryan Norris, so he doesn't finish out the remainder of this game. But huge pressure on the young man wearing the number 8. He's kicked 4 points already as he comes forward with the right foot. It's curling, but it's over the bar. Fabulous kick there by the big number 8. Size level, 14 points for Tubberclair, 1 goal and 11 for Shandonagh. All eyes are on Enda Kelly, the referee out there. What's he going to do? Is he going to call for the ball? He's allowing the goalkeeper, Conor Craig, to take the kick out. And in fact, that is the last action of the half. We're going to have a replay, and I think Shane Donoghue, that just typifies how close this intermediate championship is, because these two fine sides can't be separated with 60 minutes.
Fabulous second half from Tubberclair, all credit to them. We did, in fairness, we said that the game wasn't over, that there was a kick in this team. Credit again to Shandonagh that showed real drive. Aaron Craig in particular for them. Tom Malloy when they needed him. I thought Darragh Conway, when he came out the field, won an awful lot of ball and drove them forward. I think I did say it at the beginning in the pre-match that I called it a draw and a replay. The other two boys went, I don't know if they know what they're talking about, Ray, to be honest. But if we get this entertainment the next day, we get to see these two teams. And I tell you what, we'll get a crowd in Cusack Park whenever this is going to be replayed, because they're two high quality football sides playing their trade in intermediate, but one of these is going to go back up senior, and believe me, they'll be well capable of playing their trade at senior level as well whichever team gets there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is going to go to a replay. Just to reiterate, there is no extra time in Westmeath in the final that's drawn. It will go to extra time if the replay needs it, but it is a draw here. It's a little bit of an anti-climax for supporters, but it's been huge entertainment for us here watching it, and we hope the viewers watch as well. With that, we're going to go to an ad break, and we'll go down to the pitch side then for some after game analysis. But from myself, Ray Gavin on commentary, joined by, as ever, by Shane Donoghue. Excellent work there from Shane, and we'll say goodbye and we're going to go to an ad break.
TEG, proud sponsors of TEG Cusack Park, serving aviation, biopharmaceuticals and medical industries across the globe. TEG has been to the fore in the fight against COVID-19 with our customers and partners. A local business employing local people. Visit teg.com/careers to learn more. Wishing all our GAA patrons a safe passage through the championship.
Clark's Bar, wishing all teams the very best today. Rytech, proud sponsor of Westmeath Intermediate Football Championship. Sevens Coaches, proud sponsor of Westmeath GAA Hurling Championships.
Cusack Park pitch is 145 metres long. Imagine 3 of these bridge beams would make up the length of the pitch. Now transport 30 of them from Harney to Kildare. A challenge overcome by a great team with the support of a great community. My name is Pat Barrett, Project Manager, Shamer to Precast.
And you? What do you do?
It's a bit complicated to explain.
You know, I still didn't get exactly what your job is.
That is what I do.
New Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. Winner, Irish Medium Crossover SUV in the 2022 Car of the Year Awards.
Yeah, it's all over here at TEG Cusick Park. It's a right-tech intermediate final. Or is it over at all? It's a draw. 14 points to 111. And Paul O'Donovan, we were treated to an absolutely quality game of football there today. Two different halves, I suppose. A tale of two halves.
Yeah, and in the junior final, we had two different halves. A great exciting first half and not so exciting second half. And then the final here now, the intermediate final, with a great second half, particularly from Tubberclair. I said at half time that Martin McCabe had his work to do in the dressing. Whatever work he had to do, he did it magnificently. He got a message obviously across the players, and they carried out that message to perfection. They came out for the second half, all guns blazing. They harried the press Shandonagh. They made numerous turnovers. They won numerous turnovers. They got possession. They were patient then, and they took their points, and they just stopped Shandonagh from getting any scores. I think Shandonagh only had one attack in the first 15 minutes of the second half. They got their first score of the second half after 22 minutes, and it was total domination from Tubberclair. It's what we expected from them from the semi-final. They produced a great second half, and it was ding-dong. I think they got tired then, for having done so much to draw level. They found it very hard to go in front, and in fairness to Shandonagh, they responded well, went back in front. Thrilling finish at the end, and a great equalising point from McCabe under pressure. A draw, a fair result, and they'll go at it again, Paul.
Yeah, and Alan, who will take more from this from a managerial point of view? Who will be the happier? I'm assuming that Martin McCabe will be a little bit happier. I mean, going in at half time, did they look like they were going to produce the second half? They did it 9 points to 2 in the second half. That's a fair return.
Yeah, to be fair, Tubberclair came out all guns blazing. They had to tighten up in Tom Malloy to put young James Madden over on top of Tom Malloy, and he really stuck tight to him for the whole of the second half.
He did, yeah.
They didn't let the half back line dominate in terms of going forward. Their shooting boots were on in the second half. They made the right decisions more often than not, to be fair. I'd say Martin will probably be a little bit more happier, but Aidan Lennon and Kevin Hickey will have to. They only scored 2 points in the second half, and they'll rue a few missed chances near the end as well. But listen, all in all, probably a fair result. It was cracking game of football, as you said, a tale of two halves, but probably a fair result in the end, and they'll go at it again next week.
And 16 wides for Tubberclair as opposed to 8 for Shandonagh, half of what they had. They kicked a lot of wides, and I suppose going into a replay, that's something that Martin McCabe and his management team will certainly be looking at. Plus the way that they were slow at the start today.
Probably more so the shot selection than the actual wides themselves.
Yeah,
they were shooting from impossible angles in the first half, especially into that little bit of a wind, as we said. But to be fair set of kahunas on young McCabe at the end to kick that.
Get the belt.
Like John Heslin did that. John Heslin did that here 2 years ago against Thirds Pass in the county final. And we were talking about it for a long time. That was a fair kick now just to draw the game to bring it to a
from
replay.
A 19-year-old, really. And Paul, a lot of these Tubberclair lads stood up, maybe came of age a little bit today. I thought McCabe in particular, I thought he had a really good game. I thought at the centre of the field both of them had really good games. Young Matthew Whittaker was out of it in the first half, but he showed a little bit of class in that second half. And the two Kelleher's again stood up as well.
Yeah, as I said, we saw in the second half what Tubberclair had produced in the semi-final against St Mary's Orchard Bridge, and they were outstanding that day. They were outstanding again in the second half. I think Martin McCabe might be more disappointed actually going in now when he looks back. When they drew level, there was still 5 minutes left. They had all the momentum at that stage. He'll be disappointed that they didn't push on and just get the winner there and get it over and get it done with. After all that effort, they're going to have to go through it again. Now, at half time, he'd have taken your hand off for a draw.
Yeah.
But just the way the game materialised, if they drew level with the last kick of the game or something, fair enough. And in the end, they had to. But they drew level with 5 minutes to go, and they'd be disappointed that they just didn't get the win. Particularly the amount of wides they kicked, and they were very slow to get going in the first half. So both managers they'll have lots to reflect on before the replay.
And something we remarked on, Alan, up there watching the game, the performance of the Shandonagh full back line, particularly in that second half. half, kept them in the game because they were seriously under the cosh. Danny Scahill, Jensen Nagel, Dara Conway, they really stood up. I know they conceded 9 scores, but for those 3 lads, it could have been an awful lot worse.
Absolutely, there were the 3 lads that they were struggling to get the ball into the opposition's half for the first 10-15 minutes, second half. They never got once, but when them 3 lads got their hands on the ball, they really drove out. But credit's due to the Tubberclair defence. Every time they got the ball up there, they turned them over, they got a last ditch tackle in. At the end there, we had young Tom Keller had a chance to seal the game there with a chance Tom Keller had a chance to seal the game at the end with a shot there that would have put them a point up before Shandonagh went a point up. But listen, all in all, we're after been treated to a cracking game of football here. I think John Kane and Desi Dolan in particular will get a lot out of it today. There's a few lads there that are going to be pushing lads that are on the panel this year, and listen, they won't be outplaced in any county panel. Young Matthew Whittaker was outstanding in the second half, absolutely outstanding. Really stood up to the plate, took the game to Shandonagh, and they got their due rewards in terms of getting a draw. At half time you would have thought the game was really probably over, but every game has 60 minutes in it.
Yeah, well, that's the reality. You could say a game is over at half time, but it wasn't, and they came out all guns blazing in that second half. And the one thing we noticed, Alan and I, and even you in service, they completely pressed up. They actually left a vacant Shandonagh player virtually on his own on the 40-yard line. Yeah. They just completely pushed up, and they just went for broke, and eventually it began to tell its tale. They did kick a lot of wides, but at the same time they kicked a lot of really good scores as well.
Yeah, they did. Some great scores, and when the ball did go into the back, they did some great defensive work there. A dangerous ball went into the square. Nolan McCabe went to the clouds to claim the ball, and played up the wing here to Sean Claffey, and they walked the ball up the wing, and they got a lovely score across the middle, and that was what we expected from Tubberclair before the start of the game. Just one player to mention there. I think Shane Donoghue mentioned commentary already. When the chips were down for Shandonagh, when they were battling against it there in the last few minutes, I thought Aaron Craig was great. He did some great work around midfield. He took a hefty challenge there and held on to possession before they got the free before they got the point at the other end when Kevin Boyle kicked it when Mickey Boyle kicked it over. I wasn't sure it was going over. It was very tight, but it squeezed in, and it was a great score, and Craig did very well in the build up to that.
Yeah, and one player that struck me as well on the Tubberclair side, I thought their number 2, Stephen McGonigal. I thought I've watched him all season. I've watched him for the last couple of seasons. He's a player that's really, really impressed me. And again today, when the chips were down, that's when you need players to stand up. Everybody can look good when you're going well, Alan, but it's when you need players to stand up and put their hand up and say, I'll take this on. This is my job. I'm going to do it. And that's exactly what Tubberclair did. Every one of from 1 to 15, I thought in the second half, they said today is not going to be the day we lose it. If we're going down, we're going down fighting.
Absolutely, and they all battled. Their defence shored up, got tighter on all of the Shandonagh forwards. But in particular, you have Fred Kelleher there. He kicked 4 wides in the first half, or 3 wides in the first half, and you'd be thinking most managers would probably tell him stop shooting, but he came up trumps with 3 points from play in the second half. He had a wonderful second 30 minutes, and listen, there's a lot for both managements to think about. There was a lot of lads that really stood out and didn't play quite as well in other halves, so it's going to be an intriguing battle the next day. What sort of matchups to have, who's going to be picking up Tumalai, who's going to pick up Matthew Whittaker, 2 centre forwards who dominated today in 2 different halves. So I'm looking forward to the next day already. A lot to ponder,
isn't there? And we've just been notified that the replay will be next Sunday, depending on tomorrow's result as well. It'll either be at 2 o'clock or 4 o'clock. If it's a single game, it'll be at 4 o'clock. But Paul, it will be something to look forward to again, because having said an awful lot of things, I thought Andy Kelly did a great game. He let the game flow. There was no real over physicality in it. There was nothing untoward, shall we say, in it either. I thought it was an enjoyable game from that perspective, and nobody actually went bald-headed for Andy Kelly at the end of the game, because he made most of the decisions he made were probably the right ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, as I said about the first one, he kept up with play, and that's a great help. And I saw one instance where he went to tick a player, and the opposition had taken a quick free, and he just let it go. He ticked him later on when he had time. Great to let it flow. There was a great crowd here today, Paul. The stand was absolutely full. There was a great atmosphere, and you could sense it when it was coming back, when Tubberclair were coming back. Everyone was getting behind them, and super atmosphere. Should be another cracking second game of football in the replay, and who knows? Well, usually in the replay, some team will get on top. It's a question of which team recovers the best. I saw Brian Kavanagh going off there for Shandonagh with an injury.
A bit of a worry,
Don't know what kind of an injury he had, but I wasn't sure. Hopefully it's not long term. Hopefully he'll be back for the replay, because he's a quality player. We want to see all the top players playing in the final. But apart from that, yeah, it should be a fascinating final replay next weekend.
Alan, are you going to stick with Shandonagh then?
Yeah, but sure, listen, you never change your mind, do you? You have to stick with it. The unfortunate part was the Shane got it right, and anyway, we can all get over that one.
We'll be allowed to forget about that in about 10 years' time, when you and I are long gone out of this.
I think Kieran Martin called it right last night too.
I think Kieran Martin called it right as well. I actually called it right last night as well, just so you know. I'm not saying that you're wrong or anything, but just so you know. Paul, will you stick with your prediction for Tubberclair?
I'm not sure about that. I'll have to think about it over the next 7 days.
You'll have to think about it, because all the Shandonagh boys won't speak to you for the next week, I suppose. But look, that's all from us here in TEG Cusick Park on what has been an incredible day. The replay will be here next Sunday, either 2 o'clock or 4 o'clock, depending on the result tomorrow. But it's been a wonderful day's football here. Congratulations to Multyfarnham, the Clarkspur Junior Football Champions. The Intermediate Championship is still up for grab. The Right Tech men will still have another day to wait before they hand over the trophy. But we've been treated to an absolute quality 2 games of football here today. We hope there is good quality tomorrow. Do join us here again tomorrow on ERV TV. We have the minor final between St. Lomans Mullingar and Tubberclair, and then the senior, the big one, the blue ribbon, St. Lomans Mullingar and the Downs here, live on ERV TV. Wherever you're watching around the world, from Lapland to the Antarctic, no matter where you are, we'll pick you up, give us the signal, and we'll give you a shout out here. But from us here, from Ollie and all the gang here, it's good afternoon. We'll see you again tomorrow.
TEG, proud sponsors of TEG Cusick Park, serving aviation, biopharmaceuticals and medical industries across the globe. TEG has been to the fore in the fight against COVID-19 with our customers and partners. A local business employing local people. Visit teg.com/careers to learn more. Wishing all our GAA patrons a safe passage through the championship.
Clarkspur, wishing all teams the very best today. Rytech, proud sponsor of Westmeath Intermediate Football Championship. Stevens Coaches, proud sponsor of Westmeath GAA Hurling Championships.
Cusick Park pitch is 145 metres long. Imagine 3 of these bridge beams will make up the length of the pitch. Now transport 30 of them from Harney to Kildare. A challenge overcome by a great team with the support of a great community. My name is Pat Barrett, Project Manager, Shamer to Precast.
And you? What do you do?
It's a bit complicated to explain.
You know, I still didn't get exactly what your job is.
That is what I do.
New Renault Arcana E-Tech Hybrid. Winner, Irish Medium Crossover SUV in the 2022 Car of the Year Awards.